His word, knowing what to do without thinking, Enkrid saw, for the first time, a flicker of emotion in the head's eyes. It was a trace of worry, or perhaps concern, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Because of that, Enkrid couldn't be certain if he had truly seen it. "Do not follow me." The head spoke again, his voice as devoid of emotion as an iron doll. Ragnar flared up at those words. Enkrid could tell that he was deeply angry. And indeed, he was. "What if I wished to accept sunrise now?" As Ragnar spoke, he stepped forward with his left foot. It was a single step past the threshold of the door, a movement that signified he was ready to draw his sword at any moment. This anger burned fiercer than when Ram stole a special meal. His emotions turned into sheer presence, and that presence became an oppressive force that filled the corridor. The head did not respond to Ragnar. Instead, he acted like a man of wisdom, simply looking at Enkrid in silent urging. But somehow, it almost looked like a desperate request. "Something feels off." With that thought, Enkrid gave a slight nod. If he didn't understand the situation, then he should just act first, and figure things out later. If the head was indeed up to something, as Greta suspected, then this was an opportunity to find out. "Ragnar, stay here. I'll be back shortly," Enkrid said. Ragnar glared at the head for a moment, before nodding silently. Only then did the head begin walking, his wet boots making splashing sounds against the floor. Unlike before, his footsteps were not silent. The friction of his boots against the wet hallway created its own melody. Of course, outside, a grand orchestra of thunder, lightning, and storm raged, making it nearly impossible to hear footsteps unless one had the ears of a knight. And in those steps, Enkrid sensed a subtle relief. It wasn't an overt display of emotion, but something similar to how Alexandra had expressed gratitude through swordsmanship. Though it was hard to say for sure, perhaps there was emotion in his steps, or perhaps there was none at all. As Enkrid followed him outside, the head finally spoke. The sound of the storm crashing down like a waterfall filled the air, but his voice cut through clearly. "Ragnar listens well. There's no reason for him not to. He never listened to anyone as a child, and even after returning, he seemed unchanged. Maybe he simply accepted it this time. More likely he listens to you. How did you manage to win him over?" Win him over? Enkrid had no idea. After a moment of thought, he answered as he walked. "I don't know about winning him over. I just always struggled to survive, and when I looked up, my men and Ragnar were by my side, swinging their weapons." The head fell silent for a moment, as if choosing his words carefully. The storm raged on, and the splashing footsteps intermingled with the howling winds. Then the head spoke again. "Yes, one cannot force another's heart to change. But that makes me regret things a little. Should I have just subdued him by force? Though I suppose it's too late for that now." Outside the lodging, Alexandra stood, draped in a black cloak. Her face was impassive. Mileshkia had been her longtime friend, and now she was dead, for Yoran. The weight of that fact hollowed out her heart, leaving her expression even more devoid of emotion. It had been 12 days since Enkrid arrived in Yoran. The storm had made it impossible to tell whether it was day or night, but his goals and thoughts remained unchanged from when he first came here. There was no need to play the role of a fixer searching for someone. That person would eventually step forward. Until then, Enkrid had only one task: protect Anne. And wait, maintaining his condition. "Head!" a voice called out, piercing through the rain, thunder, and storm. The silence was shattered, and the storm arrived. A white bolt of lightning illuminated the world. Beyond it, two opposing groups stood, split as if by an invisible line. The tension between them made it seem as though a fight could break out at any moment. Enkrid realized that he had positioned himself with the head in front of him and Alexandra behind him. These two were among the strongest in Yuan. If they attacked together, few would survive. In other words, Enkrid had unknowingly placed himself between the two most dangerous blades in Yuan. I will eliminate this disease. Anne had made this vow over and over. A disease called a curse had taken her family. If one followed the passage of time, a plague had spread, and in their fear, people had set fire to the slums. Her family, people she called her own, burned to death in flames set by their own kind. At that moment, Anne had made up her mind to take revenge. But the target of that revenge lay beyond a hazy fog. So first she needed to understand. And she had. She had learned, studied, and stepped into the world of alchemy. Her first enemies were disease and ignorance. And along the way, she had done things that were more about cleaning up than revenge. Hanging a few alchemists who experimented on children or turned human entrails into chimeras. Still, to say that she didn't enjoy exploring alchemy, despite her vendetta against ignorance, would be a lie. It was exhilarating. Whether it was a whim of fortune or the result of her hard work, the thrill of solving problems through unconventional ideas was unlike anything she had felt before. I did it. Anne felt that same thrill now. She had identified the type of seeds spreading through Yuan and found a solution. Not a complete one, but I understand the core principle. Explaining it to someone unfamiliar would require a deep dive into the fundamental properties and base nature of essence. It would be difficult, but she had something to say to Ragnar. The moment had come to lift the curse from this family. Though there were still parts beyond her ability, and she would have to tell him that as well. As she lifted her head to speak, an unfamiliar voice called out to her. I still don't understand. Anne's room had a window, too small for a person to fit through, but large enough for a face, a hand, or something else to enter. The voice came from outside that window. Why should someone like you be the reason I move? Thunder roared. The storm howled. Rain poured in relentless sheets. And yet, despite the deafening cacophony, his voice reached Anne's ears with perfect clarity. The window rattled as the frame twisted, and the window was torn away. The opponent ripped the frame off with his bare hands and spoke as he did so. Well, I have no emotions. The wet blonde hair clung to his face as he pointed what he was holding at her. It looked like a spear with a sharp tip, and the handle was a bit short for it to be called a proper spear. Despite the storm raging outside, Anne recognized the face of her opponent. That was no surprise. She had seen it several times as she made her way here. The sharp jaw, blue eyes, and short blonde hair made him unmistakable. Anne recognized him. He was Odenkar. Huh? Anne's eyes widened in surprise, but Odenkar simply threw what he was holding with a neutral look in his eyes. Anne didn't see his arm move. She only knew what had happened because of the sound. Clank! When Odenkar tore off part of the window frame and threw the spear, a great sword that had come from behind swung and struck it. Bang! The spear flew off and embedded itself in the wall. Anne felt someone pulling her arm. Of course, it was Ragnar. He pulled her behind him and spoke. Who are you? Anne realized she had been holding her breath. Woo, woo, woo. First, she took a breath. The man standing outside the window stared at Ragnar with an indifferent gaze. Anne's eyes focused on the fingers gripping the window frame. She had seen it briefly, but his fingertips were black. That was a symptom of someone who had dealt with poison for years. It's not Odenkar. Anne was quick-witted. Her reasoning still worked in moments like this. She hadn't smelled any potion from Odenkar up to now. In other words, the person in front of her was an imposter. The fake's lips pressed together as he stood at the window frame. Oh, he muttered a brief exclamation before speaking again. How did you figure it out? You reek? How could I not know? Ragnar answered instead. He had immediately realized that this was not Odenkar either. The will and the vibe were completely different, not to mention the really foul stench. Ragnar, without twitching an eyebrow, looked at the impostor with an expressionless gaze, but he didn't rush out the window. To be precise, he couldn't. There are too many. He wasn't alone. There were many hiding around, waiting for an opening. How did he get in? Someone must have opened the door for him. It was pointless to think about it, so Ragnar stopped his thoughts. Thunder rumbled. A white lightning bolt filled the room, and the view outside the window lit up. Behind the man outside, several feathered monsters appeared in Anne's sight. She could count at least 5. Wasn't there a story about the commander seeing unusual creatures in the city of O'Hara? She had heard something like that. These things in front of her looked like those creatures. Unusual creatures were another way to say monsters that wielded wills. Ragnar, holding the great sword, judged that the current space wasn't favorable to him, and while making that assessment, he thrust his sword in. With his left foot as the pivot, he twisted his body and thrust the great sword at the shoulder of the man standing outside. Thud! He had aimed for the head, but his opponent avoided it, so only the shoulder was pierced. Even though the man was struck by the great sword, he twisted his body as he backed away, and the shoulder bone wasn't shattered, nor was his arm severed. It wasn't just because he avoided the blow. His skin was extremely tough. Ragnar immediately knew that with a single slash. Take that, you bastard. The man spoke, then sprayed something from the thing in his hand. A yellow liquid flew toward Ragnar, who leaped back, pulling Anne behind him and into the corridor. Sis. The liquid burned through the desk and the floor. Do you think I'll let you get away? The words came from behind them. As soon as the door opened, Ragnar felt the presence of something falling from above. Both of them, without concern for their own lives, were targeting Anne. Ragnar hadn't even seen them yet, but he instinctively recognized the type of monsters attacking. His senses fused, and he spread a net around his body, predicting their movements. 2 owlbears with claws extended were charging at them, their bodies moving as if they were arrows shot from a ballista. Ragnar held Anne with his left arm and swung his sword with his right. He stopped his breath and unleashed his will. The sword, moving with an unbeatable speed and power, struck the monsters. Whoosh! Thud! The monsters were sent flying into the corridor, rolling as they crashed into the walls. One's head was crushed, while the other was sliced from the chest to the chin, a deep gash marking its body. Black blood gushed out, filling the corridor. The rain drenched the ground, and the black blood was diluted by the water. After cutting down the 2 monsters, Ragnar instinctively leapt to the side, but the pungent, acrid smell hit his nose. This is bad. His instincts warned him. At the same time, Anne, still in his arms, couldn't adjust to the high-speed movement. She stuck her head out and vomited the contents of her stomach. Ugh! Yellow bile splashed onto Ragnar's boots. It seemed Anne couldn't handle the speed of Ragnar's high-speed movement, which was beyond her body's training capacity. Despite the dizziness, as if her head were being grabbed and shaken constantly, she gritted her teeth and spoke. Poison! She didn't have the strength to say more. Ragnar realized at the same time. The 2 monsters sprayed something all over their bodies and then attacked. The air smelled of poison, as if he had just bathed in it. Because of this, Ragnar could feel the toxin entering his nose, and at the same time he felt his limbs weakening. Will began to move, fighting off the poison within his body. It was a natural reaction. However, even Will couldn't erase all the poison. It only helped him endure it a little longer. But this poison seemed to have been crafted specifically to target knights, and its effects quickly spread through his entire body. His legs wobbled. Despite not having done anything, he could feel his body lose strength. Does being a knight mean you're immune to all poisons? Ragnar and Anne were heading down the corridor towards the outside, while the figure resembling Odenkar came out from the room Anne had been in and spoke. His face was that of Odenkar, but his essence was completely different. That's a foolish notion. Just because you're a knight, don't act so arrogantly. Idiots drunk on their own power. Ragnar stared at the man. He had become more muscular since the last time Ragnar saw him, his limbs thicker and his torso bulkier. It wasn't because he had gotten wet from the rain. The man had clearly modified his own body. He raised his discolored, blackened fingers and pointed at Ragnar. You will vomit blood and crawl on the floor, begging for your life. The man spoke as if he already knew he would win. He didn't smile, speaking with the calm assurance that his words would come true. Ragnar wasn't someone who would use his head like Rem or Enkrid. Therefore, he didn't think about what had happened or why it was happening. Instead, he always knew exactly what needed to be done in the present moment. It was a talent, if anything. When I start fighting, you should go find Captain. Ragnar spoke. If this was going to be the moment he burned his life away to save this woman, then so be it. If the only thing he could leave behind in his final moments was Anne, he would be content with that. Whether it was a short life or a long life, he had no regrets. Ragnar had made his resolve. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You crazy bastard. Eat this. Anne wiped her mouth roughly after vomiting and pulled a pill, the size of a thumbnail, from her pocket. She shoved it into Ragnar's mouth. As soon as Ragnar swallowed the pill, Anne asked, I'll deal with that bastard's tricks. While I do that, can you take down and everything else? Ragnar nodded at her forceful words and responded, That's easy. The man, with Odenkar's face, furrowed his brows. What the hell was this fool saying now? Don't you both want to die peacefully? Should he make them regret running their mouths like this before they die, using them as test subjects? He said, and just then, Ragnar felt the strength that had been draining from his limbs return, and were quieting down. The effect of the antidote was immediate. Normally, antidotes were far more difficult to make than poisons, but in this case, the antidote worked faster than expected. Those knowledgeable in alchemy would say Anne's skills were at least 10 times better than the person standing in front of them. It was the difference between a genius and an average person. It was like comparing a child to a trained adult soldier. Of course, Ragnar didn't know that. He only knew it was time to wield his sword. He was about to do what he did best. Even though he didn't think things through, Ragnar instinctively knew exactly what he had to do. Chapter 702, Monster and Talent. The man who resembled Odenkar had come here on the orders of his master. His master had told him, go and kill. That was it. The reason? He didn't need to know. His master was a god. Obeying a god's words was only natural for a follower. Killing a mere girl, was that such a grand task? He set out with a light heart. What truly mattered was what he had to do after all of this was over. This was no different from entering the slums, picking up a child who would otherwise end up as a thief, a beggar, or a street urchin with severed limbs, and leading them away. It was that simple. It was that insignificant. Fetching a test subject, he could have ordered one of his subordinates to do it. The sheer triviality of the task sparked a small ember of discontent within him. Wasn't he meant for something greater? Then why was he doing this? Blasphemy. He scolded himself. He was a follower. He had to be faithful to his god. Even if it wasn't apparent, his master surely had a grand plan. That was what a god was. A god tested faith by taking away wealth, by killing one's children. A god watched whether faith endured even when boils covered the body, pushing the afflicted to the brink of agony. Some might call it cruelty, but to him, it was devotion. Coming back to this insignificant task, if a slum girl resisted, nothing would change. A pack of monsters, mutated into something special, stood behind him. He wielded poison. If the girl resisted, he would simply subdue her. A knight blocked his way, but even that shouldn't have been a problem. My poison can't be countered so easily. The man shook his head and was about to speak when his words were cut off. A deafening explosion tore through the storm. Boom! A sword cleaved through the air, splitting the sound itself. A great sword had bisected a monster. A scaler. A creature with skin so tough that it rivaled the man himself. To be precise, the monster had been aiming for the girl's back, but the wielder of the great sword had turned effortlessly and swung, cutting it down in an instant. And that wielder had already been poisoned. Why is he still fine? Knights were monsters, he knew that. That was why he used poison and concoctions that could melt bone. Crash! The sound of rain roared in, filling the silence left by the sword's strike. The storm threatened to flood the entire place. Water streamed from the rooms into the hallway, soaking the floor. Despite the inconvenience, Ragnar kicked through the water and shifted his footing, brandishing the great sword in both hands. 8 feet. Not on. 2. Stud. Slash. Rip. An owlbear and another scaler, both charging blindly, were effortlessly cleaved apart. The black-scaled scaler's dead eyes rolled in its split skull before going still. Even after being bisected, it twitched from sheer tenacity before finally dying. The knight, a monster himself, held his greatsword with one hand and casually rolled his other shoulder, as if checking for stiffness. What kind of medicine was that? The knight asked the woman beside him. It's nothing special. It was some crude nerve poison, so I gave you an antidote I made a while ago. Looked like a neurotoxin extracted from snakes. You catch a few venomous ones. Inject small doses into goats or camels to build resistance, and then refine that. But would you even understand if I explain? The target of the mission, the girl, tilted her head. Her red eyes held no pride in her accomplishment. She spoke as if it were nothing. Nonsense! The follower shouted. This poison had undergone countless refinements. How could she have an antidote? Especially when the neurotoxin in use had only been developed last month. It made no sense. What's nonsense? The girl asked. You can't create an antidote without knowing my poison. The follower answered, and the girl simply plucked an imaginary flower from the air and spoke as if it were the most trivial thing. It's just a poorly made poison. Nothing special. For her words to make sense, one assumption had to be true. The poison he had spent his entire life perfecting was nothing more than a crude, common formula to her. That his life's work was just another passing theory to this girl. Could that be possible? If it was. Then she was a monster among monsters. In the follower's eyes, she was even more terrifying than the knight wielding the greatsword. His jealousy boiled over, making his eyes burn. He had to kill her. For some unknown reason, a sense of duty flared up within him. He pulled out a new toxin, a hallucinogen that drove victims into a state of euphoric madness until they died in a lustful frenzy. If they were outside, the rain might have washed it away. But here, they were trapped. Rubbing the powder between his hands, he released it into the air. This would work. It had to work. Why do you keep doing useless things? And what's wrong with your face? You've had surgery, haven't you? Anne, always carrying her well-oiled leather bag, custom-made by a former border guard squad leader known for his exceptional stitching, reached inside, pulled something out, and tossed it into her mouth. Then she popped another pill into Ragnar's. The great sword-wielding knight despite having arms and hands of his own, obediently accepted the medicine. That sight enraged the follower. His conviction to kill them burned hotter than ever. But neither of them reacted to the airborne toxin. No flushed skin. No dilated pupils. Not even a cough. When the powder failed, the man threw a vial, his strongest concoction. A corrosive that could melt not just monster-hide armor, but even bone. Human skin? It would dissolve just from the fumes. The liquid splattered midair. At the same time, he hurled a javelin, coated in poison. His enhanced muscles gave him knight-level strength. Theoretically, but relying solely on physical strength to face a knight was foolish. The follower knew that. That's why he used poisoned weapons. He still had 3 more javelins on his waist, shortened for close-range throws. Originally 5, but he had already used 2. One through the window, another upon entering. The knight swung his greatsword like a rapier, deflecting the javelin. He avoided the falling vial by shifting his footing, all while carrying another person in his arms. Yea! The follower lost his reason and shouted. His heart pounded, and his vision turned red. He had to kill them immediately, especially that little monster. A dozen monsters rose from the darkness and charged. A modified scaler with bat wings scurried along the ceiling of the corridor. The real threat is the little monster. The one with the greatsword. I can find a way to kill him. He soon realized that was a delusion. The moment he twitched, the greatsword moved at a speed beyond what his dynamic vision could follow. Boom! Boom! The air itself was torn apart with a series of deafening cracks. 4 of the charging monsters were shredded and crushed, flung away like ragdolls. The follower, in the middle of reaching back to throw another spear, froze. These crazy monster bastards. It wasn't exactly his place to say that, considering he had surgically altered his own body and face. But from his perspective, the sentiment was understandable. He had forsaken his humanity, choosing to live among monsters in pursuit of becoming a superior being. To be even more honest, he simply wanted to catch up with those so-called geniuses and feel superior for once. Yet now, 2 monsters who casually invalidated everything he had worked for stood in his way. They hadn't abandoned their humanity, yet they were naturally superior to him. The realization sparked a deep sense of self-loathing he had never felt before. Why? Why is this happening? I abandoned my humanity, so why? The monsters he had brought should have at least been able to trouble ordinary knights. With his poison, he should have been able to kill them. Not even close. The great sword-wielding monster slaughtered every creature with ease, all while protecting the smaller one. And then he turned his sword on the follower. Aside from one fleeting moment at the start, the follower never got a proper look at the little woman. The great sword-wielding monster simply didn't allow it. It was the same at the end. The man charged him head-on, brought his great sword down, and retreated. The movement deliberately shielded the woman behind him. The monster withdrew even faster than he advanced. The follower had no tricks left, but even if he did, it wouldn't have mattered. That man never let his guard down, not even at the very last moment. Gruk. As his head was split open by the greatsword, the carefully balanced poisons within his body went wild, tearing through his organs. In the end, he would die from his own venom before the sword. Before his last flicker of consciousness faded, he finally understood why he had been so fixated on killing that small woman. She's an obstacle to my master. A talent too great could only inspire fear. And that woman seemed to have the power to thwart whatever his master had planned. A dying thought was something no one could pass on. And so, he simply perished. Are you all right? Ragnar stepped back from the corpses of the slain monsters and wiped the blade of his greatsword. Just by looking, he could tell the edge was chipped and uneven. The monsters' bodies had been saturated with venom. One of them even had blood similar to the burning alchemical concoctions used by that scalar-wielding bastard. A liquid that incinerated anything it touched. Even with an antidote, mere contact would corrode the skin and cause festering wounds. But Ragnar had simply avoided every single drop by predicting their trajectory. Only a few splashes of poison had landed on his coat. His doublet, reinforced with high-quality monster hide, served as decent armor on its own. Of course, it would be standard to wear metal plating over it. The garment had a few holes now. The blade of his sword, after cutting through so many venomous creatures, had suffered only minor damage. "My stomach feels a little off, but I'm fine," Anne replied as she carefully secured the triple-layered cover of her bag. Whoosh! Even in a storm of this magnitude, its contents would remain safe. The bag was designed to keep out water completely, even if submerged. A storm was nothing in comparison. "We should head to the captain, don't you think?" Anne spoke again. There was likely commotion outside, but they had no way of knowing for sure. Even Ragnar couldn't pick up specific sounds amidst a storm like this. Boom! Thunder crashed again and again. Ragnar kept Anne behind him as he walked slowly, staying alert for any enemies he might have overlooked. "Are you protecting me?" Anne asked. Ragnar answered bluntly, as was his nature. He had never been one for deception or pretense. "As long as I'm alive, you won't die." Anne's face turned slightly red. Was this a confession? Enkrid stood facing the head of the Jorn family. Behind him was the fastest swordsman he had ever seen. Her name was Alexandra. And between the two of them, Schmidt, the Imperial troublemaker, had inserted himself into the situation. "What the hell is going on?" Schmidt, drenched like a wet rat, spoke in bewilderment. His soaked hair clung to his face, yet he was too stunned to even brush it aside. If this is an act, then Schmidt would have to be the greatest actor on the continent. Even beyond a knight's instincts, the bewilderment on his face was genuine. Enkrid turned to the Jorn patriarch and asked, "Why did Mileskia die?" The question was why. Even without knowing the full situation, he had sensed that her death had been orchestrated. His question carried that implication. And despite appearances, the patriarch immediately understood and responded. She died to bring about this situation. The family head answered and turned his head toward Enkrid. Qua? The rain, forged of steel, remained relentless. Thunderbolts continued to strike with deafening crashes, unsettling those who wielded metal weapons. A single misstep, and they could be struck dead by lightning. In this season, it was forbidden to fight with metal weapons in Jorn. Given the region's geographical position atop a basin and lightning's attraction to metal, an unlucky warrior could indeed be struck down by the storm. "May I ask you for a favor?" the family head inquired. The unease within Grida stemmed from the family head himself, suspicion that he had betrayed the family for some unknown purpose. "Yes," Enkrid answered calmly. "If I die, take care of what follows. My successor is near-immortal. A man as I stout, near-immortal." Trailing off, the family head stepped closer, bringing his face near Enkrid's ear before finishing his sentence. Enkrid listened, then nodded. "Understood. Thank you. It's nothing, having Ragnar and this man arrive at such a time. Perhaps it is our fortune." As the family head and Enkrid exchanged their hushed conversation, Alexandra spoke, her gaze momentarily shifting to the opposing forces standing amidst the relentless downpour. There might have been traces of nostalgia in her eyes, but to Enkrid all he saw was determination. She continued, "Even if it isn't, well, nothing to be done." Indeed. Enkrid agreed. There was no helping it. The family head is not an enemy. Grida suspected him, but Enkrid had come to a different conclusion. From an outsider's perspective, It was clear. The family head holds the greatest influence without lifting a finger. He has no reason to act directly, and if his intent was to bring ruin to Yuan, this was certainly not the way to do it. He could have simply summoned and eliminated his targets one by one in secret. Moreover, Odinkar's disappearance was likely the work of the family head as well. More accurately, it wasn't a disappearance but an order to hide, either by request or command. Odinkar himself had stated that he was in border guard on the family head's orders. If he hadn't vanished of his own volition, there was only one remaining possibility. There were still uncertainties, but Enkrid had deduced this much from mere conjecture. Of course, there's always the chance the family head got caught up in some cult nonsense and went insane. But could a knight, a wielder of will, be so easily swayed? Highly unlikely. Of course, it was possible that some unknown circumstances had turned the figures standing before him into enemies. But that didn't matter. That was why he had come alone. Just then, the man who had shouted for the family head earlier stepped forward. His name was Rhinox, and he had been the most vocal critic of the family head's actions. Yet, he had never betrayed the family. The reason he had called out to the family head was to ask him to restore order. He had barely managed to calm the divided factions that had been on the brink of clashing. Damn it. Fine, if you raise your swords against each other, I'll crush your skulls. I mean it. Don't fight. Got it? No warnings. No jokes. Did he even know what he was saying? His words were all over the place. Yet his meaning was clear enough that the two groups refrained from immediate conflict. Once the situation had momentarily settled, Rhinox approached and spoke. Heskel stabbed Grida. Enkrid saw that Rhinox had wrapped 6 swords tightly in cloth, likely to protect them from lightning. He must have been in his room, pondering ways to train even in the storm, when everything suddenly erupted. He had likely been ambushed as well. Scratches lined his cheek and shoulder, blackened blood clinging to the wounds. The family head responded, I see. This isn't the time to be so damn composed. Andante is dead too. I was attacked. Some of them still refused to believe Heskel would do such a thing. But Heskel killed Jerry, even Royst and Pale. Damn it! And some even followed him. What's the plan now, Tempe? The family head's name was Tempest. Tempe was a name only close friends used. Rhinox was one of them. Tempest Duan measured his next move, balancing the expected with the unexpected. We find the enemy, and then Rhinox pressed. We fight. The situation had unfolded, leaving only action to be taken. Enkrid nodded at the family head's answer. It was the right decision. Chapter 703. Used both Alexandra had a habit of tormenting her opponent during sparring. Odinkar, when engrossed, couldn't distinguish between practice and real combat, while Grida had difficulty recognizing faces. Rhinox had a similar deficiency. He lacked the ability to judge which side to take. If he didn't act according to his whims, he felt an unbearable itch, as if he couldn't sit still. A particular anecdote from his younger days, when he wandered the continent as a mercenary, perfectly illustrated his bad habits. Why are you standing over there? When yesterday's ally asked, Rhinox answered confidently, Oh, I decided to be on this side from today. What the heck? Even a mercenary sold to Krona should have some sense of ethics. Oh, whatever. Rhinox shut his ears, attempting to assassinate those around him with frustration. Of course, he failed. Yesterday's ally had become today's enemy, all because he had switched sides after a few drinks. His real reason, known only to himself, was that he found someone he liked on the enemy's side. After crossing swords once, he had encountered someone too valuable to kill. So, he changed sides. The conflict was between nobles fighting over land. However, this decision led the opposing noble to recklessly hire a famous mercenary group. One could say that rage had slapped reason across the face. Not to be outdone, the other noble hired a mercenary group of similar scale, and what had started as a minor skirmish among 10 or so individuals escalated into a large-scale battle. The outcome was truly disastrous. Both nobles were ruined in the end. One lacked the krona to pay their mercenaries, and the other faced a rebellion from the conscripted peasants. Had Rhinox and the mercenary group intervened and subdued the situation, it might have been resolved. But at that point, with the battle nearly over, they saw no reason to bother and simply withdrew. There was a reason Rhinox had earned the moniker Destroyer. While it was mainly due to his specialty in dismantling techniques, his actions also had a tendency to lead to complete disaster. As such, he had also acquired the rather unflattering title of mercenary who could always become an enemy. For these reasons, Rhinox never made his own decisions. He was not a pioneer. He did not carve his own path but followed others. Having realized that acting on his whims led to chaos, he accepted that he could never be a patriarch. His question now reflected his life and personality. After he finished explaining his situation, the decision was left to the patriarch. That was Rhinox's way of thinking, and the patriarch's verdict was, "Let's fight." At that moment, a fierce voice erupted from the divided group. "Are you saying my father did that?" "Qua." The pouring rain muffled part of the voice, but it was still clear enough. The reason for the division within Yarn was simple, or rather, it was complicated. One side consisted of those who had suffered at Heskel's hands. The other side consisted of those who believed Heskel would never do such a thing. No matter how much they were told of Heskel's deeds, those who had received his kindness refused to believe it. As tensions between the two factions escalated, something began coalescing in the sky, forming an unnatural shape resembling a human face. "What is that now?" Enkrid, intrigued, instinctively looked up. The rain struck his eyes, forcing him to squint as he tilted his head. Above them, the enormous face-shaped mass spoke. "O cursed ones, I shall take you into my embrace. Leave that place and seek the light. Those who do will live and obtain what they desire." A spell. And a threat. Moreover, its presence was overwhelming. Who wouldn't be overwhelmed? A head larger than a training field had suddenly appeared above them, speaking. The will carried in its voice was so strong that it sent a tingle through their skin. Shark. A crude trick was mixed in. As everyone stared at the floating head, a dark shadow rose abruptly behind the patriarch. All four of them reacted. Enkrid stepped aside. The patriarch twisted his waist and swung his elbow. Rhinox extended his hand in a knife strike, and Alexandra's sword flashed in and out of its sheath, faster than anyone else. The heavy rain obscured sound and smell, dulling the senses. It was a scalar attempting an assassination. The creature had black scales interspersed with red ones. Not quite a named entity, but clearly a unique specimen. A beast that had undergone either evolution or metamorphosis. Thud! Alexandra's sword pierced its neck, creating a gaping hole, and the patriarch followed up with an elbow strike to its head. The creature flew through the air like a severed kite and crashed to the ground. Thump! Thud! It tumbled a few times but then began to rise again, twitching. Impressive tenacity. To endure that and still stand. Did it possess extraordinary vitality? Rhinox finished it off. Retrieving his extended hand, he swiftly closed the distance to the creature. "What are you?" Muttering those words, he unsheathed a slender blade and severed its already wounded neck entirely. Shake! The severed head rolled through the rain. With terrifying speed, Rhinox's sword returned to its sheath. As he sheathed his sword, Rhinox wiped his hands in the air, a gesture that revealed his current abnormal condition. The area where Heskel had struck him had turned black, an unmistakable sign of poisoning. That bastard said the symptoms would worsen over the next 2 days. On top of that, I got scratched by a poisoned blade. That lunatic even coated his engraved weapon with venom. Engraved weapons carried a knight's will. To apply poison to such a weapon, if he had used poison from the start, it would be one thing. But if he resorted to it simply to win, that would surely damage his will. And yet, he had done it. One had to wonder what went on inside Heskel's mind. Enkrid felt a similar curiosity, and the answer wasn't difficult to deduce. He stacked up everything that had happened so far in his mind, organizing the events based on what he had seen and heard. Schmidt came from the Empire and has no ulterior motives. But Heskel had certainly used him, as if pressuring them to board the same ship as the Empire. One only had to look at Schmidt's expression to see it. He looked like a man who had stepped on dung while enjoying a flower-scented picnic. He was furious at the unexpected turn of events. They're using Schmidt's presence to create confusion. A simple tactic, but easy to fall for. Looking back, it seemed obvious, but when Enkrid had first seen it, he had also suspected Imperial trickery. Heskel manages the traffic between 3 villages and acts directly, so it would have been easy for him to hear about Unkar and Magrun's return. And in doing so, he would have also learned that Enkrid, Ragnar, and Anne had joined them. Why did they target Anne? That wasn't Heskel's doing. He merely played along. Heskel opened the way and guided the direction, but this wasn't his intention. He had seen his swordsmanship. The precision evident in his techniques suggested a mind adept at strategic thinking. But such machinations weren't his style, which meant the real instigator had to be a mage or a sorcerer. He has mages and sorcerers under his command. Or perhaps they were his allies. He didn't leave things to chance. That was what Heskel had done. Now, seeing everything in hindsight, Enkrid realized he himself had been used. The Patriarch was made to suspect me. Ragnar, returning after years, had abruptly demanded sunrise. The Patriarch and his wife, aware of the current crisis, wouldn't have been able to hand it over so easily. And then came the doubt. Could Enkrid of Border Guard be the hidden backer aiming for Johan? Wasn't that a reasonable suspicion? From an outsider's perspective, the Border Guard had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. To those unfamiliar with them, it might have looked like Norillia had revealed a hidden military force, much like Aspen had concealed its knights. So Norillia had indeed kept a dagger hidden. It wasn't hard to see how the thought process could lead to such a conclusion. Johan had power. Enough that Schmidt, the Imperial recruiter, had personally visited to extend an offer. Johan had always refused the calls of those seeking its strength. Sometimes with force, sometimes with negotiation. But because this had happened repeatedly, those observing from the outside had grown wary of what this secretive force truly intended. Heskel had exploited that wariness, skillfully pitting both sides against each other. He deliberately showed Grida traces of monsters. So what had Heskel been doing behind the scenes? Stalling for time. And as a result, Johan found itself facing the same kind of manipulation Enkrid had endured on his way here. It stings. They had been completely played. Would it have been different if Krays or Abnaya had been here? He wasn't sure. At least he understood Heskel's tactics now, delaying. But his goal remained unknown, beyond speculation. What about the Patriarch? According to Anne, the Patriarch had even delayed receiving treatment. He had outright refused a diagnosis. His words at the time had been, "Not now." Anne was the only one who heard that, and she only shared it with Ragnar, which made sense. Ragnar, guarding her, had heard it directly. But even if he hadn't, there was no one else she could have confided in. Anne had stirred things up, claiming she was here to cure an illness, not to lift a curse. No one voiced their discomfort outright, but their unease was clear. Having an outsider suddenly arrive and ask about someone's cough, that must have seemed like an insult to the Maleskia, their healer. Clever. The Patriarch's knock now wasn't directed at himself or Ragnar. It was meant for them, through Anne, using his own illness as a message. Was he saying it wasn't time to take sunrise yet? Or was he asking them to wait, regardless of their reason for being here? Realizing this now felt a little late. But every time he recalled those words, "Not now," new thoughts surfaced. Which meant the Patriarch's intent had, to some degree, succeeded. One conclusion emerged from all this speculation. The Patriarch was waiting for this too. On the way to Yuan, Odenkar had complained about the unseen enemy lurking in the shadows. The Patriarch was the same. He wanted the enemy to reveal itself. He had known that if left alone, things would eventually fester and explode. So he had sought to draw the hidden foe out as quickly as possible. The Patriarch had used Enkrid too. He had recognized Enkrid's reputation as the border guard's commander and Ragnar's skills. He had also ensured Anne faced no obstacles as she moved about the estate. Even if it wasn't obvious on the surface, he had done so. And he had Alexandra train me. Why? Because it was a sign. This side was an ally. If Enkrid turned out to be an enemy, there would be no helping it. But if his arrival here was merely coincidence, then they didn't leave coincidence as just coincidence. The unexpected outsider was drawn in as much as possible, making sure the one holding him had the upper hand. The Patriarch had forced Heskel into the open. Heskel, in turn, had stalled for time, waiting for his moment to strike. The Patriarch had spent years engaged in a battle of wits with an unseen foe. "These people," Enkrid muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, the face floating in the air, still smug even after sending a scalar their way, spoke brazenly. "You think adding 2 swordsmen and a little girl changes anything? Tempest Yoran?" Then, as he saw what the Patriarch did next, Enkrid involuntarily laughed. The Patriarch raised his fist toward the sky, his middle finger extended. Across continents, cultures varied, but everyone present understood the gesture. It was, in essence, telling him to shut up and get lost, or perhaps suggesting he take his own genitals and enjoy them, a gesture wholly incongruous with his serious expression. The Patriarch wasn't hiding his emotions. And now Enkrid finally understood that. Greta can't recognize people for what they are. Alexandra breaks out in hives if she doesn't torment her opponent in sparring. That's not entirely true, Alexandra interjected from the side. But wasn't this the sort of thing that an outsider noticed best? That was objectivity. Magrun can't hold back his sharp tongue. And you don't know how to express your emotions. The Patriarch nodded at Enkrid. The emotion he had shown toward Ragnar earlier, that had been real. His worry was real. His joy was real. A thunderclap, unlike anything before, split the air. Dozens of jagged streaks of white light ripped across the sky, striking the floating face. As lightning tore through him, all that remained in the heavens was the dark storm cloud. Only then did Ragnar finally emerge from within and ask, "Some half-wit was targeting Anne, so I cut him down. What's going on?" Enkrid gave a brief answer. "We fight." Ragnar nodded. It wasn't obvious, but there was a subtle hint of anticipation in the gesture. If it weren't that, he would have just brushed it off as nothing important. For some reason, he seemed frustrated, like he was holding something in. It felt like he was on the verge of letting it all out as anger, but was barely keeping it together. In short, that bastard was itching for a fight. Well, Enkrid could guess why he was pissed, though. "I'm not as bad as him." With that thought, Enkrid felt a thrill at the idea of proving the face in the sky wrong. Just 2 swordsmen, huh? Where did the limits of that just lie? It was worth exploring. Of course, there was a mountain of things to do first. But for now, the priority was stopping the groups up ahead before they tore each other apart. Chapter 704. Now is the time Heskel. Heskel was a truly cunning man. When he left, he not only harmed several people but also sowed the seeds of discord. One side saw Heskel kill their friend. With bloodshot eyes, it was natural to be trembling with betrayal. I saw it with my own eyes, Riley. He looked ready to draw his sword at any moment. Damn it! If it weren't for my father, you'd have died last year. The other side hadn't seen Heskel commit the act directly. And up until now, Heskel had lived a life of devotion in Yorn, saving others, caring for them, loving, and raising a child. That child had become a central figure among one of the factions. Though he walked with a limp, his swordsmanship was as sharp as that of the giant kin Anna Hera. His name was Riley Warren. Wasn't it said that Heskel personally developed the one-legged sword technique for him? Even Enkrid had sparred with him a few times. The unique rhythm of that style made it quite enjoyable to go up against. If one had to categorize it, perhaps it was a finishing style technique. He wasn't just ordinary. Not saying that because of the limp. Here in Yuan, many had the potential to become knights if luck was on their side. Everyone within the boundaries of Yuan was like that. A system for geniuses. That is, a place that offered training for the gifted, encouraging them to keep improving and pressing forward. That was the basic requirement for anyone wanting to remain in Yuan. But what if you don't have talent and still want to endure? He naturally tried applying the question to himself, but found no answer. There was no teaching here for the average. To keep that drive to improve, someone had to guide you, but begging alone wouldn't get you a sword teacher. No one would just hand over their art. Every teacher had a different method, but no teacher would pour passion into someone who couldn't keep up. No point in offering something like Krona either. These people merely enjoyed watching talent shine. So those who were average or below wouldn't even get a chance to learn. It was cold. But that was probably why Yuan had become what it was today. But are all people the same? Could it be that everyone in Yuan only cared about swordsmanship? Even among frogs, there were those who crafted ornaments. There was a dwarf who'd sold off his artisan pride to some barmaid. And at Border Guard there was even a giant who wanted to be a merchant. People aren't all the same. It was something he'd learned through life. Heskel's son was special in that way. No one thought he possessed great talent. The reason Riley was who he was today was because someone had persistently taught and cared for him. Someone had made a limping cripple into a swordsman. And that someone was Heskel. There was no need to say it twice. Qua. A knight's sharp senses told him the rain had lightened a little. It made sense. If the earlier downpour had continued, the entire continent would have drowned. The land of Yuan, nestled above the basin, wasn't just soaked. It was fully drenched and muddy, splattering muck-stained boots and trousers. Patriarch Kempis Tuan had declared that the current priority was reconnaissance and combat. At this rate, the enemy will show themselves. They would appear at their desired moment and place. Choosing when the battle started was now the enemy's prerogative. They had yet to reveal themselves, but Yuan had. It was inevitable. The actual fight would come later. From Enkrid's perspective, the more urgent task was calming the internal strife. That's why he was watching, wondering what the Patriarch would do. Ragna, having heard a rough explanation from Rhinox, came over and said, "There was someone with Odinkar's face." That meant someone had altered their face. The implication was clear. Ragna was also questioning whether it was truly Heskel who had done all this. Even though Ragna had only seen him a few times as a child and after coming here, He still found it hard to believe Heskel would do something like this. That's how deeply Heskel had earned their trust. "It's Heskel," the patriarch replied, cutting off any pointless back and forth. He was saying he understood everything Ragnar's words implied, and thus his response was firm. Enkrid hadn't known, but the patriarch had already learned about Ragnar's group being ambushed, and had even retraced the events in reverse. It hadn't happened in his own backyard, but close enough. Fooling all the surrounding patrols? Not even he could manage that. So the conclusion was clear. There was an accomplice. But how far did the assistance go? And for what purpose? That part remained a mystery. Then what can I do? The patriarch asked himself and answered. When lost on the path of swordsmanship, what do? You wait until the path reveals itself, be it swordsmanship or life. It was the same for him, one and the same. Year after year, even as his illness worsened, the patriarch showed remarkable patience. Tempests feel emotions more faintly than ordinary people. He struggled to empathize with others' feelings. That made whimsy the least fitting word for him. His patience was among the best on the continent, a rare strength born of emotional deficiency. And to add, the only time he ever spoke of emotions was when crossing blades. He overcame his emotional emptiness with the sword. A fitting warrior for Yuan's philosophy. He waited. He had learned that the so-called family curse was actually an illness. Even when the number of afflicted suddenly surged and inexplicable symptoms arose, he endured. But now, there was a problem. The disease progressed far faster than expected, burdening his body. More than half the day he couldn't muster any strength. His lungs had shrunk, and breathing had become short. Seizure-like convulsions struck without warning. Just because one's a knight doesn't mean they're not human. Ordinary illnesses could be brushed off easily. But this was a disease carefully spread and worsened over years. It was eating away at him. Still, he held on. In the meantime, he did what he could. Odenkar, go fetch Grida, and Ragnar. By sending Odenkar out, he both protected him and removed him from the circle of suspicion. Even if Odenkar didn't want to go, he obeyed. There's a monster of a man at Bordegaard, sir. Judging by Odenkar's words when he returned, caked in dust, it hadn't been a dull trip. Casting aside his thoughts, the head of the house stepped between the ones who were fighting. I can't believe it. Riley Wan spoke. He was the son raised by Heskel. Though not related by blood, everyone believed otherwise. And because of that, the fact that Heskel didn't take Riley with him only complicated people's thoughts. Anyone would begin to suspect Riley. If it were Heskel, of course he should have taken Riley. That was the perspective everyone held. The head of house looked across at those glaring with bloodshot eyes from the other side of Riley. I just came from wrapping bandages around Grida's abdomen. She barely survived. One of them spoke. It seemed he had seen Grida get stabbed up close. It was Heskel himself. Who else could have done this if not him? The swordsmanship, the mannerisms, everything was the same. His tone was calm, but there was a fire beneath it. A fire that wouldn't easily go out, even in this downpour. The head of house looked around to both sides. No one was spared from the rain. Riley's pupils trembled violently. Seeing the silent head of house, he was nearly losing consciousness. Was I abandoned? That dagger-like thought stabbed at his heart again and again. He had always suffered from loneliness, and if he wasn't acknowledged by someone, he would be consumed by despair. And he too bore the name Yuan. Riley? Yes? Go ask him. If Heskel appears, ask him the question you carry in your heart. Until then, endure. He didn't need to hear an answer. Riley gave up making excuses for Heskel. The head didn't tell him to draw his sword and charge. He told him to ask. So he had to wait. The group had split into two, and Riley's side was clearly at a disadvantage. If swords had been drawn, unless lightning struck down repeatedly to take his side, Riley's group would have lost. We will fight. Until then, conserve your strength. That's an order. A command from the head of house was absolute. Unless Yarn itself was in danger, he didn't issue orders. That was well known to all. And since they were Ent soldiers, no one raised their voice. Swah! Through the slightly thinning curtain of rain, lightning flashed white. Qua boom! It was as if a god stretched out a finger to strike down vermin, but failed. The bolt struck the far end of the basin, ripping through the ground. If it had landed on this side, it might have taken one or two with it. Though it narrowly avoided the tall lightning rod placed at one side of the basin, it still missed its mark. The only thing we can trust is the sword in our hands. Remember that, the head said, turning his body first. Enkrid watched it all and gave a nod. There's no need to suppress this discord. No need to trust everyone behind his back either. The only thing he could believe in was the sword in his hand. Well, Rhinox was carrying 6 of them, but still, instead of a speech, the head had spoken truth and promised everyone later. During that time, Ragnar had approached and reported what happened inside. Once he finished, Enkrid replied, I see. They're targeting Anne. Then we make sure they don't even get the chance to think about it. Simple words, but their will was unshakable. They both had the same resolve, to never forgive the face of the one who did this. The rain looked like it might be letting up a little, but it still showed no signs of stopping completely. A strong wind blew, and if one wasn't careful, it felt like it might lift them off the ground. That's how powerful it was. This is bad. Real bad. Damn it, even my old condition is acting up, said Rhinox, furrowing his brow as he approached. What condition? Sometimes I lose strength in my hands. I was holding on thanks to the meds from Mileskia. Condition my foot. It was Anne's voice. As a gust strong enough to uproot a tree swept through, Anne dove into Ragnar's arms to hold her ground. She shouted out, voice full of frustration. That's not a condition. Someone spread that illness. Rhinox understood how grim the situation was. That's why he hadn't even had time to be shocked by Heskel's betrayal. There were more than a few people groaning from their illnesses flaring up. And if the enemy attacked now, well, it wouldn't be easy. Not even close. Rhinox voiced his thoughts. What do you mean by that? Get everyone inside. I can't explain it out here. It was dreadful weather. Anne felt like a few more drops would pierce holes through her skin. Ragnar wrapped his cloak around her head and lifted her into his arms. He carried her into the building. The only somewhat sturdy place was the mansion where the head stayed. Head! Head! Rhinox, realizing hand signals would be useless, rushed over to relay Anne's words. Do as the girl says. The head made his decision, and everyone followed Anne inside. She had gone in first, grabbed a towel, and roughly dried her hair and body before stepping onto the staircase. The first floor had flooded. It was no place to stand. What about Greta? Anne asked, shaking water from her hair. Bring her. The head responded immediately, and several, including Anahera, moved. Anahera mentioned that Greta was her one and only friend. Even giants spoke of friendship and loyalty. But a man, a knight who swore a lifetime to Yorn out of love, had struck them in the back. And what a fierce blow it had been. Yorn was left in chaos. Standing above the stairs, Anne looked down at the gathering below. She had been all over the estate collecting symptoms from those afflicted. In her head were formulas for treating hundreds of illnesses, some learned from her malicious master, some, she discovered herself, and some she wrung out of craze at Borderguard with bribes of krona. "Everyone, tell me your symptoms again, and bring me the herbs I name. Can you do that?" "We can." Surprisingly, the head answered first. Enkrid, knowing the head felt no emotions, could still tell what he was feeling now. Restlessness. The head could not express it with words, only through his actions. He even looks a little excited. Of course, from the outside, it was impossible to read any emotion on his face. "Then please do it," Ragnar shouted loud enough for everyone in the loosely gathered crowd to hear. "Line up. Order would definitely be more efficient." The moment Ragnar finished speaking, the head of the house stepped to the front. "It's time," the head said. It probably meant he was correcting his earlier words of "not now," and stared at him with a baffled look. "Your illness isn't something that can be cured with a snap, sir. I told you it can't be done now. Then a medicine that slows the symptoms is fine. One that works instantly when I drink it in battle. That's a pretty specific request. Is it not possible?" Anne wasn't tense, so she didn't even pretend to catch her breath. She answered right away, "It's possible." There was a lot to do. With talk of enemies possibly invading from outside, it was her job to make sure these people could fight in top condition. That meant she was busy, and even before her hands could get busy, her mind had already kicked into full gear. There was no time for nerves. "Do you have centella?" "What's that?" The person directly behind the head was Rhinox. Anne asked the man behind her, and he responded with a question of his own. "It's green, shaped like this. Go find it." Anne gestured with her hands to describe it, though it wasn't easy to understand. "Go to Maleshkia's lab and bring anything that looks like a herb. Make sure it doesn't get wet." The head immediately gave the order. He seemed just as busy. Fetching herbs without getting them wet in this storm would be no easy task, but the one still in decent shape began moving. Chapter 705. Information is key, since they belonged to someone who was now dead. They were effectively keepsakes. They might carry sentimental value for someone, but there was no time for sentimentality right now. Paying respects to the dead would come after everything was over. Holding back on using resources in a crisis, that was the act of a true idiot. Some herbs that could afford to get wet were completely soaked by the rain, and the rest were tightly wrapped in oil-soaked cloaks and such. Enkrid recognized at most 3 of the herbs. Even with his rough-and-tumble experience in various places, which gave him some knowledge of emergency treatment, that was all. After all, many of the treatments known among soldiers and mercenaries were old folk remedies without proven efficacy. Like spitting on a wound because spit keeps it from rotting. Many herbs looked familiar but had unknown names. Others were too soaked to even identify properly. "Give them all to me." Anne climbed the stairs and spread the herbs out along the hallway floor. She placed her own bag beside them and began sorting and organizing the herbs. Her hands moved without hesitation. She recognized the herbs at a glance and worked quickly. Ragnar stood silently behind her. Everyone, including the head of the house, simply watched Anne's hands without a word. Some might have felt uneasy, but most looked calm. Part of it was because everyone in Wan had nerves of steel, but more than that, it was probably due to the composure of the head of the house himself. He casually dragged a chair over and sat down, then took off his wet boots, smacked them against his hands to shake out the water, turned them upside down, and stared indifferently out the window. Swah! Boom! Amid the crashing of thunder and the howling storm came sharp sounds. Tap, crack, snap, thud, grind. Anne was crushing and mixing herbs in a small mortar, blending them with liquids. She had already finished sorting. Now, she got to work. Anna Hera brought over Greta and laid her down nearby. She hadn't been carried like dead weight, just weakened. Greta had lost a lot of blood and her complexion was pale. but her eyes were still vivid and alert. Even as she lay down, she didn't let out a single groan. She endured the pain. "Take care of her," the giant spoke. Anne didn't even look up as she gave a half-hearted reply. Yeah. It sounded like she was brushing her off, but no one said a word. Anne immediately slipped a knife under the bandages around Grida's abdomen and sliced them open with a single pull. Her swift movements were sharp enough to rival Ragnar's blade work. She examined the wound closely, then poured a potion over it. The liquid from the metal vial splashed onto Grida's stomach. Boo-boo-boo. Bubbles frothed from the wound, and Grida's body trembled violently. A few people watched intently. Is that stuff safe? Some likely had their doubts. Anne didn't pay any attention to them. She checked that the bubbles had cleared, then handed Ragnar another vial. This goes on now. Ragnar poured the liquid over Anne's hands, and she moistened her fingers with it, then picked up a needle and thread. The liquid on her hands dried quickly, as if it scattered into the air. She threaded the needle and began stitching the wound. It was the first time Enkrid had seen this kind of treatment. It was also the first time he'd seen Anne move with such practiced skill. The needle pierced skin. Was it less painful than being stabbed? Eskil had stabbed her in the gut after all. That was a surprise attack. Now she had to lie there watching a needle sew her own flesh. A stab was over in an instant, but this pain was prolonged. It should have hurt more now. Yet Grida remained calm. Her brow twitched with each stitch, but she didn't cry out. And when she finally spoke, her anger seemed more about the situation than the pain. "So, it wasn't Father. That's a relief, I guess. Damn it, but I still feel like I got played," she muttered from where she lay. Some listened closely. Others didn't react. "You didn't suspect, Heskell?" The head of the house turned his gaze from the window to Grida, gave her a glance, then looked out again. Enkrid was getting used to his mannerisms. He could tell why the man kept staring out the window. Next to him, Alexandra was explaining something to Schmidt. The more she talked, the more serious Schmidt's expression became. "I did suspect him. I prepared for it. Still got hit." Grida was blunt. It wasn't that she lacked competitiveness, she just prioritized what came next over what had already happened. Guardians of Yuan were always preparing for the future. Enkrid finally understood what being a guardian meant, which is why he couldn't grasp Heskell's behavior. Grida's actions matched the role of a guardian. But Heskell, the man had served as a guardian for decades. Why suddenly betray that now? "Not my problem." Enkrid was a knight, not a solver of mysteries. His job was clear. If he wanted to find out why, he could always ask while holding a blade to the man's throat later. Is there any faster or more effective method? There wasn't. And if someone still didn't talk even with a blade at their throat, then no method would work anyway. Well, technically there were psychological tricks, deception, pressure, manipulation. With those, sure, you could probably draw something out. But does it really matter? What's done is done. What lay inside Heskell's mind didn't matter anymore. Enkrid's gaze drifted to the limping swordsman, Heskell's son. Skill-wise, about the level of a junior knight. What he wanted most was to run confidently on both legs. In swordsmanship, not being able to use your feet puts you at a disadvantage. That's why he trained for a single strike style, putting everything into one decisive blow. He even learned to fight with one leg. All of it made possible by Heskell. Right now, the person who most wanted to know what was going on inside Heskell's head was probably Riley Wan. And yet even he didn't know. The subtle anxiety in his face, his tightly sealed lips, and the occasional flicker in his eyes, they revealed his unrest. Can he even fight properly like that? If your heart isn't steady, your sword won't be either. Did the Lord have a role in mind for Riley Warren? Like, maybe to shake Heskel's concentration? The child he had raised for over 10 years now called out to him and asked, "Father, why did you do it?" Would Heskel be shaken? Who could say? Was Riley really such a risk that he might betray them and cause this kind of chaos behind the scenes? It didn't seem likely. Enkrid approached the family head, who was silently gazing out the window. "It's not that I got weaker." Heskel was hiding his strength. "He was strong, father." As Greta spoke, the family head gave a slight nod of the chin, likely a sign of acknowledgement. Still, no emotion could be seen. "Do you see anything?" Enkrid, who had come closer, asked quietly. The reason the family head was staring out the window was because he knew Heskel wasn't the only one behind this. He suspected outside interference. Someone else might be making moves. That's why he kept watch beyond the walls. Some, those who were sharp or quick to assess the situation, wore similar expressions as the family head. Well, a few of them had even closed their eyes, like blacksmiths silently sharpening a blade, focusing their attention with quiet intensity. Take Alexandra, for instance. After a brief conversation with Schmidt, she now leaned against the wall, eyes closed, calmly regulating her breath. Watching her, it felt like looking at a sword wrapped in thin cloth. A blade covered not by a proper sheath, but merely with cloth, as if a scabbard would be overkill, ready to be drawn and swung at a moment's notice. "Nothing," the family head replied plainly. Enkrid was finally growing used to him. Don't try to read his emotions. Just observe his actions and attitude as they are. Seen that way, his behavioral logic was rather simple. Not that he didn't make use of his unreadable face. He used it as a shield, concealing his true intentions and leading others to misinterpret him. A bit of a schemer, perhaps. Then again, a man of his position should be skilled in scheming. Viewed like this, it was clear what Juan was. Jorn was a nation. In other words, the family head was the king of this small state called Juan. Heskel was a rebel. Many, including Rhinox, were quietly listening in on the conversation. But Enkrid figured there was no longer any reason to keep things hidden. No one from Jorn would flee just because the odds weren't in their favor. They had to know, and fight knowingly. The family head likely understood that too. It was only a matter of timing. When to speak to everyone. Maybe he could give that timing a little nudge. "Where is Odenkar?" "He's hidden." Made an excuse and concealed himself. The family head answered immediately. Clearly, they were thinking along the same lines. This was part of the process, letting everyone know what was going on and cutting off unnecessary doubt. To fight properly, the mind must be clear. Some would understand this on their own, but others would be confused. Heskel's betrayal was that big a deal. And Magroon? Militia was genuinely in danger, so I entrusted her to him. Even I don't know where he is now. Swoosh. The rain had weakened compared to earlier. The wind, which had felt like it could tear humans from the ground like weeds, had also lost some of its force. Clatter, clatter. Still, the gusts were strong enough to rattle the window frame. Enkrid recalled something Rhinox had said and asked, why were Jerry, Even, Royst, and Pale targeted? The answer he expected came from the family head. They all have battlefield experience. Heskel was clever. He wouldn't strike just anyone. There was a risk of exposure, yet he still did it. That must mean he had a reason. Enkrid concluded as much. Battlefield experience, meaning they had served in the military. Enkrid scanned the room. It was full of people with strong individual traits, including the family head, Rhinox, and Alexandra. Each of them could make a name for themselves on the continent by skill alone. Even crippled Riley Wan, who was nearly losing his mind over his father's betrayal, would be nearly unmatched if he stepped out into the wider world. But these people didn't know how to fight together. Was a demon involved? Still, they were strong. There were over 5 knights among them. Anyone aiming to take on such a group would need equivalent force. His question was laced with that implication. I don't know. Why not? There are traces of the one who spread the illness, but I've never met them directly. I've been chasing them for over 20 years. Aware they're a persistent, latent threat, they say the hunter's village turned. What's the biggest danger from that? We're trapped. They've likely laid traps all around. The family had answered every question plainly, and everyone was listening. In other words, they were trapped, and they now realized that the twisted mage, who had long spread the illness while thrusting his face up into the sky like some disgusting hobbyist, was also targeting them. And the ones with command experience were all taken out first. Anne was busy grinding herbs and mixing medicine to feed the others. But the reality was that everyone had fallen ill. The objective? As had been said again and again, that wasn't the important part. The blades of Yarn sensed danger. That's why they said what they did. Well, fine, Diarthur. If they come at us, we just kill them all, right? The destroyer, Rhinox, accepted those words without the slightest sign of anxiety. He was a man who changed sides as easily as the mood struck him. But when it came to his family, especially the land where he was born and raised, there was no room for hesitation. Most of those who stayed behind felt the same way. In fact, this conversation was meant to evoke this very mood. If they charge, we cut them down. Simple. Real combat. Thank the stars. My sword's been whining every night, begging for blood. It was driving me mad. You're gonna stab Greya? You're all dead meat. No one was losing heart. In the face of crisis, these people only burned hotter. Sure, there was the occasional madman claiming his sword could talk, but at least no one had broken in spirit. Information is key. Luagarn had repeated that phrase countless times. Her tactical thinking was so exceptional that even among madmen no one could keep up. Enkrid had learned that from her. No matter the battle, there was nothing more critical than gathering intel. That's what Enkrid had been doing this entire time. You had to know what the enemy was after and what kind of danger your allies were in. Now that he'd seen all of it clearly, well, it just didn't feel like that much of a crisis anymore. Chapter 7-6. Righteousness Heskel stood beneath the black veil that shielded him from the pouring rain. Was this created with magic too? It might have been something to marvel at, but Heskel made no remark. A storm raged, blurring everything before his eyes. Night or not, visibility was nearly zero. Yet not a single drop touched his shoulder. Oh, great magic! Was he supposed to offer praise? But Heskel remained indifferent. You did it as planned? The voice came from within the dark veil. Another person stood there. No. Was it really right to call him a person? By Heskel's standards, the figure before him was not human. In fact, the man himself never referred to himself as such. I did, Heskel replied. Good. Then I'll prepare a place for Yoran to rise. And I, as a god, shall establish new laws in this land. Heskel turned his eyes toward the speaker. Dry, cracked skin, like a man on the verge of death. Facial muscles had decayed, giving his face a grotesque shape. His cheeks were hollow, his eyeballs looked ready to fall out. His cheekbones jutted, parts of the skull exposed. No one needed to explain. It was clear the man's body was rotting. The legendary alchemist Demule. Once, it was said that half the alchemists on the continent learned from him. They studied his books, built upon the knowledge he left behind. A ghost of an age long gone. In other words, someone who should have died long ago, yet still lived. Looking at him, Haskell felt the thought rise again. To survive, you have to be on the winning side. Tempest. How one lives afterward, that's a problem for later. Survival comes first. Currently, Johan had no experienced commanders left, and every member was infected. Victory or defeat is decided before the battle begins. That was Haskell's belief. While he thought this, a pungent stench, rancid and sour, pierced his nose. The smell of rotting corpses, Demuel's natural perfume. He stepped closer. Any nearer and Haskell would have to leap outside the veil. That man was dangerous simply by proximity. A being powerful enough to claim godhood with no shame. Your friend will command them. Haskell, pave, Binox, Diox, and Andante. The three swords that once represented one. Among them, Andante had died and been reborn. What does a knight become when resurrected? The alchemist, one who defied nature, turned him into a death knight reborn from death. As the rain thinned, behind the veil emerged a force enduring the storm. Scalers, Medusas, and owlbears, nearly 1,000 strong. A monster army. Behind them stood a being with serpent hair drooping down, head lowered. A single gesture would unleash plague. There was also a warlock whose soul was chained to the plague caster. And within Johan, the people were weakened by the seeds Demuel had scattered. Haskell had taken an antidote, but they had not. This was a battle won before it even began. By now they were likely coughing up blood or burning with fever. Some would hallucinate. Others would go mad in that delirium. And if the fever cooked their brains, they would die just like that. Just like my son did. The disease Demuel had spread would slowly wither them, break their spirits before the fight even began. Why were you so desperate to kill that girl? Haskell asked. Demuel had declared himself a god. And yet, he had pulled every trick in the book just to kill a single girl. He even used those he'd lured from the hunter village, and cast curses to pursue her. Sure, the power behind it all was Demuel's, but Haskell's cunning had placed it where needed and kept it hidden. She annoyed me. Haskell wanted to ask, why really? But Demuel had already turned away. That was the signal, no answer coming. In his place, 2 of his disciples stepped forward. Of the 3 disciples, one had already been sent into Yuan. That one had failed, not because anyone had seen it happen, but because the expected return never came. Ragnar had been by the girl's side. Could Ragnar have cut him down? If so, Ragnar might have been poisoned and died as well. Demuel's disciple was capable of such things. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be walking around unscathed. That would mean one less knight in their force. Haskell pushed aside his curiosity about why Demuel was so concerned about that girl, and began constructing an imaginary battle scenario in his mind. Victory was a given. See? Cough? Cock? One of the men from the Yuan family coughed up blood. The towel he had over his mouth was stained bright red. When the coughing subsided, he pulled the towel away and stared at it. Am I dying? He sounded grim, and coming from a man who had just spat blood, it felt even more dire. Whatever the answer, he was prepared to nod. If he was going to die, he might as well swing his sword one more time before going. His resolve was firm, his will strengthened. And then Anne smacked him on the back. Smack! Oh, please, you're not dying. You just coughed up a little blood. What a grating tone, especially when everyone was busy trying to survive. Even after hitting him, Anne's hands didn't stop moving. She went on checking things here and there, grinding herbs, and mixing medicines. The man had just taken some medicine Anne had given him, and that's what had made him cough up the blood. He'd been dealing with phlegm building up in his throat and a rotten breath for a while now, and eventually lost all drive to do anything. This had gone on so long, he'd secretly made up his mind to move to the retirees' village, a place where those who couldn't survive in Yorn gathered. He figured it suited him perfectly. That's what he thought, and yet this turned out to be an illness? "You whiny brat," one of his friends behind him muttered. The man realized that the foreign sensation in his throat had lessened now that he'd vomited the blood. "Am I better now?" he asked again. "You'll need to take medicine for at least a month. I can't make it now, but once this rain stops, I'll go get what I need and make it for you. Now go." Anne spoke without pause, and the man obediently stepped back. She either fed the others medicine or sliced into their skin with a knife. Some even saw leech-like creatures being pulled from under their flesh. What kind of illness was this? They looked at her with that question in their eyes. "It's not a disease. It's more like a curse. A disease with a curse mixed in." Anne explained it as calmly as if she were talking about the weather. It really was a strange sight. Even the middle-aged man who had just pulled a leech-like thing from his own arm couldn't help but think the same. "A curse," she says. "Weren't curses only removable by destroying the medium or killing the sorcerer who cast it? Healers fix visible abnormalities. If I can see it, I can fix it. In terms of altering the body, curses and diseases are essentially the same." Only a genius could say something like that. Why? Because no alchemist would ever think that way. Not just the patient, Schmidt too was stunned. Amazing. Her way of thinking is different. Judging by the look in his eyes, he was probably planning to ask Anne to come with them once this ordeal was over. Even at a time like this, the Empire's recruiting officer had an eye for talent. Whether that was professional dedication or a sense of duty, who could say? At least he had the sense not to start making moves just yet. Anne didn't take long to identify and treat the illness. And within just one day, no one was coughing up blood, collapsing, or suffering from high fevers and hallucinations. "Eat well and rest plenty. I'd love to tell you not to move your bodies, but that's not happening, is it?" Anne didn't point to anyone specific, but she made that comment nonetheless. "It's not," came the reply. It was Ragna who spoke. "Even if there's little time left, try to get some rest." Well, she meant it at least. Sick bodies don't just bounce back in a flash. So everyone had to do as Anne said. And so they all took rest in their own ways. They piled as much firewood as they could into the mansion's central fireplace and lit it ablaze. They even built a bonfire out front to dry clothes and stay warm. They brought out rations and ate them right where they sat. There was no time or space to go into the dining room and cook leisurely. With most of the Oren family holed up here, there wasn't even enough room to sit comfortably. Some dozed in place. Others checked their weapons. For them, maintaining their blades was a form of rest. Enkrid also checked his sword and changed into dry underclothes, gifts from the fairies. They were fine and all, but the feel wasn't exactly great. It was like wrapping oneself in scratchy leaves. At first it hugged the body nicely, but as time passed, that feeling changed. Expecting silk in a place like this is just greedy. Knowing that, he didn't complain, just acknowledged the discomfort. That's it for now. At some point, Anne raised her hands. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and dark circles hung beneath her eyes. She looked completely drained. "I'm beat." And with that, Anne collapsed into a lying position. Anahira slipped a pillow under her head before it hit the ground. Where did that come from? Then Rhinox appeared with a blanket and tucked her in. Others told her to call them if she needed anything. Some even offered to swing a blade in her place. If not for Anne, few of them would be standing here talking like this. Whatever Heskel had done before he left, something had affected everyone's bodies, including Rhinox. They could all feel it. The symptoms that had been eating away at them suddenly accelerating. And it was an outsider named Anne who stopped it cold. Heskel had probably killed Myliskia banking on the absence of a healer. A single bad call from the enemy. Anne had survived, and perhaps they owed that partly to the ferryman. He'd been constantly urging them to protect her. Fair enough. Enkrid made up his mind to tell the ferryman the full story if they ever met again. The storm that had pounded the earth like it wanted to crack it open with a quah had eventually softened into a shah and then died down entirely. That didn't mean the sun had come out. Even without the storm, the wind was still strong, and fine rain continued to lash sideways. "They're coming," the family head spoke. Judging by the time, it was likely just before dawn. Enkrid stood up, quietly, estimating the hour in his mind. The family head spoke again. "All who can fight, come out." A man who couldn't put emotion into his voice wasn't made for stirring speeches. Which was why the family head didn't rely on words. He always led by example. He picked up his greatsword and stepped outside. Enkrid stood beside Ragnar and watched him for a moment. Unlike his father, Ragnar wore his emotions plainly. He was furious. His face was blank, but the killing intent in his eyes was sharp and cold. "It's okay to be angry," Enkrid said. The Oran family members began filing out one by one. Grida tried to fight with a hole in her stomach. Anne, seeing that, said, "I give full permission to knock her out immediately." Meaning, Grida should stay behind. Enkrid stood with Ragnar, silently watching the others walk out. "Why would I be angry?" Ragnar asked in return. Enkrid felt a pang of frustration. "It's okay to be honest with yourself." He still spoke gently. By now, surely this kid understood. From up close, he could see it clearly. Why hadn't Ragnar taken the sunrise? Why, when he said his goal was the sunrise, was he now doing nothing? Isn't it obvious? What are you trying to say? Sometimes, Enkrid felt frustrated watching these madmen. He didn't get angry at them, but this was too much. "Even if you left, no one would blame you," Enkrid said. "I'm fine." "What if you're dead, daughter? Motriya's words," Ragnar replied. "I don't think you abandoned your duty, but I also don't think you can fix everything with a single swing of your sword." Ragnar said nothing. "When you left this place, were you really just trying to have fun? Is that why your time felt thinner, shallower, blurred? Did you waste it? Or were you just lost? Truly, not seeing what's right in front of your eyes, that's not being lost. That's just turning away. If you regret it after you lose something, it's too late. Regret always arrives late to its promises, and leaves the ones who wait behind, hurting. Enkrid knew that from experience. That's why you had to move before the loss. Memories of the past made him push a bit harder than he meant to. "Your anger is justified," Enkrid said. Ragnar blinked once, then thought, "Am I angry?" He was. Enkrid's impassioned yet calm speech had brought the truth Ragnar had tried to avoid right in front of him. Someone had hurt his family, his home. And now, Ragnar knew it. Chapter 7:7. Why would I be fine? Enkrid speaks to Ragnar like cutting through fog. At best, only half will make it. Lying down, Anne half raised herself, and said this while looking at those leaving. She didn't even blink, her gaze fixed. Seen from the front, you might have spotted their backs reflected in her large eyes. Enkrid and Ragnar. Grida, who had been lying down, turned to Anne at her words. "I'm sorry, Ragnar. I said I could fix everything. Only half could be cured. And that was assuming the ones walking out there didn't die in the fight. That's how it sounded to Enkrid. Anne could have made excuses, explained, given a valid reason. But she didn't. Even a genius can't rush time. The cursed illness had tormented Juan for a long time, because someone had turned this place into a testing ground. The malice behind it was vicious. If Anne had just one more year, she wouldn't be saying this now. She would have said she could save 7 out of 10. If she'd had 3 more years, she would have said something else entirely, that no one would die from illness. She would have declared that with confidence. But right now she couldn't. To apply the medical techniques Anne had developed through alchemy, she needed to run multiple trials and observe the reactions over time. Before the absolute lack of time, what use is talent? What difference is there between that and a crumbling autumn leaf? I'm sorry, Anne says again. Ragnar's gaze also remained fixed outside, like Anne's. He saw the backs of those who had been born and raised in the Yorn household. And then Grida Wan, his sister, added her voice. No one blames you. Ragnar couldn't find the way. He didn't know how to fix a direction. He'd never thought of that as a flaw. If anything, he saw it as a gift. New roads, new worlds, new things, they always welcomed him. A road walked by day became a different road by night. Is that a curse? No way. No way. But when he held a sword, he could see the road. Walk it clearly. Even see where it ends. On the sword's path, Ragnar had nothing left to learn. And so that road held no appeal. That's why he left home. A deviation from a plainly visible path. A choice made in pursuit of life. Call it what you will. Ragnar, this is where you were born and raised. Enkrid speaks. And Ragnar reflected on what he had done since returning to Juan. I didn't want to find the sunrise. Why not? He asks himself the question, starts to search for the answer. The answer is inside. What I've built up becomes my landmark. The words Enkrid had repeated countless times. Now they reached Ragnar too. What did Enkrid mean when he said Ragnar had the right to be angry? They poured filth on your home, hurt your family, and tried to destroy the place you were born in. This is why the sunrise doesn't matter now. By instinct he'd swung his sword at empty air. Then, like a mad dash that suddenly halts, he'd stopped cold. He's not afraid that he'll leave nothing behind. He just had to stop. It was instinct, intuition. Like a god had drawn the line, and now he understood the reason. Because my family is in danger. Enkrid might call Joanna mine a house, but to Ragnar it was the field where he once ran and played, the place where those who raised him lived, and where everything began. In short, home. The prodigal son had long since returned, but only now had he opened his eyes. His father had withered into half his former self. His mother's face now carried a harshness he had never seen. His sister had a hole in her belly. The rest of his kin coughed blood, stricken with illness. There's someone out there who did this, Enkrid said. I know. Ragnar answered. Yes, now he understood. Why he was angry. Did he think he had no right to step forward because he'd abandoned his duties? Did he hold back, thinking someone might accuse him of it? A single swing of a sword can't make up for all the time you were gone. After that, Enkrid offered something like advice, though it didn't quite sound like it. It implied that just because Ragnar came back after the family fell into ruin and swung his sword a bit harder, it didn't mean everyone would suddenly praise him. Whether Ragnar understood or just let the words wash over him, he still replied. Not my concern. Enkrid nodded to himself at the sight of Ragnar. Yeah, that's more like Ragnar. Then He brushed aside the memory that had come to mind. There was no need to dwell on things that only grew more painful with thought. Right now, all he had to do was make sure his friend and fellow soldier didn't end up seeing the same things he once did. Greta. Speak. Protect Anne. Even if you hadn't asked, I was already ready to stake my life on it. Greta wasn't the only one left. After Heskel departed, there was still some suffering so badly from seizures they could hardly breathe. Anne had saved them. Among them was the sword-bearing page who had guided them at first. Even he, now only 13 years old, was outside the scope of Anne's magic. That child was terminal. Caught in the most toxic of the many seeds sown by that madman lurking behind all this, out there. His insides were slowly being devoured by growing lumps of flesh. He couldn't go out and fight, one of the few children left behind. I'll protect her too, the boy spoke. But did he really understand what he was saying? At the very least, he seemed to know more than Ragnar had at his age. Just from the way he spoke, it was clear. I'm not in fighting condition, but if someone comes after the healer, I can at least land one good hit. Yes. That much seemed true. There was a fierceness in the boy's spirit that couldn't be overlooked. Someone used poison before, right? And Anne's magic saved everyone when you took them down. If it's someone like that again, I can at least hold my own. Greta added those words, probably to reassure. She had a hole in her stomach. She could still fight, but if she went all out, she would die. That must not be allowed to happen. It was simple. Just don't let anyone get behind you from now on. What you must protect is at your back. That will become your legacy, even after you're gone. Ragnar looked at Anne. If I come back alive, stop. I don't want to hear any talk about coming back or dying. Just come back. If things get dangerous, I'll yell out for you. Then you can come back and protect me. Ragnar gave a silent nod. I will. If he were to die here, what would remain behind? That woman who exuded life, even while being tormented by guilt over being unable to save people through no fault of her own. Ragnar opened his mouth to speak, then closed it. He swallowed the words. The version of me you remember will be what remains. Let's go. Enkrid said, stepping forward. Ragnar followed behind. Behind me. Anne wouldn't be the only one left behind. That man, who'd clawed his way up just to have the right to be angry with Ragnar, would remain too. And the Emi that man remembered would be left behind. They exited the estate and began walking. Before long, they encountered another member of the family, walking at a slower pace. A short-haired woman. She glanced at Enkrid and asked, So, Enki, why are you helping? This is not your fight. One of the few people who had grown attached to Enkrid during his time here. Maybe it was for his friend. Maybe to protect those who stood behind him. There were plenty of reasons. But he wasn't the type to say something so sentimental out loud. Ragnar thought that, and walked a bit to the side. He hadn't spoken much with the family members, as he'd mostly stayed near Anne to protect her. The woman found him hard to approach. Botei. Enkrid matched her pace and opened his mouth. Samkiel. What? Keeps whining that it wants to play? The madman said this as he gave a tap to the sword hanging at his waist. Swa. The wind scattered the rain like needles across their faces. The woman from Yuan who had spoken earlier took half a step away from Enkrid. So what that healer said was true. A madman who talks to his sword, was it? Yes, Samkiel. It's going to be a fun day. Enkrid ignored her and gently stroked his sword, as if to comfort it. Seeing that, the woman resumed walking and pulled farther away. He wasn't trying to tease anyone. But then, should he have just said that he really didn't like the bastard who trashed his friend's house? Or maybe that he hoped at least one less person he'd grown fond of would die. How embarrassing. It was better to admit that he was genuinely serious about this fight. Samkjol was crying. That wasn't a joke either. The blade let out a high-pitched hum, resonating with Enkrid's will. Of course, it wasn't the sword truly crying, but a phenomenon caused by it being imbued with will. Why mock them? Ragnar pressed the point toward Enkrid. He wasn't scolding him, but he had caught on that the jest was excessive for someone hiding his real feelings. Me? Isn't it obvious? If someone asked you what would be left behind after you're gone, what would you say? Enkrid turned Ragnar's own words from earlier back at him. What do you think? Those who saw my blade in action, that's who'll remain. Even through the streaking rain, his grin was clear. Ragnar chuckled. Right. They were on their way to face the ones who had wrecked his home like this. Of course he had a reason to smile. Though to ordinary people, this might seem like the mindset of a madman. Johan was situated atop a basin, so the road up to it was a gentle slope. It was paved wide and smooth, and the people of House Ron often called it the pilgrimage path of blades. They believe in a sword god, don't they? Enkrid also walked this path now. Puddles of muddy water had formed here and there due to the storm, but the path remained even and steady. Though they did not preach divinity, they revered and worshipped the sword. Because this was the road taken in honor of the sword god, they called it the pilgrimage path. Down the slope of that gently curving path, those who had orchestrated this incident were gathered. The rain and wind obscured the distant view. Even so, they could see the head of the enemy, presumably the family head, and the ones blocking his path. Enkrid and Ragnar stared at the back of the family head. Before he even said a word, he drew his sword. His opponents reacted. Two scalers, beasts with red and black scales, rushed him from both sides, and the family head stepped forward alone. Did Anne concoct something for him? Truthfully, most of the potions made by that genius healer were likely closer to stimulants, meant to make them able to fight right now. She had said that proper treatment would take time. In any case, did the family head take the drug? The pressure emanating from him was twice as heavy as before. A thick, weighty aura like a massive blade stood tall in the curtain of rain. Why are they unharmed? Heskel couldn't recall the last time he'd been this shocked. It had been years since he'd been this surprised, startled enough to mutter to himself without realizing. Those who should have been writhing in pain were instead standing tall. And it didn't look like they were forcing themselves. A man beside him, said to be Demul's disciple, spoke. I don't understand. He was over 70. Blind since childhood, he had opened a new eye on his forehead in place of his lost vision, a reprocessed evil eye, extracted, studied, and refined. Thanks to that, he could see clearly through the pouring rain. Someone interfered. Wasn't that healer woman killed? Heskel, known for his superior analytical ability, replied as he took in the situation. The one after her must have failed. The answer was simple. That girl Anne did this. It was instinct speaking. There had to be a reason Demul had tried so hard to kill her. Demul already knew who Anne was. The moment he heard Heskel's report, he declared she had to die. Because those fated to die must die, he had said. So he tried to kill her because she could stop his plague. The first plan Heskel had prepared bore no fruit. And yet Demul's disciple showed no signs of panic. Neither did Heskel. She merely delayed the inevitable. Who could possibly halt something our master prepared for years in just one day? That, too, was true. Even without that, Heskel believed the outcome of this battle wouldn't change. Chapter 708. The sword that reverses the field. What looked impossible on the surface was a sword technique born from efficient transmission of power. The proper width of stance needed to generate force, the way to grip the sword, and how to deliver power from ankle to waist shoulder and wrist. Swordsmanship began with the study of posture that transmits strength, and it evolved by refining the act of swinging a sword within that posture. The family head swung his sword as if demonstrating the very foundation of swordsmanship. He stepped forward with his left foot and swung the blade from right to left. That alone, just a strike grounded in the basics, made everything around him change. Sound vanished. The rushing wind and rain were sucked into the trajectory of the sword, and then dissipated. Watching the family head strike, Enkrid heard the alias. It was a sword strike that swallowed everything, whether storm or thunder. A single point of focus activated instinctively, slowing everything around him. He could distinctly see the movement of both the family head and the charging beasts. His insight pulled fragments of near-future reality into the present. The family head's sword traced a single arc. The line drawn from right to lower left was thick and overwhelming. It felt like a wild brush had slashed the sky itself. The two beasts, trapped within that trajectory, would be split apart and die. And as they died, their claws would stab into the family head's shoulder and side. Their tactic was obvious, one from above, one from below. Boom! The ringing alias ended with an explosive sound. Enkrid let out a hum, something between a groan and an acknowledgement, and nodded. The future he'd seen through insight had twisted, but that wasn't surprising. It was outside prediction, sure. But wasn't this much expected from the family head of Yorn? His sword was faster than the beasts charging in. The two were cut down and sent flying through the air. With dull thuds, their carcasses, bleeding dark blood, slammed onto the muddied ground. The family head retracted his sword, letting it hang loosely, and then spoke. "Come out, Heskel. You must answer for your sins." Shh. Amid the falling rain, a path venerated by those who worshipped the sword, a pilgrimage trail said to honor the god of the blade. Beneath that sacred path, monsters lined up in formation came into view. All of them stood side by side, forming a battle array. The family head surely saw it too. No one would think today's battle would be easy after seeing that. A man who knew Yorn's true might stood there as their enemy. Naturally, he must have come fully prepared to win. And yet, with just one swing of the family head's sword, the entire atmosphere reversed. Schemes? Traps? What are those supposed to be? Do they become shields capable of withstanding my sword? That's what the family head's sword seemed to declare. Ask, then. Opposite him, Heskel stood among the monster ranks and responded. He was unaffected by the pressure the family head exuded, or by the mood he had created. His presence made itself known to all. Standing before the family head, unwavering, he made it clear. He was the one orchestrating everything that was happening here. Their gazes pierced through the narrow curtain of rain and locked. The falling rain felt colder somehow. A thunderclap tore through the dark clouds, as if it were physically splitting the two apart. But the one who broke that silence wasn't Heskel, nor the family head. Heskel. From the stalemate, someone stepped forward, limping. His pupils trembled ceaselessly, but not more than his heart must have been shaking. "Ah, Riley. I thought the family head would lock you away. Then again, the family head is a smart man. Even while doubting you, he brought you here, probably to shake me." Shh. The rain carried neither malice nor kindness. No emotion. Heskel's tone and demeanor were the same, void of malice, and yet leaving behind no trace of goodwill either. "Did you use me?" Riley clenched his teeth as he asked, so hard that blood seeped from his lips, only to be washed away by the rain. No one would have noticed unless they were right next to him. But Enkrid was there. He had ended up right beside Riley. Not intentionally, just by chance. This is a good spot. It was because Riley stood at the center of yon. From here one could survey the field and steer the situation. Were you deceived by an illusion spell? Or was it blackmail? Maybe you were drugged and needed an antidote? Riley continued to mutter, as if in denial. But every word he uttered was riddled with contradictions. If it had been anyone else, perhaps they could be swayed with a threat to their life. But not Heskell. He wasn't the sort to turn his back on Yuan, even if it meant death. That was the weight Heskell's name carried, built over decades within Yuan. There was no hesitation in Heskell's eyes. He stood tall, shoulders squared, his gaze fixed ahead. What radiated from him was nothing but dignity and conviction. Could I ever do that? He denied it in his usual gentle, affectionate tone. Then why? Riley's voice pierced through the rain. He looked calm on the outside, but inside he was screaming. Heskell didn't click his tongue, nor did he blame him. He simply looked calmly to the head of the house and asked, "Lord, do you truly think I'd waver over something like this? One tries anything they can." The Lord did not deny what he had done. He admitted that one of the reasons for bringing Riley here was to shake Heskell's resolve. "Give up now. It's already over," Heskell repeated. Enkrid, meanwhile, remained still, eyes locked on the horde of monsters. He was roughly gauging their density and estimating their numbers. A little over 1,000, perhaps? A proper scout should know how to assess enemy strength. Enkrid could do at least that much. What surprised him most was that the monsters weren't moving an inch. Were they trained? Or is it some kind of mental control? Either way, the fact remained. They were a dangerous enemy. Without even a trace of agitation, the monsters stood in perfect formation, resembling a proper army. A force that has undergone repeated drills is called elite. While their individual strength may play a part, from a commander's perspective, elite troops are defined by their discipline and obedience. In most battles, untrained or inexperienced soldiers often freeze, flee, or hide. Some charge in blindly. But if a unit can maintain formation and fight, they are worthy of being called elite. They're about on par with the border guard standing army. The monsters gathered looked as though they'd undergone formation training. It was only right to consider them formidable foes. Why, damn it, why? Riley's heart was breaking. It spoke to how deeply Heskell had rooted himself within him. His murmuring body trembled. When the heart shatters, the body soon follows. Could it be said that his soul had been cut? In that case, Heskell was a masterful swordsman. He had not even drawn his blade, yet he had cleaved a person's soul. Enkrid instinctively sensed the auras and emotions of those around him. Luagarn once said, "Is there anything more foolish than a commander who doesn't even know the condition of their own troops before entering battle? Knowing the enemy helps, but if you're ignorant of your own situation, it's meaningless." That was the Luagarn style of strategic thinking. Enkrid had heard and absorbed that perspective from her over and over. He echoed it now. The angry one, the sorrowful, the stoic, each exuded a different emotion. Among them, the most unusual was the giantess, Anahera. She was excited. Her breaths came out forcefully through her nose. She looked ready to burst into action at any moment. Fingers twitching on the grip of her sword. It was clear that, left unchecked, she would fully unleash the savage power of her giant bloodline, known for its thirst for red blood. If deployed in actual combat, she's clearly at least knight class. Enkrid placed Anahera outside the standard mental categories he was using, then mentally divided the others by emotional state. Those who grieved could probably still fight. But those who were panicked, throwing them into battle would only increase casualties. Those who could fight now. Those who needed time. those better suited to holding the rear. And there's even a warlock among the enemy. Even if mages were set aside, shamanic arts were particularly dangerous because they exploited the cracks in one's spirit. It's said that curses seep into the hearts of the weak. Rem had said that once, and his experience backed it up. Enkrid's mind was clear, his judgment unwavering. He stood alone on this battlefield, painting the strategy in his mind. Ah, Enkrid of the Border Guard. I'd thought you would return. And yet, why stay? What more is there to gain here, I wonder? In the midst of it all, Heskel spoke up. He didn't come close. He just shouted from a distance. It looked cowardly, but to be fair, it was less cowardice and more smart positioning. If the family head and his wife seriously set their sights on him, Heskel would be dead. He simply left them no such opportunity. What was your dream? You said you'd tell me, and now I can't leave without hearing it. Enkrid shouted back in return. Even with the rain falling between them, their voices reached one another clearly. Were you always this curious? Anytime I didn't know something, I couldn't sleep, ever since I was a kid. That wasn't a lie. At least when it came to swordsmanship, it was true. Everything else, he could ignore. You really are an interesting fellow. Heskel said this with something like emotion showing for the first time. What flickered in his voice was interest. Behind me is someone who wants to become a god. You've probably heard of the alchemist Demule. It was a name etched into the continent's history, a legend in his own right. If Anne were here, she would have immediately questioned how that could be possible. Demule was her teacher's teacher, and the one who created the seeds of the plague, a mad alchemist who dreamed of genocide. Even if he were dead, he should have been dead long ago, a ghost of the past better left buried. But Heskel calmly shared his dream. As he crafts divinity, so too shall I craft divinity. He was serious. The content might sound ridiculous, but then again, isn't that the nature of dreams? Things that seem impossible, hopes that are hard to realize, wishes born from desperation, we've come to call all that a dream. That said, he's not telling the whole story. Crafting divinity could be a means or a tool. What would he do once he became a god? If he feared death, he would have spoken of immortality. If he wanted to revive a lost son, he would have mentioned resurrection. But Heskel said nothing else. He only dropped that his dream was to become a thief of divinity. That's probably all he wanted to reveal. Just those few words bought him some time, and in that brief moment, a few people showed exactly the kind of response Enkrid had been hoping for. Freaking lunatic. Riley Yuan made his stance clear with just those words. He was a sword of Yuan. The hesitation in his eyes, once youthful and uncertain, had lessened. The waves might still be rough, but if the man on deck steadies himself, the shaking feels less severe. Riley Yuan had done just that. Not bad. Enkrid took that change as a good sign. A few others had silently finished preparing to fight. Not everyone, of course. Even excluding Riley, many here owed Heskel a kind of debt. Which meant many were still being tossed around by the waves of doubt. Those people couldn't be relied on in combat. At least not yet. The family head, his wife, Rhinox, me, and Ragnar. That made 5 knights. Aside from them, there were 2 others who could be placed somewhere between knight and semi-knight. One was the giant Anahira. The other was the man who had clashed with Riley Yuan and stood at the head of the opposing group. He had once earned Rhinox's recognition but lost his way after seeing the talents of others. Though it wasn't as if he'd disappeared for 10 whole years, his wandering wasn't exactly trivial either. Everyone has their own hell, and everyone walks the path they choose. For him, that wandering meant spending a few months in a village of retirees. Or maybe he'd even passed through the hunter's village and the broker's village too. In any case, he returned from that journey a swordsman once more, his heart steady. He was at about the same level as Anahera. And in actual combat, he was probably even more effective. That man, who had opposed Riley and wandered for a time, was Cato John. He used all kinds of bizarre techniques. He even knew a bit of Aokara-style martial arts and had armed his body with hiltless blades. Hence the nickname, Cato a Blade Armor. 5 knights, 2 semi-knights. Aside from them, Jorn had around 70 fighters capable of combat. More people stood in the back than at the front. This was the total strength of Yuan. Chapter 709. Intuition stirs in the mind, there's still a chance for you. Come under me, and I will grant you what you desire. Though the voice came from an unknown direction, the words of the alchemist Demule pierced everyone's ears as if they were being whispered directly to them. At some point, a faint scent wafted through the air. Likely some sort of incantation, though it was a smell only Enkrid could recognize. Give it up. Tempest, as Demule said, what can a swordsman or two and a girl possibly do? Heskel spoke, raising his left hand. Behind him, more monsters slowly began to emerge, and when he raised his right hand, even more followed suit. He's divided them into units. Enkrid's gaze shifted as he observed the movement. It was fascinating to watch how the monsters had arranged themselves, and even more so that they were organized into distinct groups. When Heskel raised his left hand, the ones that came forward were scalpers riding on lizard-like beasts. The lizard monsters flicked their tongues as water from the pouring rain trickled down their faces, creating visible streams down the center of their brow. The rain made it hard to distinguish colors, but the lizards weren't as black as they appeared, despite how it looked. There were at least 300 of them. The scalpers, though riding without reins, remained firmly seated on their beasts. It was unlikely they'd fall off or get their heads crushed, considering the creatures they were riding weren't fragile, and anyone with the courage to ride into battle wouldn't be easily thrown off. Heskel had betrayed the Yuan family, but he hadn't betrayed his own head. In other words, he wasn't a complete fool. So many. The monster forces had now swelled to nearly 2,000. On the gradually sloping downhill, several more monstrous shapes shifted sluggishly. The creatures would keep coming. Any knight could tell that. From Enkrid's vantage point, he saw another group of scalpers and owlbears, more than 300 of them, crouching to his right. The numbers were far from small. Well hidden. It seemed likely that it was Heskel's doing, hiding these creatures from view. Good. He was skilled at manipulating information. More monsters emerged from below, marching in formation. Enkrid made a mental note that if the trainer of these creatures was human, or from an intelligent species, he would ask how they trained them before killing him. It was impressive to watch. As his mind swirled with these thoughts, Enkrid's eyes caught sight of dark, bat-like wings attached to some of the creatures gathering on the right. Are they going to fly? They probably will. They wouldn't have attached bat wings just for decoration. Considering that, the creatures on the right seemed lighter, as if designed for flight. Perhaps their bones were hollowed out to make them capable of taking to the air. Enkrid continued to observe the advancing monster army as he checked the positions of his allies. From there he gauged the distance between them and the enemy and compared their strengths. He processed all the information needed for the battle in his mind. The flow of a battlefield is organic. Even a highly trained elite force can't predict all the variables that will arise in a fight. Of course, there are those who can calculate all these factors, like someone with eyes like Kray's. But even Kray couldn't predict everything that happens on the battlefield in detail. Lurgan had once told him, teaching him about tactical thinking. Then she added, "But for the battles I'm involved in, I can do something like that." With a hint of confidence, she continued, "That's how I can kill opponents stronger than me." Enkrid reflected on this. Was pure skill the key to fighting? Was that what mattered in a battle for survival? Not at all. Enkrid muttered to himself, his mind running calculations, assessing strategies. He had to admit, Luagan possessed rare talent, and the more he learned from her, the more he realized it was true. "I'm a challenger breaking through limits," she, Luagan of the frog race, had said that. Her fighting style began with tactics, and the essence of tactics was deception. Heskel's behavior mirrored this. He had hidden his true strength. While the existence of Demule was within the expected range of the family's foresight, the rest was unexpected. The monster army transformed into a military unit was especially surprising. In other words, a battle of numbers was about to take place. In this moment, what the Yuan family needed most was someone to control the erratically moving forces. A single unifying direction. Feel the flow. Enkrid, you can do this. You've already led the battlefield through instinct before, haven't you? That was true. He had blocked the Aspen army with an invisible wall. Back then, it was instinct that moved Enkrid, and now was no different. Boom! Boom! The wrathful god roared through thunder. Crack! A hand gesture toward the ground summoned lightning that scorched and shattered the earth. The storm raged fiercer than ever. To Enkrid's eyes, every single raindrop split apart as it fell. Of his two streams of thought, one processed the situation while the other calculated. This was a variation of the wave-breaking sword. And now, thanks to what he'd learned from Jackson, his instinct, honed beyond the five senses, came into play. It surged through his mind, constantly digging, constantly delivering answers. What he needed to do. The flow he had to create. How do we win? The enemy had taken out the veterans embedded with their forces, to prevent them from forming up. So what was needed here more than anything was formation. A shape that would not crumble. Enkrid drew in a deep breath and gathered it in his abdomen. Then, with pressure from his core, he exhaled sharply. The air pushed past his vocal cords, turning into sound, carrying meaning, of course, infused with his will. "Clan Hiat, hold that spot, Wallol." Short and forceful words. Would he understand? He would. And if not, he'd ask. The clan head didn't even look back. All Enkrid could see was the back of his head. But he answered through action. Thunk! He stabbed his sword into the ground and drew a line. With this rain, the moat'll fill itself nicely. A joke from him of all people. He was declaring himself the wall, and the line he drew with his sword, the moat. He would not let any monster cross that line. And he spoke with his back. "We are Johan, walkers of the Blade's path, seekers of the way." It started with Riley's call, was picked up by someone else, and ended by Katoro, the 19-year-old prodigy. "No matter what you do now, we will not be shaken." That was the kind of wall the clan head had raised. More than Enkrid had even asked for. But it still wasn't enough. He couldn't stop the wave of monsters alone. He had simply created the core axis. Enkrid brought his right hand to his mouth and sent his voice flying again. "Alexandra, 10 paces to the clan head's right. Renox, how well can you fight? You're asking me how well I can fight? Cut the damn bullshit. I've held a sword since before you were born. Doesn't mean you're good at it just 'cause you've done it long. Even now." He threw in a joke. Why joke while shouting until his neck veins bulged? For the same reason the clan head, of all people, cracked one earlier. The shoulders of those who'd stiffened at the sight of the monster horde relaxed. Boost the morale of allies. Of course it was deliberate. Then read the enemy's flow. Draw that flow in, trap the battlefield within his own intent. His instincts sparked and stung like lightning, piercing his skull. "Anahera, you may rampage freely." At Enkrid's shout, the shackles that bound the beast's blood inside her were released. Normally, Anahera suppressed her giant's instincts. If she didn't, she'd have already killed several of her own people. But on a battlefield overflowing with enemies, there was no need to hold back. Thud, thud, thud. The giantkin charged across the muddy ground, kicking up water with every stride. Mud sprayed to either side as she ran, forming a fan before slapping back to the ground. By the time the water hit earth again, Anahera had reached the frontmost cluster of monsters. It was a group of lizard-mounted soldiers, enough to be mistaken for cavalry. From above, it would have looked like a crazed giant barreling into enemy lines alone. "Intercept her," someone shouted from the enemy's side, a follower of Heskel. At the order, a dozen arrows flew. Not arc shots, but direct ones, fired from close range by archers hidden among the monsters. Check, thunk, clink. Some glanced off her thick skin, others bounced off her iron helmet. One arrow lodged into her forearm, but was quickly torn free by her wild movements. It had only barely pierced the outer layer of her skin. The giantkin's hide was thick and tough. Ordinary arrows wouldn't embed. Those who'd been trapped in Yuan had forgotten that. Enkrid knew the hunter's village was the enemy. Could there be no skilled archers among them? Of course there were. But did they have arrows that could pierce a giant? Some archers hesitated, their hands faltering on the bowstring. A ripple of uncertainty spread through the enemy ranks. Then Anahera met the first of the scalers, mounted on their lizards. The lizard opened its mouth wide, showing its jagged saw-like teeth. The rider on its back, a scaler, wielded a short blackened spear in a reverse grip and thrust. Enkrid couldn't see what happened next, but Anahera twisted her lips into a vicious grin and swung her sword. She was a giant drunk on instinct, but she hadn't forgotten that she was also a sword of Yuan, which meant what she unleashed was Yoren's swordsmanship. Fook, aloud. Her planted left foot sank into the mud up to her ankle, transferring power into the sword as she rose with a full body motion. A cleaving strike, packed with will, in a broad downward arc dart. Fwang! The combination of giant strength and will cleaved both the lizard and its rider clean in half. Fwoosh! Black blood gushed and splattered across her helmet. The relentless rain quickly washed it away. "All of you, die!" The giant threw her head back and screamed at the sky. Had Enkrid predicted all this? No, Ariel. He had only followed his instincts. "Kato, follow her and cover Anahera's rear." As he shouted, Enkrid's head whipped left and right. When had he given the order? Already another group of monsters was charging toward the family head. If I were Heskel, I'd wear them down with monsters too. Not a tactic a normal human army could easily pull off. But with monsters, there's no reason not to. Monsters didn't feel fear. So sacrificing them to drain enemy strength was a worthwhile trade. Had he predicted this too? Not at all. He'd built that wall of instinctively, to cut down the number of dead here. Lizard-mounted scalers, those with mixed red and black scales, steel-feathered owlbears, even airborne monsters. They charged in formation. Standing in their way were the family head, Alexandra, and Rhinox. Only 3? No, 3 was more than enough. A night is disaster. A single one can cut down 1,000. Those 3 could do just that. Anahera would charge in and cause chaos, while Kato guarded her rear. He wouldn't call them back. Both had distinct specialties. Group combat wasn't their strength. Anahera needed to let loose, unleashing instinct and rage without worrying about friend or foe. That would unlock her full potential. Kato fights with hidden weapons laced throughout his body, which meant it was best for him to be surrounded by enemies. He'd honed his skills traveling from village to village, training against multiple foes at once. That training had led to his current form. Some people were more suited for real combat than sparring. Kato was one of them. Enkrid had deployed the two first to take advantage of that. Strike first and the enemy's formation would crumble. Even monsters, or their monster grandfathers, couldn't avoid that. The front line was already being swept up in chaos. Enkrid's plan had worked. Heskell pulled back the unentangled troops, reorganized, and started a flanking maneuver. Truly clever. Heskell was smart. Enkrid had to admit that again. But where Heskell used his head, Enkrid trusted his instincts. So there was no reason to be shaken. The enemy saw through his intent. That was fine. All he had to do was respond to the next move. Their goal was clear. Force us to fight alone. Keep their side in formation. Yuan had lost its most experienced veterans. But that loss was filled by someone who had clawed his way up from the trenches, a commander forged in countless battles at the border guard, and a man who had learned the art of tactics from a frog named Luogan. Chapter 710. By the law of the continent, by the law of the continent, normally there would be no reason for the members of Yuan to obey the words of someone who wasn't the head of the family. What's he saying? It would have been natural for them to ignore him completely with that kind of reaction. However, this was one of those moments when orders or commands were necessary. And more than that, it was Enkrid, so it was fine. More precisely, it didn't feel unnatural to listen to him. Enkrid had spent time eating, sleeping, and swinging swords alongside them. Especially the time spent sparring with swords had been intensely intimate. Even as an outsider, as someone not of Yuan blood, Enkrid was a man who matched the tone of the family better than anyone. In any case, Enkrid was now ready to draw the sword named Yuan from its sheath and wield it. It was right as Anahara launched the attack, and the monsters stationed before the head of the family, Alexandra, and Rhinox began to move. The horde of monsters closed the distance toward the fortress the head of the family had created, forming an organized shape around the scaler. They weren't just charging. This was a coordinated encirclement. Had Enkrid seen it, he would have truly applauded the one who had trained the monsters to move like this. Since Ragnar hadn't heard Enkrid's order, he remained standing behind the head of the family, in what might be called a rather ambiguous position. Father. Ragnar called out to his father's back. His gaze was fixed forward, and his greatsword was unsheathed, its tip resting on the ground. To the untrained eye, it was a meaningless stance, but in truth, it was a posture from which he could strike at any time. It meant he was ready to fight whenever necessary. That stance was strikingly similar to his father's. Naturally so, Ragnar had learned the sword by watching his father. He made his father his goal, and while getting beaten up by his mother, he picked up the sword. That was Ragnar's beginning. Speak, his father replied, still facing away. The monsters were approaching. There was no chance they would kill him, but this could still be Yoren's final hour, and thus his father's last moment as well. What do you want to leave behind for the next generation? What have you left behind? Perhaps he had picked this up from Enkrid. He suddenly found himself curious about his father's dream, what he truly wished for. My body can no longer recover. I know it better than anyone. The answer came without hesitation, as if he had been waiting for the question. At a glance, it might have sounded like nonsense. But if his father had judged this to be the time to say it, then Ragnar had no choice but to listen. Take the sunrise, but give up the family. Tempest knew well that his body was no longer what it used to be. He had no desire to miss the chance to say in person what he had once passed through Enkrid. Still turned away, he added, I will entrust the family to Odinkar. Was this meant to set Ragnar's heart at ease? Judging by tone alone, it sounded utterly indifferent, like someone casually offering a piece of candy. But they were talking about the head seat of the family and the sacred sword Sunrise, neither something to be spoken of so lightly. It wasn't that his father lacked sincerity. He simply had a long-standing habit. He couldn't express emotion with words. Only a few people, like his wife Enkrid, knew this secret. Though it wasn't a grand secret by any means, those who knew simply knew. Ragnar had always known it, at least intellectually. I understand now. But now it struck deeper. His father's resolve sank into him like a blade scraping past skin and muscle, cutting down to bone. His father always spoke with sincerity. He might stay silent, but once he opened his mouth, only the truth would come out. Unable to show emotion, yet filled with love for his wife, his family, and his clan, his chosen way to express that love was to speak with nothing but honesty. Even if he told his child, "I love you 100 times, the child might still look at him indifferently. So as a father, he did the only thing he could, speak from the heart every time he spoke. That was the vow and will of Tempest One. The path the father had chosen now touched the son's heart. He was sincere. The son who once wandered lost through the world had returned, grown. Now he could understand his father's heart and truly listen to his words. The family cannot be passed to him. Ragnar's home was no longer one. The reason Odenkar had been left behind, someone willing to give his life for Jorn, was the same. He would lead the clan in Ragnar's stead. And to Ragnar, his son, he would give the sunrise and his freedom. Then I suppose this battle will be my final duty, father. Ragnar responded in time with his father's rhythm. The deeper meaning behind his words was likely nothing more than a show of respect for his father's will. And my wish is for a stable home, preferably one without curses or disease. The family head spoke again. No one will be able to stand in the way of my father's dream. Ragnar answered. The two different statements, strangely intertwined, each becoming words meant for the other. Then the monsters came like a crashing wave, and Ragnar instinctively shielded the family head's back as he waited for Enkrid's voice. He believed Enkrid would say exactly what he needed to hear. So for now, all he had to do was wait. Command. Ragnar said to himself and stepped back. What should one do when their dream crosses paths with the will of another? The answer, of course, lies in the lore of the continent. Might makes right. The empire was built on that idea, and so was the world Enkrid knew. In the end, only the dreams of the victor remain. This battlefield is no different. One dreams of change, while another fights to protect what they have. That's a foolish thing to do, said the one who dreamt of change. Eskel, you've never once beaten me, came the unspoken reply from the one who stood in defense. It wasn't said aloud, but the exchange might as well have been. Their conversation took place through action. Swoosh. The downpouring rain never ceased its chorus. Crack! And the occasional thunderbolts added their weight to the orchestra of war. This is war, where wit, knowledge, and strength are pitted against each other. Enkrid sent Anahera and Kato forward. They were faster on their feet than anyone else. And on this side, there was a man who couldn't move as swiftly, but whose swordsmanship wouldn't fall behind either of them. Riley holds the center. Ivan, Lennon, Rontis go left and hold the line. Those who were with them before line up behind them on your own. Betty Ludens, Carl, you take the right. You're the support. Fight like you're protecting our backs. If it breaks, we lose. Intuition is a tool that pulls from experience and information to draw answers, even from the subconscious. That's what Enkrid was using now. The time he'd spent training and sparring in Yuan had not been in vain. He knew Yoran. Not everything about it, but enough to lead. Still, This is bad. A creeping sense of dread gnawed at his brain like claws scratching his eyeballs. Shh! No! The scalers shrieked in unison, spreading their disruptive cries. That was their specialty, distorting perception. And just like that, plague maidens began floating in midair, drifting through the battlefield. They didn't send them toward the family head on purpose. If the family head or Alexander were in their path, those wraiths would have been instantly cleaved through with will or other means. Heskel clearly knew how to manage a battlefield, deploying the right force to the right place. Now, the summoned wraiths began spreading disease as they floated forward. Get them out and spread it, Enkrid ordered, eyes fixed on the wraiths. Anne wasn't foolish. And Enkrid, even less so. They had already prepared for this. While Enkrid spent his time in duels and drills, Anne had gathered herbs and made medicine. Before they departed, she handed everyone clumps of amber-colored powder. Following Riley's lead, everyone pulled out the powder and coated their blades. Once your dress is on, start dancing. Even with that ominous pressure hammering his mind, even when the situation was anything but favorable, it's going to be fun. Just as Luagarn once said, Enkrid moved those around him with a rising sense of thrill. In a battlefield like this, wielding soldiers was no different than wielding a blade. I won't lose. Even as the thrill coursed through him, a fierce determination surged from deep in his gut, not to lose no matter what. What kind of crazy talk is that? Even in this madness, Riley reacted to Enkrid's nonsense. He drew a throwing dagger and reached his right arm behind him. His foot was crippled, so he had trained extensively in throwing techniques. It wasn't the same style as Jackson's, but there was something worth learning from it. He balanced on one leg, using his entire body like a launching platform. Using the planted foot as an axis, his whole body spun like a whirlwind, and his outstretched arm snapped forward like a whip. Pang! As his arm split the air, the dagger shot forward, piercing through the heads of two plague maidens in an instant, vanishing into the storm beyond. It was a technique that used the full force of his body's muscles to throw a blade. Hard to use in succession, he poured enough force into the throw that his hand nearly touched the ground from the recoil. It was a move meant to carry all his will in a single throw. Impressive! Enkrid acknowledged him calmly. Riley was also a sword of Yuan. Despite being cut by Heskel, he stood firm, looking forward on his own. It was time for him, too, to leave his father's shadow. There is no tomorrow for those who do not move forward. Riley would see tomorrow. He deserved that much. Do-do-do. The lizard cavalry quickly closed the distance to where swords would reach. A scalar rider wielded a black wooden rod in reverse grip as he charged. No need to ask. Each of those rods was likely drenched in poison. They clashed with Riley's group at the center and the fighting began. If you die before the idiot, you're even more of an idiot. Riley's shout rang out. It tore through the scalers, hissing, sounds like a blade. A rallying cry that carried far, even in the storm. Riley had no battlefield experience, but he had learned the sword from Heskel. And having only one leg, he was deeply accustomed to training in sync with others. He was the only one here with the potential to command even a small unit. And just look, he knew how to raise morale right before a fight. Of course, it was all made possible because Enkrid had set the stage. From afar, Anahira's laughter echoed. The adopted warrior daughter of Yan, and a giant by blood. She swung a sword whose grip an ordinary person wouldn't even be able to wrap their hand around. Crack! Crunch! Snap! Anahira's greatsword tore into and smashed the approaching lizard cavalry that tried to close in. Den! Pick out 10, including yourself, and break through over there! Enkrid drew his sword and pointed to one side. Dane was one of those who had been out of it. Enkrid called him because he saw him muttering, "Shit, idiot," while drawing his sword after Riley's shout. Dane wasn't especially skilled, but he was well liked. He was also a friend of 2 of the 4 that Heskell killed when leaving Yorn.Kai. So, he'd glared at Riley with resentment before. But seeing Riley charge in like that must have made him feel ashamed. Even that crippled idiot cast aside by his own father is fighting. What the hell am I doing? That might have been what crossed his mind. Either way, he was finally ready to fight, and acted immediately. At Enkrid's command, 10 swordsmen, including Den, stepped forward. All wielded only a single blade. These were Yorn's finest. Aside from those who hadn't yet awakened their talents due to lack of time, each one of them would be called a monster the moment they stepped onto the continent. As he called them forth and gave orders, Enkrid's gaze constantly swept left and right. Bang! Boom! The clan leader swung his greatsword at the charging beasts, slashing and stabbing with more force than even Anahera. He didn't retreat a single step. Alexandra stood beside him, no different. She bounded and weaved within a 5-step radius of her position. Wherever she passed, the limbs and necks of beasts lay severed and strewn. Rhinox had drawn 2 of his 6 swords and fought with 1 in each hand. In his left was the Esterk, a thin, light-bladed sword, and in his right a thick-bladed falchion. He blocked with the Esterk and struck with the falchion, a simple style, intercepting incoming attacks and cutting them down. And yet, the number of monsters felled before him was the highest of the 3. Enkrid had seen it before. His swordsmanship was full of lessons worth studying. Deflect with the light blade, strike with the heavy one. He replaced the concept of blocking with the Esterk's redirection, and used the falchion to attack with minimal motion but maximum power. Truly a man who breaks 100 techniques and creates 100 more. Swah! Suddenly, the downpour intensified, perhaps because the Plague Maiden had appeared and then vanished back into her chamber. Despite the thick smell and chaos of the battlefield, something else crept in, sweet and cloying, cutting through it all. No spells had been launched yet, and even with the rain pouring, Enkrid's sharpened instincts picked up that faint scent. Yorn had knights, and Heskell was clever. Would he start a fight knowing they had knights without preparing countermeasures? This was likely one of them. Duel. That creature who claimed godhood and spread plague may be the root of the threat, but the one who painted this battle is Heskell. Hell! And that picture of his wasn't broken yet. That's how Enkrid saw it. Chapter 711. A world of black and white normally, Yorn's group should have been scattered, picked off one by one. But instead, they managed to form something resembling a formation. It started with putting the clan head, Alexandra, and Rhinox at the front. They acted as an invisible wall, blocking the front line. Because of those 3, the Lizard Riders had to circle around rather than charge directly, which robbed them of their momentum and forced them to expose every movement. To make matters worse for them, before some of the riders could even begin their charge, Enkrid sent Anahera ahead to break their formation, luring the battle into chaos. Even so, Heskell showed no sign of panic. If only I'd sent Ragnar instead of Anahera. That would really messed with them. It would have stunned them completely. But no, Ragnar was too valuable for that. If the clan head was the fortress wall, then Ragnar was the catapult. He needed to fly in, deliver shock. No one was expecting a catapult, so there was no reason not to use one. More than anything, Enkrid didn't have time to run over and give him any instructions. He simply had to trust that Ragnar would act on his own. Enkrid's gaze shifted. It wasn't due to a specific sound, more like his senses spreading out, thin and wide, picking up strange signs. It was subtle, like someone secretly waving their hand behind him. But at this distance he could probably detect even a breath. Even amidst the storm, his senses grasped the surroundings with razor-sharp clarity. Rolling his eyes to follow his instincts, Enkrid caught sight of something. Among the lizard riders charging at Riley, a few reached out their hands. Black scales tinged with red, a sharp snout. The image of a monster came into view. A unique one. If it survived long enough, it would surely be named. Among the army of ordinary scalers was a unit of monsters with psychic powers, making the scalers look like harmless children in comparison. Anahera responded to their attack with a shout. "Someone's grabbing me." No one had actually grabbed her arms or legs, yet she cried out as if they had. Enkrid understood the meaning behind her brief words. Telekinesis. Driving his sword into the ground, Enkrid spread his field of vision even wider and extended his senses. A few monsters moving unnaturally brushed against his awareness. He let the incoming information flood in more acutely. He saw, heard, smelled, tasted, and felt. The data assembled in his mind, arranging itself exactly as he willed it. Like black dots stamped onto a blank white canvas, the monsters with psychic abilities became distinct within his range. Even while expanding his senses to detect the enemy, Enkrid's hands didn't stop moving. He pulled out 2 hornblade daggers from the sheaths strapped to his chest, one in each hand. Jackson had once said it was the most hated weapon on the continent. "You mean, it doesn't silence sound, but makes it even louder? That's awful." It was a weapon that didn't suit Jackson's style or philosophy. The thought was brief. His movements continued without pause. Enkrid fixed his eyes on a few targets his 5 senses had picked up. Everything, including the scalers reaching out their hands, appeared to move in slow motion. A knight's thought process moved several times faster than a normal person's. It felt like slipping between the cracks of time, watching secretly from the sidelines. Focus into a single point. Perceiving slowed time came with a pressure like being buried in mud, but will surged through his body, reinforcing him. That allowed him to move as he pleased, even in the mud. What needed to be done now? Throw. He focused. Combined what he'd learned from Jackson with techniques picked up from Riley. Both arms swung back in unison. He condensed power just enough to land a strike, then infused his arms with will and swung. His arms crossed like whips in front of his chest, and the hornblade daggers tore through the air. Pop! Pop! Fwee! Pop! The daggers sliced the air with a short horn blast, and pierced through the heads of the 2 scalers reaching into the sky. The popping sounds rang clearly, even through the roaring storm. The daggers didn't get lodged. They pierced straight through. Meaning, their heads now had holes bigger than fists. Not even a troll could survive that. The one trying to wield telekinesis collapsed like a crumpled sack into the muddy water. Enkrid pulled the sword from the ground and said, "Leave the unique ones alone." It looked like just watching from here wouldn't be an option anymore. There wasn't just 1 or 2 with psychic powers. So be it. He'd have to leap into that thrilling battlefield himself. And besides, this unique monster with psychic abilities was only the first of many they had prepared. Crack! With a thunderclap, a sense of foreboding spread across the sky. When I looked up, I saw rain converging beneath the dark storm clouds above, forming into something massive. It looked like a giant serpent had appeared in the sky. Not a dragon. A long-bodied snake hovered overhead, clearly siding with the monsters. The ominous sensation that struck the back of my neck confirmed it. It was a curse. I was wondering when it would show itself. Enkrid muttered. The effects of the curse were obvious. As soon as the snake floated into the air, the monsters grew more aggressive. Sa! The noise spewing from the scalers grew clearer and more piercing, setting off alarms in his senses. "Hold the line." Enkrid said this as he passed by Riley. "I'm doing that without being told." As he walked past, Enkrid swung his sword with grace. The blade of Samkiol traced an upward curve and swept through the neck of a lizard sneaking up from the floor. Payback, Drak. It was like a whip with a blade had curled around its neck and yanked it off. The sword circled once around the monster's neck and lopped it clean off. This one was especially good at hiding its presence, but the sound of rain striking the ground had been slightly off, and its shape was caught in the shifting streams of water. That's how he killed it. Heskel. Enkrid could guess what he was aiming for. If someone like Cray or Abnire were watching the battlefield now, they would probably say, "So in the end, he wants to settle this with a single decisive blow. And before that final blow, he intends to drain every ounce of strength from us. Physically and metaphorically. He sends the monsters charging in to exhaust those who have reached night-level strength, and if needed, throws in the rest of the soldiers under Yorn to kill their families. That shakes their hearts. Knights are an asymmetric force. If you can kill them, sacrificing a few thousand monsters is nothing. He's brilliant. Heskel was a remarkable tactician. Enkrid had no choice but to follow the flow of Heskel's strategy to some extent. He intended to fight while conserving strength, but ignoring the situation wasn't an option. All he could do was prevent them from shaking hearts, from killing people like Riley and the rest. If this line broke, the road to Wan would open. Then they wouldn't even be able to protect the rear. Enkrid's senses, finely honed and on edge, picked up something in the distance, and he suddenly shouted, "Get down!" Now this was going too far. That thought briefly flickered through his mind. The serpent summoned by the curse elevated the monster's physical abilities far beyond normal. But now something new had entered the mix. A unique entity. A monster with supernatural ability. The colossal monster raised its head, far larger than the others, rare even within the demonic domains. Shah, hundreds of snakes writhing from its skull marked its identity. That mark swept across the battlefield. If you met its eyes, it unleashed the curse of petrification. A Medusa. Its body looked at least 5 times larger than a scaler's. Bigger than a giant. The curse of petrification wouldn't work unconditionally. If you had will, you could resist it to some extent. But the very idea that you had to resist it was already a problem, because that meant less will available for actual fighting. They had to fend off a horde of monsters, some with supernatural powers, while enduring a curse that laced your blood with stone dust. In a normal fight, the advantage belonged to the allied forces. With a supernatural monster mixed in, it became even. When the cursed serpent floated above, it tilted to disadvantage, and with the Medusa's arrival, defeat seemed inevitable. And yet Heskel had strategized even here. He's using the Medusa as a tactical weapon. He hadn't unleashed it in a charge. It was deployed as a suppressive force across the entire battlefield. Now Enkrid could tell where the curse's power was coming from. The Medusa wasn't just a monster. It was the talisman and symbol of the curse. The enemy's forces were unquestionably superior. On top of that, they had a warlock and a legendary alchemist on their side. If that specter Demuel became the god he was striving to be, perhaps he'd be called Demuel of disease or something. Enkrid figured it was better not to look at all, rather than waste will to resist it. Even when your body was brimming with will, only a fraction was usable at any moment. And even that was being drained. A normal person would have started stiffening already, from the blood outward, their entire body turning to stone. Guess I have to call that one flying soldier. Brushing back his soaked hair, Enkrid had a single clear thought: this was dangerous. If he couldn't draw out one of his hidden cards and turn the tide, he would lose for sure. His instinct said it, and the numbers backed it up. Well then, that's what he would do. Luagarn's style tactical swordsmanship couldn't be mastered by watching from the sidelines. Intuition reached into the unconscious, pulled things out, and fused them into an answer. That included the raw force he held within. Enkrid followed instinct and intuition, sketching a path in his mind. The heat in his head and the sharpness of his focus lit the way forward. This, too, was tied to a recent realization. Enkrid lowered his head. Inox manipulates restrained will waves. He applied what he had learned by watching that man's swordsmanship. Enkrid wasn't a genius, but when it came to handling will, he could be called talented. Though it wasn't so much talent as it was the fact that his overflowing will allowed him to train endlessly without restriction. That was why learning advanced techniques was easier for him than the basic training of Yuan. Restraint? He didn't look at the Medusa. Then he concealed his will. As he synchronized his wave with the surroundings and himself, he entered the state known as harmonization. Ironically, it was only after coming here that he finally understood the harmonization technique shown by Aspen's knight, Jamal, back then. If Rem saw this now, what the hell, seriously? Why the hell can you only do that now? He'd probably blow up like that, right? Enkrid could practically hear him complaining, asking why he couldn't do it when he was first taught. And then Enkrid melted into the battlefield. He calmly distributed his breath, thin and steady, sticking out his tongue to taste the air and the falling rain. A sweet tinge carried information to his palate. Distance, direction, location. It wasn't precise, but he could feel presence. He figured he might as well shut his eyes. So he did. In place of vision, he opened his ears. Sound replaced sight. No need for echolocation. The rain would handle that part. Shh. As the sound of rain receded, Enkrid's world turned to black and white. That was when everything came into view. Enemy positions, their movements. He saw it all. Following the path drawn by Luagarn's tactical sword in his head, Enkrid sprinted. No one from Yarn, including Riley, caught even a glimpse of his movement. Of course, neither did the enemy. He moved in a harmonized state, unleashing his restrained will only in front of his target. The first was another scaler, just about to raise his hand and unleash telekinesis. Enkrid drew penna and thrust upward beneath the man's chin. Fuck! The blade pierced through his skull, jetting black blood and chunks of brain through the cracked bone. Enkrid yanked penna out even faster than the thrust, flicked off the blood, and slid it back into the sheath as he moved 18 steps sideways. It looked like walking, but the speed was that of a sprint. As he slid that way, an owlbear, adept at hiding its presence, was just about to release poisoned feathers. Tut-tut-tut. Feathers sharp enough to cut through a storm snapped up like a wild beast. Every single feather was a poisoned dart. If left unchecked, someone might get hit. But the owlbear failed its mission. Samkiel sliced through the creature's iron-tough feathers and neck. Black blood burst like a fountain from the severed neck, but rain diluted it as it fell, mixing in a murky swirl. In Enkrid's auditory world, it looked like two liquids of different textures blending together. He kept moving, still harmonized, still sensing enemies through sound and pulses, releasing his restrained will only when necessary. Crack! The next scaler had a particularly tough body, but penna jabbed into his eye socket and split his skull. He didn't die immediately, but no second strike was needed. On to the next. The enemies had 3 types of abilities: telekinesis, hardened bodies, and concealed presence. Enkrid focused on the third, the ones who hid themselves. The black and white world felt like a battlefield permitted only to him, like he was the only one moving freely across a spiderweb. The spiderweb of Acker. Everything had its sequence, every strike its order. He blended his trained sword style with Luagarn's tactical sword. From then on, it wasn't all that difficult. It was simply something he could do. And just by doing what he could do, Enkrid ensured that not a single person near him, bearing the name Guan, would die. Chapter 712. Reducing errors through the Luagarn-style tactical swordplay. Countless lines are drawn, erased, and drawn again. Make my body a blade. Tactics become the tool of swordsmanship. And so he slices through the battlefield. With restraint, he reveals no presence, no will, nothing. He simply charges forward, relying solely on the strength of his trained body. Thus, upon finding the next target, he thrust Samkiol into it. If he shifted his left foot outward, the thrust could have carried more force. But there was no luxury for that now. So instead he kept his steps short and used the twist of his waist to add rotational power to the thrust. With the coiled tension of his whole body muscles exploding outward, he layered will on top of it. The blade skillfully pierced a scaler's scales, slipped past the jaw, and burrowed into its crown. Puck! Squish! Boy! The moment he thrust in, he pulled the blade free. Blood and brain matter clung to it, but this was storm-lashed ground. The filth was wiped clean almost immediately. Quang! A lightning strike crashed nearby, tearing through his hearing. The world, once painted by the sound of rain, turned blindingly white. For a moment, the light was so intense it stole his vision. Enkrid stopped, momentarily dulling his senses. He couldn't move right away. The way everything in sight quaked made it feel like an earthquake had struck. But pausing didn't mean wasting time. He never allowed any day to pass him by without giving his best. But now, more than ever, he had to use his time with utter precision. And so he did. Minimize movement. In that short break, he retraced the process of killing the monster just now. Had he wasted a little time en route to the target? As a result, a kid, who mixed Il-Kara's martial arts with swordsmanship, was caught in a momentary telekinetic grip. That brief delay had almost cost the boy his life. He'd seen it. One of the winged scalers with blood membrane wings dived straight for the child. The creature had been knocked aside by one of Riley's flying daggers, but the young swordsman's forearm had been grazed. No, more than grazed. The wound was deep enough to gush blood, and judging by how sluggish the boy had become, the monster's claws must have been laced with poison. He wouldn't die, but they'd lost another combatant. If this kept happening, their side would eventually be overwhelmed. To put it simply, he almost died. He could almost see it. The kid's body splayed on the storm-slicked ground, lifeless. It hadn't even happened, but the scene burned in his mind. Not good. Enkrid had no intention of letting anyone standing behind him die. So what must be done? Ask a question, then find the answer. That was the teaching of the Luagarn-style tactical sword. Swah! The rain poured again, reopening a world of black and white. Eyes closed, he watched through sound. To the question of how, there was only one answer. Reduce errors. No one is perfect. Even minimizing errors wouldn't be enough. What next? Cut down on movement. Gain time. Create breathing room. So, how to draw the smallest possible path. Mark the points, and then connect them with the shortest line. Like running along a cliff's edge, dancing on the tightrope of your limits. Crack. Dot. His ankle flexed softly as he pushed off the ground. His boot sank into the muddy terrain. The wet dirt compressed beneath his sole, solidifying into a support. Enkrid leapt toward the next point he'd marked. If someone viewed the battlefield from above, they'd see that the once graceful, sweeping arcs he traced had now become straight lines. Glance off the passing threats. Only push, strike, or slice what truly gets in the way. With Samkjol in his right hand and Penna in his left, he advanced with tapping steps. He felt the battlefields flow with his body. His instinct chose the next target, and he turned toward it again, casually thrusting Samkjol to the side. Thunk! The tip of the blade caught the elbow of a scaler holding a black spear. Without stopping, Enkrid yanked the sword and kept running. Crunch! No matter how finely sharpened a masterwork blade is, it can't cut flesh just by touching it. Let alone if the opponent is a scaler, one of those monsters covered in tough scales. And yet, Enkrid kept stabbing and slashing. How? He did it through sheer force. It wasn't so much cutting as it was tearing. He jabbed near the elbow, didn't even pull the sword out, and ripped it apart with strength alone. The torn edge was rough, of course, and far more agonizing than a clean cut. Screech! The scaler shrieked. That scream served as an alert, signaling nearby monsters that an enemy was here. But naturally, Enkrid was already gone. He kept running, both swords still hanging in his hands. Crash! The storm kept soaking his blades and body. At least he didn't have to worry about getting drenched in blood. Whether it was the synchronization with the storm or simply the sheer intensity of the wind, it felt as if gusts were slicing between his ribs. The sensation was oddly refreshing. Or maybe it just feels refreshing to be the one doing the slicing. Regardless of the thought, his hands and feet stayed busy. Crack, ting, thud, stab. Noise to some, but for Enkrid, these were vivid afterimages burned into his mind. He fought by hearing and motion, striking down those with enhanced perception again and again, guided by sound. And with just that, the flow of the battlefield began to shift. Can one human change the course of a river? Maybe, if they keep piling up huge stones and digging tirelessly to redirect its path. Some people do just that. It takes days, maybe months or years. But a knight is a disaster. He can change the battlefield, change the river in mere moments. It's like a natural calamity shifting the terrain. An earthquake carving out a new path. That's what a knight can do. Just like what Enkrid was doing now. Esiskra. Above him, the sorcery serpent let out a cry that blanketed the entire battlefield. His heart pounded in rhythm with the serpent's scream. That pressure. So that's what a higher-ranked monster exudes. Just hearing it made his skin crawl. Made you feel like you had to turn around. A primal fear, a shapeless dread, demanded a reaction from every part of his body. It told him to freeze, to tremble in fear. But that didn't work on Enkrid, and no one here would break just from that. Still, it wasn't without effect. Right then, from behind, Riley shouted, his voice filled with fury. Enkrid saw him. Though far away, distance didn't matter. That's the upside of his hearing-based vision. The downside? It was all black and white. No detail, no nuance. The bulging veins on Riley's neck, for example. Enkrid couldn't see them. Not that he needed to. He could imagine them well enough. Anyone running on fumes breathed now. Riley's neck was probably bulging with effort. Whoa! Anahera echoed the cry from far away, the same fierce energy in her voice. These were the ones holding the line against the monstrous wave. They couldn't hold out forever. I need to conserve my strength. Fight to the end. In that sense, Riley was a damn good vice commander. The man fought on one leg. He had to burn through twice as much energy as anyone else. Even if this was his first time in such a battle, he understood that going full tilt would only get him killed. So he was pacing himself, fighting smart. Hold out. Enkrid never stopped moving, never lifted his head, and yet he felt someone's gaze. Violent, murderous, From beyond the storm-drawn monochrome world, a monster, acting as the conduit for the sorcery, locked eyes with him. The Medusa's gaze. He didn't need to look to feel the pressure. Only a knight would dare face a monster like that. That was why it had such an overwhelming presence, even through a mere glance. High-ranking monsters instinctively wield techniques similar to a knight's aura. They impose fear, targeting beings they view as prey. Like a frog frozen before a snake, they paralyze humans and other intelligent species. Even that wailing serpent overhead was likely part of the Medusa's oppressive aura. The demon realm must be filled with monsters like this. And that's why intelligent species had never conquered it. All they could do was fight and endure. So, is it scary? Not at all. Someday, I will meet all the monsters living in the magic realm. If it were easy, it wouldn't be called a dream. Enkrid's dream is always difficult and seemingly impossible. That's how it appeared. I'll cut them all down. There was no room for small worries in such a simple and straightforward goal. Once again, Enkrid felt the greatness of Heskel as he thought about it. The very tactic of using Medusa, not as a soldier, but as a medium for magic, was truly impressive. A more efficient deployment. It was a tactic that slowly consumed his stamina. Once again, Heskel had to be considered clever. How many had he killed? The number was meaningless. He had cut and stabbed far too many. He had used his will sparingly, so there was no explosive momentum or overwhelming pressure. Just a steady reduction of their numbers. Now Enkrid's range was far wider than what could be seen with his eyes. Therefore, he could read his enemy's movements even before his instincts warned him. Skillful. Someone had prepared a net after watching what he was doing. As he circled around, he noticed 8 archers targeting him, and dozens of arrows floating in the storm, black-tipped and ready to strike. In the midst of it all, he saw a lone human wearing a helmet. The armor was thin and made of a material that shimmered faintly in the rain. If you looked only at the situation, he would seem like the prey drawn to a trap set for him. Given that he noticed the net now, it didn't seem like it was hastily made. Well, maybe not, but that was the feeling. Wasn't that guy supposed to be a normal knight? Heskel's apprentice could see Enkrid's movements thanks to the monster's eye embedded in his forehead. Heskel didn't have such an eye, so he couldn't sense Enkrid's presence or follow his movements with his eyes, but he knew Enkrid was doing something tricky. As soon as Enkrid disappeared, monsters with clairvoyant abilities started falling one by one, so it wasn't hard to deduce what had happened. Also, by observing the battlefield from afar, it was easy to grasp the situation. Up close you see the trees, but from afar you see the forest. A lumberjack only cuts down the trees right in front of him, but a forest keeper looks at the entire forest and cuts just the right number of trees. In this respect, Heskel was more like a forest keeper. I'm surprised too. Nothing ever goes as expected. The opponent is Yuan. He should show this much strength. But it doesn't seem like Yuan is the one showing it, does it? That's what made it even more surprising. Not only was the curse that could be called a disease not spreading any further, but also the fact that the person holding it back was still standing. Enkrid of Border Guard. He fights well. Heskel was even more amazed by this. Outwardly, it could seem like admiration, but Heskel simply spoke in a composed manner. I've prepared something. I was going to catch Rhinox, but it can't be helped. Heskel spoke. The eye embedded in the apprentice's forehead blinked twice. With that blink, his sight shifted, and his gaze turned toward the family head and Alexandra. Are you just going to leave them? Despite his abrupt words, Heskel understood well. The entire battlefield had been envisioned in his mind. At this point, I could say they've been weakened. Those who should be sick are still standing. That's sacrilege. Are you blaming the gods' power? No, not at all. This is Yoran. He had expected this much. Even after he killed Myliskia to prevent this, they were still holding on. Well, not everything goes according to plan. If it had been that easy, there wouldn't have been any need for all this. It's just beginning, Heskel said, looking up at the sky. The dark clouds and rain made it hard to keep his eyes open. Unless he had picked up a monster's eye and embedded it in his forehead, he wouldn't be able to see the sky properly. So maybe it was fortunate after all. Oh! Even though Heskel said it was just the beginning, he let out a long sigh. In that sigh there seemed to be a hint of bitterness, but the apprentice of D. Mule didn't hear it. Even if his eyes were special, his ears were still human. The disciple couldn't leave his position, so it was already decided who would step forward. Even if parts of the picture in his mind had been distorted, the overall framework remained intact. Heskel looked ahead. Nothing had changed. Victory still belonged to him. Do you desire divinity? Then be faithful, Heskel of Yuan. I know, Heskel replied as he began to move. It was his turn to step onto the stage. Tell your master to bring out what was prepared. With just one death knight, we can slay that clan head, and those standing beside him. That's what you think. The command of this battle is mine. Andante had become a knight who returned from death. With that alone, perhaps he could take down someone like Alexandra? Who knows? If we lose even after your master steps in, your life won't be spared. If we lose, and I'm still alive, I'll hang myself, don't worry. He truly meant it when he said he'd hang himself if they lost. Heskel was sincere in everything he did. It was something he had learned from the clan head. Whatever you do, you must do it wholeheartedly. Even if you're deceiving someone, it must be done with sincerity. From the clan head's creed and way of life, Heskel had developed his own swordsmanship. Even a deceitful blade had to carry true intent. He didn't believe his sword would ever reach the clan head. Then who should his blade be aimed at? The answer was obvious. I'm sorry. If he killed Ragnar, the prodigal son returned. First, even the clan head's stone heart might waver. That would ultimately cloud his judgment and create an opportunity for their side to take the upper hand. As the four monsters meant to keep the clan head occupied began to move, Heskel turned to seek Ragnar. Coincidentally, or perhaps not, Ragnar was just beginning to walk as well. Chapter 713. Against the waves, the moment Rhinox felt the formless force tightening around his body, he lightly clashed the swords held in both his hands. He simply used the sword in his right hand as a support, and tapped it with the sword in his left. Ching! The faint metallic scrape spread through the storm like a sharp blade slicing the air. Though the tiny noise was quickly drowned out by the storm's violent howls, the sound itself didn't matter. He wasn't trying to sense anything through hearing anyway. His specialty was waves. The two swords, imbued with his will as they struck, released a pulse that only Rhinox could perceive and detect. That pulse was the secret behind the unmatched scouting ability that made him Yuan's finest. Look at these bastards. With that, he quickly located 3 scalers using telekinesis. All 3 were reaching toward him, while a larger, sturdier-bodied scaler was blocking the path ahead. They moved as pairs, their coordination almost flawless, as if they had been trained. Did you train them yourself, Heskel? Could monsters actually understand language? It was a curious thought, but he doubted he'd get the chance to find out. It was just a sudden intuition. Rhinox then threw the sword in his right hand, driving it into the ground with a solid thunk. The blade sank halfway into the earth. Using the earth as a makeshift scabbard, he tilted the sword, then drew a third sword from his back and hurled it forward with all his might. Swoosh! The sword, about the length of a forearm, shot forward in a straight line. No matter how fierce the storm, it couldn't stop a chunk of metal hurled by a knight's strength. Crack! The large-bodied scaler caught Rhinox's thrown sword mid-air. Its scale's hardness and toughness were impressive, but what was even more surprising was its athletic ability, catching a large, fast-flying object from a distance. What a load of crap! Rhinox then yanked his outstretched hand. Crack, dot. The sword slipped free from the scaler's grip and flew back to him. His swords were weapons that would always return to his call. Whoosh, tap. The spinning sword neatly landed back into Rhinox's grasp. The telekinesis-wielding enemies kept pulling tricks one after another. He felt the pressure tightening around his body, growing more annoying. While he could still move, it wasn't like his arms or legs were completely tangled up. It was bothersome nonetheless. Rhinox threw the sword in his hand once again, but this time he didn't just throw it. Leaving the sword stuck in the ground, he drew a new one from behind his right shoulder. At first glance it looked like an ordinary longsword, but upon closer inspection it had no sharpened edge. It looked like a practice sword. As he dragged the drawn sword along the ground, the tip scraped against the earth. Rumble. As Rhinox ran, a long trench formed behind him. Of course, with the storm raging, the trace would soon be erased. This time, instead of catching the blade, the large-bodied scaler blocked it with the back of his hand. The blade dug into the hand but didn't penetrate. The creature had used its fist like a shield to block the sword. It was a smart move. Or perhaps pure instinctive combat sense. The scaler blocked with his left hand and grabbed the blade with his right. This time he likely intended to cling onto the sword even if Rhinox tried to call it back. But this time, instead of summoning the weapon back, Rhinox charged straight toward him. Crack! The double assault, throwing the sword and then rushing in, was one of Rhinox's well-honed tactics. And it wasn't just about closing the distance either. The first sword he had thrown was called Prey. The sword now in his right hand was called Hunter. The prey would always do its best to flee from the hunter. The dull-edged longsword traced a short, swift arc as Rhinox swung it forward. Clang! Boom! The hunter wasn't meant for cutting. It was designed to strike. When Rhinox slammed the flat pommel of the hunter against the prey's rear, overlapping waves erupted, sending the prey shooting forward at twice its original speed. Boom! A sword-sized arrow tore through the air, cutting straight through the storm. As the blade passed by, it tore apart half the head of the large-bodied scaler, blocking its way, splattering blood and flesh into the raging storm, where it was swept away. Originally, the prey's target had been the telekinesis user standing behind. But having pierced through the large scaler's hand, the prey continued in a straight line, bursting through the head of the telekinesis wielder beyond. The enemy's attempt to block with both hands thrown forward was useless. When the hunter is lifted, the prey doesn't even come when called. This was a technique that utilized an imprinted weapon through the Knight's Oath, a hidden trick of Rhinox. Everyone probably had at least one move that was difficult to use in a spar. Rhinox swung the pair of thin swords he held in his left hand and cleanly sliced off the neck of a scaler whose head was already half gone. Crack, slice? Even without putting much strength into it, the blade cut through easily. Considering the hardness of a scaler's body, it should have been impossible, but Rhinox's swords had several times the cutting power of ordinary ones. The downside, however, was that they broke easily despite being imprinted weapons, but that was something he could compensate for with skill. He had even changed his entire swordsmanship style to maximize his weapon's sharpness. His defensive swordplay, where he let attacks slide off and eroded the enemy's blade with his own, was born from this method. Even within Yarn, it was neither an ordinary tactic nor a common art. Next, Rhinox said, returning the hunter to its sheath and reaching out. Once the hunter was retrieved, the prey would return as well. The prey, reacting to the will imbued in his hand, trembled briefly before flying back into his grasp. The prey could do nothing but be thrown, return, or be knocked away when struck by the hunter. Because of that, Rhinox had customized the sword tip. The blade, made of pure silver, was specially crafted and diamond-coated, costly, difficult to make and prone to shattering if struck wrong. But Rhinox saw no problem, using it only for stabbing or throwing. The prey was practically a blunt weapon anyway. The tactics were strange, unique, a feast of skills that had long forsaken anything ordinary. Rhinox finished off the 2 remaining scalers that had bound him in the same fashion. Then, while returning to where his main sword was planted, knocked down a winged monster targeting the clan leader's back with the prey. Meanwhile, Tempest Yuan was smashing 3 monsters to pulp with his absurd sword swings. He struck them head first with the blade's flat side, driving them into the ground. An owlbear's head and torso were shattered and torn apart, swept away by the rain as it sank knee-deep into the muddy ground. Watching that, Rhinox struck his blades together again. Bang! By narrowing the force of the shockwave instead of spreading it wide, he could probe even further distances. With that, Rhinox checked on Enkrid's situation. After roughly sensing the situation through the wave, Rhinox spoke. I should have gone there. Seeing the trap Heskel had laid, he understood the ploy. It seemed Heskel had set up various tricks to counter Rhinox's techniques. Enkrid of the Border Guard, a promising young friend. Would he have the strength to overcome the fox Heskel's trap? That, he didn't know. Swoosh, whoosh. The rain continued pouring down, but the wind had slightly eased. The amount of rain was still formidable, but even this was noticeably better than before. We've got plenty in front of us, too. At Tempest's words, Rhinox turned his eyes forward, then suddenly gagged, sour bile surging up from his throat and spilling onto the ground. Even in the pouring storm, it was clear the vomit was laced with blood. I can't hold out much longer, Rhinox said, grinding his boot into the vomit. The medicine Anne had given him allowed his body to endure, but there was a time limit. That was why he had deliberately fought ahead of Alexandra and Tempest. He stirred up the enemy, luring those with supernatural abilities toward himself. As a result, the strain on his body increased. Even though he seemed to dispatch them easily, each monster was a formidable opponent. He had to constantly release shockwaves to remain alert against those stealthily targeting him from behind. This won't be your grave, Rye. Tempest, said, taking his stance. Ahead, 4 monsters were striding toward them. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed white across the sky. Even in utter darkness, a knight's eyes could see. But the lightning illuminated their enemies in vivid clarity. They were scalers. 4 of them. Each had black and red scales mixed evenly. Based on Rhinox's experience, a higher ratio of red scales meant stronger supernatural abilities, meaning these 4 would be even more troublesome. Until now, he had only faced enemies with a single red-scaled arm at most. Tempest, it's time we kept that childhood promise. Rhinox had no gift for seeing the future, but even if he survived this battle, he knew there would be no path left for him to live. I just need some time. Give me half a year and I can fix it. But right now, your body's condition is... Anne had said this after examining him and giving him various medicines. Yes, he already knew. Ever since that bastard Heskel landed a blow on him, his condition had rapidly worsened. Fever spiked, his heart ached, and he coughed up blood as if his organs were torn apart. Man, I'm really dying here, he had joked once, but deep down he knew. This would be his end. What was left now? So many things, but at that moment, what surfaced was a promise from his childhood, that if death ever came, he would go before Tempest, They had made that vow. Once rivals over the same woman, and lifelong friends who had spent nearly every moment together since birth. "Go help Alex," Tempest spoke, unable to infuse any emotion into his voice, but it was filled with sincerity. "I don't need to." Somehow hearing them from over 10 paces away, Alexandra shouted back. Before her, a bundle of black smoke swirled, and from between the corpses of monsters, a black armored hand clawed its way out. A death knight. The pinnacle of necromancy that uses a knight's corpse. Even lesser death warriors were nightmares to most. A death knight was terror incarnate, beyond mere nightmares. "I'll go first." "You're the heir," Rhinox repeated, and Tempest's gaze briefly touched his wife. She said firmly, "Believe in me, Tempest. I'm the lightning blade." Yes, there was a time when Tempest hadn't even dared to think of beating her. "Support Rhinox from behind." I'll say it again. This is not where you'll be buried. They had to endure. The head believed that every battle had a flow. When the flow shifted, that was the moment to decide the outcome. Until then, one had to endure. 4 scalers stood before Tempest and Rhinox. 2 wielded short clubs. The other 2 had katar fitted over both hands. The katar, a weapon where a sharp blade was mounted between 2 parallel bars connected by a horizontal grip, was designed for powerful thrusts. Just from their weapons, the 2 could glimpse the enemy's tactics. These monsters had survived countless battlefields. Their weapons were short, their muscles dense and tight. Rain bounced off their scales as if striking taut drums. They would likely focus on high-speed, close-quarters assaults, nearly rivaling knights in physical prowess. And no doubt, their weapons were poisoned. "Ha! Me. Certainly." Tempest regulated his breathing. Just as his wife trusted him, he had to place his trust in her too. "Just guard my back, Rhinox." Far off, the Medusa watched the battlefield. Because of her, part of his will had been seized earlier. Tempest lowered his head, avoiding her gaze, just enough to see the enemy's feet. Since childhood, he had found it difficult to learn fancy techniques. Instead, he had strength, enough to wield a heavy, unwieldy greatsword. That hadn't changed. Tempest Yorn's greatsword stabbed diagonally into the air. His preparations were complete. As Rhinox stepped into position behind him, a familiar voice rang out among the 4 scalers. It was a message from Heskel, sent through sorcery or some other spell. Only the voice traveled. "Tempest, these 4 are special monsters. Chimeras among chimeras, crafted to face knights. They are the masterpieces of a genius alchemist and the monstrous prodigy of the last generation, who spent 70 years perfecting them." It was an odd moment for an explanation. "Stay tied up with them. I'll go kill your son. I don't know where you hid Odinkar, but I'll find the boy as well." Heskel had glimpsed part of the head's heart. Thus he could shake him. Rhinox, feeling a faint twinge of anxiety, glanced at the head's face, but he remained unchanged. No emotions surfaced. It was his defect, but at times like this, it became a mask that betrayed no weakness. The moment Heskel's voice faded into the air, the 4 scalers lunged forward. "Back, Dottie." Rhinox narrowed his eyes and turned his back to them, avoiding Medusa's gaze. From now on, his job was to guard his friend's back. Even if the nausea boiling from his guts threatened to choke him, he would have to endure. If he failed, he would lose his head. "You've always talked about what's next since you were a kid." Andante was also an old friend of Alexandra. Now that friend had rejected the rest offered by death, rising again with black blood soaking her. Devoid of reason, driven solely by pure combat instinct. Andante, once a close friend, had turned away from love, from children, from everything. All he ever sought was the next step upward. What comes next? I can go even further. It was a dream easily corrupted into twisted desire. But if it were Yuan, it was a dream they could have embraced. Looking at him now, though, it wouldn't be wrong to call it a failure. I'll surpass you someday, Alex. It was Alexandra who had held him back. Neither the continent nor the empire could allow a killer born with an innate lust for blood to run free. Andante needed to cut down someone with red blood at least once a month, and every 3 months at the longest he had to kill someone. He constantly craved murder. Now you can kill to your heart's content, Andante. Alexandra spoke. Treat. The Death Knight, born from the monster's corpse, said nothing. Instead, black steam spewed from between the blackened visor, thick with soot. The rain and wind couldn't dissolve the black mist which pierced the downpour and coiled around the helmet. It wasn't some mystical sight. It was pure terror, so overwhelming it made one's knees buckle just by looking at it. When a knight drunk on the feeling of invincibility dies and a sorcerer binds the death, they become a Death Knight. The result is a fighter far superior to what they were in life. There would be no easy battle against such a thing. This was the blade Heskel had prepared specifically for Alexandra. Chapter 714. Just as planned, the glint in her eyes, the ironclad hands, the muscles set anew beneath the armor, the faintest shifts, the rain, the wind, even the killing intent floating in the humid air. Alexandra gathered every scrap of information and locked it into her mind. Calculating the surroundings to use them in battle was a trick her friend Enkrid often displayed. You're not the only one who can do that. Even in the raging storm. Alexandra kept her focus on the enemy before her. She blocked out everything else, narrowing her perception until only she and her opponent remained. With this, even Medusa's petrifying curse could be ignored. Of course, the curse would still have some influence outside her immediate awareness, but since she couldn't exactly cut off Medusa's head and return at this moment, ignoring it was her only option. So she did just that. Blocked it all out, sharpening her concentration. She forgot about the rain, the pounding storm, and entered a world where only she and her enemy existed. From the friend who had returned from death, traces of his living self could still be glimpsed. Behind the helmet, leaking black steam, his braided hair could be seen. Andante had always had long, flowing hair. It was Alexandra who told him it would be a waste to cut it short when he had tried to chop it off. After teaching him how to braid it, Andante had always worn his hair in a braid ever since. You really did grow it out for a long time after that. Later, Andante had even shown a trick of hiding blades between the braids, but that was just a playful thing back then. The black steam gathered, coiling before it seeped back into the helmet. It looked almost like a preparatory motion before a fight. Alexandra also subtly shifted her weight, pressing a little more into her big toe. Alexandra and Andante had never dueled at length. They always settled their fights with a single exchange. Their spars were half a gamble with their lives, and Andante had always enjoyed it greatly while he lived. When you brush against death, the world doesn't look so bloody red anymore. He said it with a laugh even as blood poured from a wound in his thigh. To Andante, sometimes the world seemed blood red. It would have been a disturbing statement to anyone who heard it, and it spoke to the miserable fate that had forged in his an uncontrollable urge, an urge that could only be quelled by killing. Now that bloodthirst became a blade, sharp and red, pressing right up against Alexandra. But Alexandra did not move even a single step. It was like two clowns walking a tightrope. Let's end it in a single stroke, Andante. What happens when you add death to the disaster that is a night? The answer was standing right before her. Andante would now react faster, move more dynamically than he ever had in life. That much was clear, even without crossing swords. Andante had many advantages now. First, his breathing couldn't be read, because the dead do not breathe. Second, he could unleash full power without any telegraphed movements or tensioning of muscles. One of the strengths of a death knight was a mind left with only pure battle instinct. If there was any silver lining, it was that a knight's will would not have changed. A knight's will never grew easily, and after death, it could never grow at all. Only the will they had held in life remained. However, his limbs would regenerate if severed, which meant only specific targets could be aimed for. The head or the neck must be taken, and Andante would instinctively guard against that. On the surface, they seemed peaceful, simply standing there. Neither had drawn a sword, both standing awkwardly with their arms hanging loosely. To an uninformed onlooker, it might have looked like they were about to shake hands. But a death knight was not nearly so sociable. Qua rang? A white bolt of lightning tore through the space between them. Still, neither moved a muscle. After a long or short standoff, it was Alexandra who moved first. She bent her knees and sprang forward. Just before her body lunged ahead, her hand was already gripping her sword. Blitzkling. The name Lightning Blade had been given to her because the sword she swung was fast enough to resemble a lightning strike. It was a speed she had never once revealed even during her sparring with Enkrid. Even Rhinox was around, but that didn't mean Alexandra had no secret techniques of her own. Of course she did. She compressed the will swirling inside her, concentrating it, and then detonated it. That explosive force allowed her to momentarily surpass her own limits. Boom! The blast erupted, and the sword cleaved through the air, crossing the bounds of time itself as it raced toward the enemy. Bang! Andante, now transformed into a death knight, matched Alexandra's speed. But instead of blocking her, he thrust forward. In the split second where a hole could have been punched through her stomach while only scratching his helmet, Alexandra accelerated once more. Boom! A noise rang in her ears. It wasn't real. It was an auditory hallucination triggered by the final burst of her remaining will. Alexandra's advancing body twisted to the side, her blade tracing a zigzagging arc that struck across the Death Knight's helmet. Clang! The helmet split apart, and black smoke erupted from within. Alexandra's vision turned blood red. A searing heat flooded her nostrils, and her legs trembled uncontrollably. Turning her reddened gaze behind her, she saw the rotten skull revealed inside the broken helmet. Whirl, 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 whirl! A horizontal vortex formed along the ground in her wake, like a long tunnel carved by a storm. Only after the clash ended did the scars of her movement, ripping through the very air, become visible. Cut! A will-infused sword, an engraved weapon, had split the head. Even a death knight wasn't invincible. If the head was severed, it would die. Andante's final words were cut, though his true last words had likely been heard by Heskel. Cough! Alexandra closed her bleeding eyes, letting the rain wash away the blood, and drove her sword tip into the ground, kneeling on one knee. She spoke. Andante, if you're satisfied, you can go now. Once he had said he wished to see a sword swifter than anything before. She had shown him that now. Triggering 2 explosions of will was already a borderline suicidal move. And she had done it twice, more violently the second time. Her abdomen ached sharply, her head throbbed fiercely. The pain echoed through her entire body, as if she might die. Her guts felt twisted beyond repair, and she couldn't lift herself, but it was fine. In her youth, she had honed this technique to the point of losing the ability to bear children, but she had no regrets then or now. Even without bearing them in her womb, she had raised children in her heart. And in the end, the skills she had forged helped her protect her home. Still, this might be a bit much. Even within Yoan, Alexandra's illness had never been severe, just a mild cough. But now, with her body in shambles, Her sickness surfaced too. A sudden chill gripped her. In a way, it had been just a single sword stroke. But that one strike had killed a death knight. She had fulfilled her role. The real problem was that the battle wasn't over yet. "My body won't move." A monster flapped toward her. Medusa's gaze still hung heavy over the battlefield. Before, she could ignore the petrification curse. Now it pressed in on her without mercy. Alexandra lowered her head to avoid the monster's stare. The sorcery snake above her head still writhed, and Medusa, overseeing the battlefield, sent a winged beast diving toward her. This is bad. Meanwhile, perhaps because its brain was smaller than others, one of the lizard monsters recklessly charged at her. Alexandra, leaning heavily on her sword, looked like she could barely stay standing. The lizard, lacking its rider, lunged with jaws wide to bite her head. Alexandra yanked her sword free and swung it, then slammed it back into the ground. Her hand moved so fast that most people would not even have seen it. Splurt! The monster collapsed at her feet, its upper skull soaring through the air with its jaw still gaping. Seriously, this is really bad. She didn't even have the strength to speak anymore, and the number of monsters and beasts around her only kept increasing. It wasn't hard to guess why. Tempest. He had been pinned down despite having Rhinox by his side. Heskel, you sly fox. It was surely a strategy crafted in that bastard's head, turning Andantine into a death knight and sending him at. Though Alexandra didn't know who Heskel had bet on in their duel, if she died here, the balance would tip a little toward Yuan's defeat. Her senses dulled, and she started feeling the heavy drag of her soaked clothes. Definitely a bad sign. Somebody take care of that snake's head already. The petrification curse and the sorcery snake made it even harder to survive. One of the scalers, wielding psychokinesis, seized her sword. An invisible hand gripped her blade. And from behind she sensed a presence. Her dulled mind and sluggish senses hadn't noticed until someone was right behind her. Pathetic. She shook off the telekinetic grip and swung her sword backward. She had strength for only one swing. If this was to be her last strike, she might as well swing it and cry out her husband's name. If she died, he'd have to take care of things somehow. Otherwise, she'd just die here and become a lingering spirit to sabotage his second marriage. Absolutely. So come save me, Tempest. Judging the distance to the enemy approaching from behind, Alexandra tore her sword free from the telekinetic grip and swung it. Crack. Whoosh, thud. Her attack was blocked. The enemy raised his sword vertically, neatly stopping her blade's movement. Then he closed the distance with a quick, decisive step. So fast she didn't even have time to call her husband's name. Enkrid had been silently counting the number of floating arrows around him. By now he realized that most of the monsters with notable abilities, especially those with superior psychic skills, had gathered here. There were still plenty of psychokinetic monsters left, but they could be dismissed as mere rabble. Even without relying on instinct, the truth was obvious before his eyes. There were at least 5 enemies standing there without even a gesture, effortlessly keeping a dozen arrows each afloat. 50 black-tipped arrows hovered ominously, all aimed at him. If those started flying, it would be a nasty fight. And seeing the arrows' darkened points, Enkrid was willing to bet Raim's left hand that they were poison. I am Panito, the right hand of Lord Heskel. The owner of the net spoke. Enkrid turned his head to look at him. The faintly glowing steel-plated armor he wore was a treasure by itself. Craze would definitely covet it if he saw it. The opponent seemed quite convinced he had cornered Enkrid. His attitude said as much. Watching him, a sudden thought struck Enkrid. So being caught in a net is the end? No, that wasn't it. An idea burst into his mind instantly, almost like a flash of inspiration. I'll blend the blade of coincidence with the tactical blade. He would base his calculations on tactical blade techniques, execute them like a lightning flash, and weave coincidence and fortune into his strategy. All for the sake of seizing the upper hand. After all, that's what tactics were for. His mind spun fiercely, hot enough to feel feverish, until it finally found an answer. And so, Enkrid opened his mouth like a well-tuned instrument and spoke. Just as planned. Of course, he had indeed been caught. But if he could weave even coincidence into his intentions, then this situation too could be called part of the plan. You anticipated this? Panito asked, startled. Of course. Enkrid was utterly shameless. Compared to Ragnar, who could point west and call it north without blinking, this level of bluffing was practically cute. Impressive, border guard Enkrid. Panito, whom Enkrid had never met even during sparring matches, genuinely sounded impressed. Apparently some of Heskel's subordinates had been too busy with external affairs to meet easily, and Panito must have been one of them. Enkrid's mind wandered briefly. Since he had decided to treat all coincidences as part of his plan, it was now within the realm of the tactical blade's domain to make it look that way. Tactics were about deceiving the opponent. Thus, the Luagarn-style tactical blade was all about illusions. And from there, a small but powerful chain of ideas began to ring inside Enkrid's head. Valen's-style mercenary swordsmanship never taught how to handle a sword properly. That was because it was based on illusions. In other words, tactics were fundamentally rooted in deception. If he continued honing his skills through tactical swordsmanship, the next path forward would naturally reveal itself. Would it be better to call it the method of honing a deceptive sword, or simply deceptive swordsmanship? At the moment, it was an idea he could do little with. Something to be recalled and remembered later, when the time allowed. For now, he had more pressing matters to deal with right in front of him. You must have gathered all the superior monsters with transcendent abilities here to wipe out the entire Night Order and then plan to push straight into Yorn. It was something he could say because he had read the opponent's intentions. Now that the enemy had shown their hand this far, it wasn't hard to guess the purpose behind their moves. Correct. You even foresaw that? Panito still seemed surprised, suggesting he wasn't particularly clever. In a way, it meant he had been properly fooled. Or, put differently, it spoke to the peak of Enkrid's acting skills. Following the path his tactical swordsmanship showed him, Enkrid spoke again. Yeah, it's all going according to plan. If Kraze had heard him, he would have probably called him the greatest liar on the continent. If Luagarn had been around, she would have clapped endlessly with those slippery hands of hers. None of you will ever get past me. And this part was genuine. Whatever plans or tricks there were, from the moment Enkrid faced them, he knew what his role was. By now, that bastard Ragnar should know what he had to do too. Even if you know, stopping it won't be easy. Panito bit down hard as he spoke. The fact that someone had seen through his master's strategy filled him with bitter jealousy. And that jealousy quickly turned into rage, crystallizing into a killing intent, an unshakable urge to destroy the man before him. Chapter 715. This dog, do you know what makes an extraordinary con artist? Kraze spoke out of the blue. Sometimes, after their day's work was done, the ones who had time would gather around a campfire, roasting chestnuts or walnuts, and this comment came out during one of those casual chats. It was a conversation without any particular purpose, just idle talk. You could even say he only spoke up because the chestnut in his hand was too hot, and he had set it down to cool off. Isn't it someone whose brain runs like clockwork? Rem said, tapping the side of his own head while cracking open walnuts with the handle of his axe in his other hand. Crack, snap, Dory. With just the right amount of strength and perfect precision, the walnut split open cleanly without flying off. At Rem's comment, Cray shook his head with exaggerated motions. Finding it unbearably annoying, Rem promptly threw the axe he was holding. Of course, Cray's didn't end up dead from that throw. Enkrid, who was standing nearby, caught the axe mid-air. "Thank you for sparing my life, Captain," Cray said nonchalantly, and Enkrid simply gave a small nod in return. "That makes 16 times I've saved your life. Shouldn't you be showing a little more gratitude? How about peeling those chestnuts more neatly? Yes, here you go, your lordship." Cray skillfully spun his knife and handed over a perfectly peeled, pristine white chestnut. Nearby, Shinar was munching on walnuts wrapped in flower petals, and Esther silently nibbled on a few pine nuts while watching them. As Rayam retrieved his axe, he muttered, "That bastard's not even scared anymore." Ragnar, sitting beside him, offered a piece of advice. "If you really wanted to kill him, it's better to swing the axe up close." "Hey, you crazy bastard, you think I don't know that?" Ram exploded in anger, though fortunately it didn't escalate to knife fights. Jackson was quietly arranging chestnuts into neat rows nearby, and Auden was rambling on about how they should be grateful to God for blessing them with such delicious food. Enkrid nodded in agreement at the sweet flavor of the chestnuts, and listened as Craze continued. "A clever con artist eventually gets too confident in his own smarts, gets blindsided, and ends up knocking on heaven's door. They get tricked by their own tricks. That's why truly extraordinary con artists don't trust their own brains." Enkrid was in the middle of chewing on several chestnuts, washing them down with water, so he just gave a small nod instead of replying. Extraordinary ones pick their targets carefully. This was the heart of what Cray was saying. A truly smart and skilled con artist didn't choose difficult opponents. He said gamblers operated the same way. They say the hardest part is getting a sucker to sit at your table. Exactly. It's hard to trick a clever person, but deceiving a gullible one is easy. The real challenge is finding that gullible one. Enkrid was feeling the full weight of those words right now. "So, did you predict this too?" Panito, the man who called Heskel his master and acted as his right hand, asked. His voice crackled like freshly lit firewood. His gaze, the way his hands moved as he spoke, the words he spat out between his lips, all of it burned with the same fierce heat. But at its core was jealousy. Naturally, Enkrid, even as Panito's words came with the heat of a blaze, simply sidestepped internally, thinking, so you breathe fire too, and ignored the tone altogether. As he spoke, Panito raised the sword in his right hand high. Whatever he had done, the blade seemed to ripple with black waves. Screech! The sword let out a wailing cry, a sword imbued with an evil spirit. If the blade contained a malevolent spirit, could it be called an ego sword? No. It would be more accurate to just call it a cursed sword. Of course. Enkrid nodded calmly. A tremor flickered at the corner of Panito's eyes. Watching that, Enkrid's thoughts only deepened further. If you deduce the surrounding circumstances, patch them together, and fit all coincidences into a single intent, the answer becomes clear. Scattered. They're just beads, but string them together and they become a necklace. Who received the cursed sword, and what power did it hold? By attaching evidence to assumptions through multidimensional thinking, the answer would naturally emerge. Do you trust the sword Diumil gave you? The sword that suppresses the will and restricts your body's freedom with an evil spirit. If you phrase it vaguely, but with an air of detail, you could deceive the opponent perfectly. He asked that, and watched for a reaction. Panito's startled expression was obvious. His shoulder even twitched slightly. The man proudly revealed his sword, believing he'd win if he so much as grazed his opponent with it. Fel had possessed such a sword too. The will of rejection had been what was gained from that time. Fel's idol-slayer had been ineffective against knights or squires capable of wielding a will. Therefore, this weapon must be even more threatening, fitting the current situation better. Panito is, at best, at squire level, yet he's acting this boldly. And yet he didn't look too frightened. Enkrid had just spit out a guess, inferring from the situation. "How did you know?" Panito opened his mouth wide in shock, rainwater flowing in without him even realizing. "I told you, everything's going according to plan." As Enkrid spoke, he also grasped that the man before him had spent most of his life sheltered in Yorn. He had probably never been scammed wandering the continent, nor gambled at a table. In other words, he was naive. "Bring out what you prepared behind you." This time, Enkrid just said it casually. "No way, how?" Panito was once again astonished. "According to plan." Repeating the same words, Enkrid scored a massive victory in their psychological battle. And then, two assassins, whose presence hadn't been detected even within Enkrid's black and white world, revealed themselves behind Panito. Strictly speaking, they had been visible but ignored before recognition, a trick that erased their presence. Both wore hooded cloaks, which were enchanted items that implemented a veil enchantment. They were called assassins, but their eyes were pitch black. Their forms were human, but they lacked true intellect. One was large, the other small. Honestly, Enkrid was a bit surprised too, but he'd always had a knack for deceiving opponents. That was part of why he liked using the Valencian mercenary sword style. Everything really is according to plan. Since he decided to wrap even accidents and misfortune into his plan, Enkrid reacted consistently. And while he was at it, he pushed one step further. I know events 1,000 steps away while sitting still. In short, he just spewed nonsense. Ah, so that's why. Panito's jaw dropped even wider. It looked like a fist could fit in there. "I can even predict tomorrow's events." He threw out another line. "Impossible, that's absurd." Yet this time Panito's eyes widened twice as much. Despite his words, he clearly half believed it. "I can see it. The future." At Enkrid's words, Panito trembled slightly before clamping his mouth shut and opening his eyes to their normal size again. He was an easy mark to toy with, but he was still a skilled swordsman. He had the mental strength not to break easily. "Even so, nothing will change." Panito said this, waving his hand. He must have realized that he couldn't just keep getting dragged along like this, so his hand moved. Following the signal, over 50 arrows came flying. You couldn't just dodge those with a simple nod or head tilt. They were aiming to turn Enkrid into a human pincushion from head to toe. At the same time as the arrow storm, an invisible hand appeared midair, deflecting raindrops. A hand of telekinesis had materialized within arm's reach, trying to grab Enkrid's body. Yet, by the time Panito lowered his hand, Enkrid was already gone from that spot. If you had gained an advantage by digging into your opponent's psychology through words, you had to make use of it. The Luagarn tactical sword style utilized the surrounding environment to the fullest. And the very first teaching of the Valan mercenary sword was, if you can deceive the heavens themselves. "Panito, watch out!" With a sharp sidestep, Enkrid still kept his eyes closed as he shouted. His voice, filled with energy, echoed through the air. The arrows rained down, and his telekinetic hands brushed away the raindrops as he shouted once again. His overwhelming presence, much like a tempest, took shape, much like his master, Tempest Wan, who shaped his dominance into a great sword. Enkrid's presence now took on a similar form, bearing down on Panito. Straight and square like a fortress wall, the pressure of Enkrid's aura revealed the honesty and unyielding resolve within it. Panito could see Enkrid beginning to tense his back leg, preparing for a violent charge. Panito's mind raced. The intensity of the pressure Enkrid had just shown felt like death was closing in. Inside the high-speed thoughts, Panito readied himself to counter with everything he had. "I'll block it." His armor was enchanted with a spell that could repel most attacks, enough to withstand several strikes. Meanwhile, the cursed sword Diumil had given him would bring chaos to the mind of anyone it struck, creating hallucinations and confusion, blurring the line between friend and foe. Panito planned to exploit this, knowing that once the sword's curse took effect, the two swordsmen behind him would jump in to capitalize on the moment. However, the real threat was not the cursed sword, but the two humanoid golems, the flash golems, created by the alchemist of the previous era. They were towering figures, designed for war. "Come at me." Ready. He was ready. His resolve was high, and he was prepared for whatever came next. "This bastard." Panito couldn't help but curse, his mouth muttering the words before he closed it again. "Pababak!" 50 arrows lodged into the ground. The telekinetic hands lost their target, swept away by the wind and rain. The two golems, poised to spring into action at any moment, now prepared to strike as Panito braced for Enkrid's direct assault. Bam! Enkrid leapt back, his feet sinking into the ground as he put all his strength into the retreat. It was a move that looked almost like a sudden dash, so swift that it seemed to vanish from sight. Everyone had been deceived. Enkrid, having expertly misled his opponents, darted between the two golems, positioning himself between them. Had they known, they would have reacted. But in the briefest of moments, Panito's mind failed to process the move. It was a perfectly executed deception. He used his aura to mislead them, then, with all his might, launched his sword at the larger golem's neck. Thunk! The sound of the blade cutting through the thick neck of the golem was harsh. The impact showed just how solid the golem's outer body was. The swift and powerful strike had been executed with such force that the smaller golem barely had time to react. Enkrid, however, was already one step ahead, using his left hand to throw his sword. The moment the larger golem's neck was severed, the sword lodged into the smaller golem's head, sending it sprawling backward. Thud, thud. Heskel knew about the people of Wan, about Rhinox. He understood his technique, his temperament, and his habits. While Rhinox was tricky in battle, he did not rely on underhanded tactics. But Enkrid was different. Deceive them. Enkrid had understood the essence of the Valenic mercenary sword. It was a sword designed to manipulate the enemy, to deceive them when the opportunity arose. He also applied the techniques of the Luagarn style, observing the environment and using it to his advantage. With the Venic sword he was able to deceive his opponent, taking full advantage of the situation. "You lying bastard!" Panito shouted. Having dispatched the two golems, Enkrid paused momentarily, only to feint again, dashing forward once more. This time, his sudden attack caught Panito off guard. Even though Enkrid had just eliminated the golems, Panito had no time to recover, forced to face another unexpected strike. Enkrid was skilled at deception, and Panito had walked straight into his trap. If you don't see them, you can't dodge their telekinesis. Panito's thoughts sharpened, recalling the times he had witnessed those with telekinetic powers. By now you should have figured out your weakness. With a sharp sidestep, Enkrid still kept his eyes closed as he shouted. His voice, filled with energy, echoed through the air. The arrows rained down, and his telekinetic hands brushed away the raindrops as he shouted once again. His overwhelming presence, much like a tempest, took shape, much like his master, Tempest Jorn, who shaped his dominance into a great sword. Enkrid's presence now took on a similar form, bearing down on Panito. Straight and square, like a fortress wall. The pressure of Enkrid's aura revealed the honesty and unyielding resolve within it. Panito could see Enkrid beginning to tense his back legs, preparing for a violent charge. Panito's mind raced. The intensity of the pressure Enkrid had just shown felt like death was closing in. Inside the high-speed thoughts, Panito readied himself to counter with everything he had. "I'll block it." His armor was enchanted with a spell that could repel most attacks, enough to withstand several strikes. Meanwhile, the cursed sword Drummel had given him would bring chaos to the mind of anyone it struck, creating hallucinations and confusion, blurring the line between friend and foe. Panito planned to exploit this, knowing that once the sword's curse took effect, the two swordsmen behind him would jump in to capitalize on the moment. However, the real threat was not the cursed sword, but the two humanoid golems, the flash golems, created by the alchemist of the previous era. They were towering figures, designed for war. "Come at me." He was ready. His resolve was high, and he was prepared for whatever came next. This bastard. Panito couldn't help but curse, his mouth muttering the words before he closed it again. "Baba back!" 50 arrows lodged into the ground. The telekinetic hands lost their target, swept away by the wind and rain. The two golems, poised to spring into action at any moment, now prepared to strike as Panito braced for Enkrid's direct assault. Bam! Enkrid leapt back, his feet sinking into the ground as he put all his strength into the retreat. It was a move that looked almost like a sudden dash, so swift that it seemed to vanish from sight. Everyone had been deceived. Enkrid, having expertly misled his opponents, darted between the two golems, positioning himself between them. Had they known, they would have reacted, but in the briefest of moments, Panito's mind failed to process the move. It was a perfectly executed deception. He used his aura to mislead them, then, with all his might, launched his sword at the larger golem's neck. Thunk! The sound of the blade cutting through the thick neck of the golem was harsh. The impact showed just how solid the golem's outer body was. The swift and powerful strike had been executed with such force that the smaller golem barely had time to react. Enkrid, however, was already one step ahead, using his left hand to throw his sword. The moment the larger golem's neck was severed, the sword lodged into the smaller golem's head, sending it sprawling backward. Thud, thud. Heskel knew the name of the golem, Linux. He understood his technique, his temperament, and his habits. While Linux was tricky in battle, he did not rely on underhanded tactics. But Enkrid was different. Deceive them. Enkrid had understood the essence of the Valhenic mercenary sword. It was a sword designed to manipulate the enemy, to deceive them when the opportunity arose. He also applied the techniques of the Luagarn style, observing the environment and using it to his advantage. With the Valhenic sword, he was able to deceive his opponent, taking full advantage of the situation. "You lying bastard!" Panito shouted. Having dispatched the two golems, Enkrid paused momentarily, only to feint again, dashing forward once more. This time his sudden attack caught Panito off guard. Even though Enkrid had just eliminated the golems, Panito had no time to recover, forced to face another unexpected strike. Enkrid was skilled at deception, and Panito had walked straight into his trap. If you don't see them, you can't use their telekinesis. Panito's thoughts sharpened, recalling the times he had witnessed those with telekinetic powers. By now you should have figured out your weakness. If the Madman Knight's frog had seen this, she might have said something like this. The core of the Luagarn-style tactical swordsmanship is insight. Seeing a glimpse of the future is a momentary flash of insight, but what she's talking about is different. It's about maintaining a sharp observational ability to change the tactical situation to your advantage. And then you use it when needed. A trick that uses the environment and situation. Enkrid had never dug into the weakness of a scaler until now. He used that weakness just once for a single attack. Sudden stops and accelerations erased Enkrid from the scaler's vision. No matter how good a monster's dynamic vision is, biological eyes are vulnerable to the variations in speed. Enkrid knew this well from personal experience. He had been hit by that very trick from Alexandra. Using variations in speed, Enkrid reached right in front of Panito. "You crazy bastard!" Surprised, Panito swung his sword upward. Enkrid was as tall as him, and feeling the downward sword strike, his reflexive movement was to block it. Enkrid recognized the nature of the sword Panito wielded. It was a cursed sword. It shouldn't even graze him. But he had faced countless similar situations before, hadn't he? He had already dealt with demons like the One Killer. This was just a lesser version of that demon's sword. His instincts told him that even if he were cut by that sword, he wouldn't die. His cold head also agreed. That said, there's no need to get hit. The steel sword falling from above met the black blade coming up from below. This was also a tactical move. He had the advantage in both strength and position in the motion. Bang! The clash of blades caused an enormous sound. It was as if a landslide had occurred, with boulders crashing into the ground. The deafening noise pushed back the rain and wind. But that wasn't the end. The blades that clashed didn't separate. It was a bind. Then Enkrid's next move was simple. He pushed the blade downward. Even with armor and good weapons, what about strength? If we're talking raw strength, even Rem would admit defeat to sheer muscle power in front of Enkrid. But when will moves, strength is added. That's why Knight who has mastered will become asymmetrically powerful, showing strength and movement beyond limits. Panito had good weapons and armor, but his strength wasn't overwhelming. Gurk! Panito, struggling to hold on, found his sword piercing his own helmet. The sword he had raised to block became his own executioner. Enkrid pressed and struck downward. Dang! Crash! The cursed blade cleaved through Panito's helmet, sparks flying even through the rain. The blade cut through the helmet, creating a lid for his skull. Panito's elbow twisted in the opposite direction, and bones broke from his joint, piercing through his unprotected armor. You... Our innocent Panito, even though his skull was cleaved, managed to hold on for a brief moment. But with no strength left to even lift a finger, his eyes filled with nothing but the frustration of injustice. Yeah, just from his gaze it was clear how unjust he felt, with tears of blood flowing. They must have felt the same way when they died at Heskel's hands. Enkrid said it matter-of-factly. Among the people Heskel had killed, some had been his companions, people he'd spent a few days with, enjoying themselves. Even after knowing them for just a few days, he was angry. He did the same thing himself, so how could he blame others for feeling the same way? Some were even angrier than him, yet didn't even know why they were angry. Creak! The cursed spirit within the sword shrieked as it soared into the sky, gathering into a mass and flying beyond the enemy lines. Next, Panito's eyes blurred, and raindrops fell into his eyes. With a final choking gasp, Panito mumbled, "Is this it, Halson?" It wasn't clear who he was asking, but with those words, Panito died. What remained was a horde of monsters. "Don't run away. I don't feel like chasing you." Enkrid, with his eyes closed, could sense even the telekinetic power. Fighting such creatures was incredibly easy for him. Chapter 716. Where are you wandering around? Ragnar thought that Enkrid would tell him where he was supposed to be. It was a kind of trust, yet Enkrid said nothing to him. Why? Broadly speaking, if one divided the battlefield, his father, mother, and Rhinox were holding the front line, while Ragnar was slightly pulled back to the rear. So although he had cut down a few monsters, he had never really stepped into the front lines. Should he go to his father's side? Looking ahead, he could see threatening enemies approaching. In front of his mother, a death knight was lifting its head from the ground, crawling upward. Where was he supposed to be? Why wouldn't the captain tell him? As he stood there, occupying a somewhat ambiguous position, and observing the battlefield, he started to vaguely understand why the captain hadn't said anything. Is this battle the captain's fight? No. He was only a supporter. The reason I'm angry is because this is my home. He had already decided he would live as part of the Madmen unit at Border Guard. That resolve hadn't changed. But Yuan, it was the place where he was born and raised. What I leave behind. Now he understood. He would leave behind Anne. He would leave behind Enkrid. Broadly speaking, it meant he would leave behind people, and he hoped that his father and mother would also be among those left behind. Ragnar moved his feet. He now knew where he had to go. The object of his fury was beyond the battlefield. The crisis facing his father and mother, they would overcome it themselves. The howling rainstorm threw off his sense of direction. Saha! The wailing of the scalers dulled his senses. The ritual serpents floating overhead pressed down on his body, twisting his 5 senses. And far off in the distance, because of the Medusa, a monster worthy of being called a lord of the demonic realm, he couldn't even open his eyes properly to look straight ahead. In the midst of all this, Ragnar felt the shining talent within himself. I can see the path. No matter how his senses were twisted, no confusion could block the path guided by his innate talent. Ragnar started walking. This was beyond even Enkrid's expectations. To be honest, Enkrid had hoped that Ragnar would stay in the rear and only jump in when necessary. But things don't always go as planned. That's war. And life. That very uncertainty was what sometimes made people happy, and sometimes made them sad. This time, thankfully, it was a moment to smile. Where are you wandering around like that? After walking for quite a while, using the monsters as landmarks, someone spoke to Ragnar. A familiar voice. Swoosh! In the pouring rain, a middle-aged man appeared, his hair soaked and sticking to his forehead and face. Brushing the hair off his face, he waited for Ragnar's answer. Ragnar replied, I was on my way to find the one who caused this mess. Did you get lost? No, I think I'm on the right track. Finding the way's kind of my specialty. Heskel was a man of a calm nature. It was rare for him to show any excitement, even once a year. Even when bickering with Rhinox, he never once raised his voice, nor did he shout when arguing with the family head. He always remained composed. Few had ever seen him get angry. But even Heskel now spoke with a slight edge in his tone, showing a rare bit of irritation. Why didn't you stay put and just wait? I saw a path, so I walked it. Ragnar's casual attitude carried the kind of confidence that came from someone who trusted himself, and that twisted Heskel's mood even further. If Ragnar had stayed put, he would have found him easily. But thanks to this brat moving around, he had to wander quite a bit away from the battlefield to find him. Heskel had gone through quite a roundabout search himself. How could anyone just trudge through a swarm of monsters that had been gathered up for reserve forces? He was insane, no other word for it. And yet Ragnar insisted this was the right path. If I hadn't found you, you would have gotten lost and only come back after everything was over. From Bjorn's perspective, it was fair to say that an uncertain coincidence had turned into luck. If Heskel hadn't come to find him, Ragnar wouldn't have made it back in time. But if Enkrid had been here, and if he had seen the path Ragnar had walked, he would have understood his intent. Well, to Heskel, it was an incomprehensible act. While everyone else was locked in dangerous battles, why was he here alone instead of helping them? From a tactical standpoint, it was a mess, and even from a human perspective, it was truly the worst. Ignoring the threats from his father and mother, why had he come here? If I were Tempest, I wouldn't have let you off. You are smaller in stature than my father, Ragnar replied indifferently. When looking at Enkrid, one inevitably ended up talking about the size of one's vessel. With that, Ragnar reflected on the path he had walked until now. I've learned a lot. Truly he had. When he picked up the sword, the path laid out before him. The way forward had seemed clear. But without actually walking it, he could not know the shape of the path. The road he had taken so far had its climbs. It had its descents. Sometimes it was rugged. Sometimes it was a well-paved road. Walking it with his own feet had changed what he learned. There was no such thing as a predestined path. As the process changed, everything changed. Who defines one's limits? Unless one was a fool who allowed themselves to be bound by the words of others. One's limits were defined by oneself. If I say this is as far as I go, then that would be the end. Enkrid faced his limits and denied them. Ragnar learned that too, and followed it. The path of pushing beyond one's limits is fun. The exhilaration he felt when he first held a sword flooded his entire being once again. Could anything compare to the joy of moving forward, advancing and encountering a new world? Heskel's gaze landed on Ragnar's greatsword. Its blade was stained and dirtied by muddy water. Sunrise is not here. Sunrise was a longsword. It didn't look like Ragnar had anywhere on his body to hide such a sword. I'll take it later. Is it because you're not confident you can beat the head? The condition for acquiring Sunrise was earning the head's acknowledgement. And Tempest Yuan was not the kind of man to entrust the family heirloom to someone lesser than himself. Even if it was his own son, he would not simply hand it over. My weapon is an engraved weapon, Eskel said. Yours is not an engraved weapon. That meaning was omitted from his words. Ragnar ignored him and gripped his greatsword with both hands. The tip of the sword still touched the ground, not raised to the sky, but hanging behind his waist. Are you laying down your sword out of fear of lightning? Eskel tried to size up Ragnar with just a few words. Or rather, he attempted to. He doesn't take risks. A habit formed in childhood did not change easily. Ragnar had a habit of not deviating from the set path. Eskel remembered that. If it's an opponent he can beat given time, he won't bother trying to win today. Ragnar had no intensity. Thanks to his talent, he always learned and mastered things easily, and so the habit of avoiding risks had ingrained itself in him. Would a few battles on the continent's battlefields have erased that habit? Unlikely. For someone to break that habit in him, they would have to instill a sense of danger into a genius. But how many people had talent on par with that Ragnar? Very few. Even in Yuan, none came to mind immediately. Has he ever met an opponent worth risking it all against? Probably not. Having someone of comparable talent nearby to train with was one of Yoren's greatest strengths. But Ragnar had not experienced that. His talent, which provoked others' envy, had shaped him that way. Have you learned how to give it your all? Eskel asked. Ragnar did not answer. His red eyes pierced through the darkness, gleaming with light. It was proof that his entire body was now brimming with will. Let's rate his skill even higher than I expected. Eskel had a habit of overestimating his opponent's skills, rather than judging them accurately. That's why he never fought with full strength. Instead, he always waited for an opening. He believed that if he went all out in a straightforward clash, he would be at a disadvantage. He abandoned any thought of overpowering his enemy with sheer will or brute strength. His strategy was simple. Trap the enemy with a solid sword and strike with an illusionary one. It sounded simple, but for those on the receiving end, it was anything but. The pinpoint focus was originally a technique passed down through the House of Yuan, meaning he was capable of both techniques. As they exchanged a few words, both began thinking at high speed. I'll kill you and throw your head at the clan leader's feet. That was what Heskel thought. Ragnar, on the other hand, had no thoughts at all. He only felt the sensation of the greatsword in his hand, and soon even that feeling disappeared. The one who moved first was Heskel. With a quick push off the ground, he leapt, not at the speed you'd expect from a knight, and stabbed his sword forward. With his left hand twisted behind him, he spun his body horizontally and thrust his sword. His body became a line, his sword a point aimed straight at Ragnar's forehead. Ragnar shifted to the side, still gripping his greatsword. Crack, ting. The tip of the greatsword scraped against the edge of a boulder, firmly planted in the earth, sending a few shards flying. Dodging the thrust, the two changed positions and faced each other again. Heskel still kept his left hand hidden behind his back. Whatever he had hidden there, it was clearly not a trivial trick. His engraved weapon moved again. Everyone close to him, including his foster son Riley, knew the name of his sword. The sword was called Routine. It moved with predetermined paths and predetermined force, and yet was nearly impossible to block, hence the name. Even now, while we waste time like this, your father is dying, Ragnar. Heskel spoke in his usual benevolent tone, soft and familiar, as if genuinely urging Ragnar to hurry to his father's side. Of course, the true aim was to shake Ragnar's mind and seize a psychological advantage. Do you really believe that? Ragnar asked back. The clan leader has been suffering from illness for years now, wasting away. Haven't you seen his shriveled body? He had seen it, but that was only part of the story. Ragnar remembered the father he had seen when he was a child. Alex is fighting the Death Knight right now. Heskel picked words that would irritate, rather than encourage. Ragnar, however, remained completely unaffected. Perhaps in the past, before meeting Enkrid, the barbarian bastard, that sly stray cat, and the fanatic, he would have been shaken. But now? No. Enkrid's words were sharper, and that barbarian brat knew how to stab deeper. Heskel, speak. You've lost a lot of hair. The rain makes it even more obvious. Ragnar provoked him with casual ease. Heskel wasn't the type to lose his composure over something like that, but he was slightly surprised. You've gotten quite good with words since we last met. My swordsmanship has improved even more. That remains to be seen. But are you really planning to fight me without an engraved weapon? I'll give you a chance. Run, Dardiak. Abandon your on again, just like you did before. It's fine. No one will blame you. A seasoned tactic. When it came to scratching at the enemy's heart, Heskel was on par with Enkrid. Clearly, a bold joke wasn't enough to rattle him. I never abandoned them. Really? Then was it us who abandoned you? There was no point in trying to win with words. Ragnar didn't want to stoop to this level, but just this once, he borrowed Rem's style of speaking. Shut up and fight, you bald bastard. Stop flapping your mouth like that, will you? I can feel your breath from here, it stinks. Ragnar immediately felt some regret for speaking that way. But this time, it seemed to work a little. Heskel's brows furrowed for a split second before smoothing out again. Such remarkably cheap words. Even in the hunter's village you wouldn't hear such filth. That's because you're a frog stuck in a well. Go out into the world. Head west, you'll find whole crowds whose breath reeks worse. Especially a certain someone named Rem. Heskel inhaled sharply, as if preparing to say something, but then suddenly thrust his sword forward. It was twice as fast as before. Ragnar dodged again. The blade grazed his shoulder, slicing off part of his leather pauldron. They traded blows, each looking for an opening, and Ragnar swung his greatsword, an upward slash. Boom! The air burst with the force of the swing, forcing Heskel to step back. Once, Heskel had been one of the three greatest prodigies of the Yorn house. He dodged the slash that could blow away even raindrops, and immediately lunged into another thrust. Ragnar moved sideways again, but this time, Heskel's sword suddenly extended. An attack entirely outside of Ragnar's expectations. Heskel had never revealed the true name of his sword to anyone. The real name was not routine, it was camouflage. Deceit hidden within a straight blade, a technique perfectly suited to him. Camouflage revealed its true form, sinking its teeth into Ragnar's shoulder. Thud! The sound of tearing flesh echoed. The blade had pierced through the leather and punched a hole in Ragnar's shoulder. Chapter 717. Danger, Ferocity, Awkwardness. I won't let something like poison get to you. Got it? Aye. And if you have something to say, just say it straight. Just before Ragnar stepped forward, Anne handed him a few vials of medicine from behind. Ragnar almost told her that he too was showing symptoms of the sickness, but he stopped himself. Now wasn't the time. He knew exactly what he needed right now. As always, once he gripped his sword, the path became clear. Poison. Inox had said that Heskel had coated his engraved weapon with poison. Yet, Will wasn't reacting. The only thing left on his shoulder was a mark from an unexpected blow. The blood that flowed from the puncture was quickly washed away by the rain, leaving no trace. The heavy rain played a part, but the real reason was that Ragnar had tightened his muscles the moment he was stabbed, sealing off the wound. Body reinforcement techniques. Not bad, religious freak. He had picked up a few tricks just by watching Enkrid train. There were even a few methods he had learned directly from that madman. Aha, brother. That's right. That's the way. Add more weight. More. Almost had a nightmare while standing there for a second. He really wasn't called a lunatic for nothing. He wasn't trying to pick a fight. He just kept saying good, while chasing after him with a giant lump of iron. When Ragnar swung his sword to drive him off, it turned into a sparring match. In truth, it was half a real fight back then. Both of them mixed in a spoonful of seriousness and ended up truly clashing. A fanatic so monstrous that you can't easily overpower him in one blow. That was how Ragnar had judged Odin that day. And once again, he swung his sword. He had learned ferocity through Enkrid, but that didn't mean it always surfaced automatically. Still, when you sparred with the beasts clinging to the captain, wagering half your life each time, it was enough to ignite both body and mind. When you took risks, motivation often reared its head, like when a wild cat suddenly silenced its footsteps and approached. Or when a barbarian would suddenly pick a fight. It was all the same. It was all the same. If nothing like that happened, Ragnar would sometimes deliberately pick a fight himself. When he needed stimulation, that's how he got it. Especially when there were battles without the captain around. Then the air grew just a little more bloodthirsty as hands were exchanged. One wrong move and death would lick at your cheek. Lose focus, and this time your neck would truly be torn out. He had to face countless moments where he had to take another step forward off a cliff's edge. He had to dance inside a raging fire. He had to walk barefoot along a blade's edge. Otherwise, I'd be the youngest. That was absolutely unacceptable. Ragnar let his sword hang low and stared ahead. I'll never be the youngest. Determination turned into will and shone. Just as Enkrid sometimes let that will blaze mid-battle, the same light now surged within Ragnar. If it meant not becoming the youngest, he would endure any danger. If ferocity was needed, he would drag it out and forge it into a weapon. That was why his motivation flared brighter than ever. Ragnar was serious. Heskel shrank his sword, camouflage, back to its original size and returned to his initial stance. Facing Ragnar, he half-turned his body sideways, hiding his left hand behind him. Then he simply stood there, calmly watching. Showing this kind of composure would instill pressure in the opponent. It would force Ragnar to focus on recalling the sword's expanding transformation. It cluttered the opponent's mind, capitalized on the fatigue from the wound, and secured a psychological edge. Everything was deliberate. Of course, if he had seen a chance to kill Ragnar with that last strike, ending it immediately would have been simpler. But he couldn't. Heskell had struck once and instinctively pulled back. He pressured with orthodox techniques and pierced through with trickier ones. There had been no change in tactics, and he had definitely landed a valid hit, but his eyes. There was no gulping, no outward display of tension. Outwardly, he remained calm. Even with a hole in his shoulder, Ragnar's posture hadn't changed from just a moment ago. He had dodged sideways and remained perfectly still. Other than the brief flinch when he was stabbed, he hadn't moved at all. Shish! The pouring rain pounded on his eyelids. Medusa's curse would not work on him. Even as he kept his head held high, Ragnar did not. His head was lowered at a slant, his gaze cast downward. His eyes could not be seen. When one opponent restricted their own vision and the other did not, naturally the one who could see freely held the advantage. And yet, why did it feel so chilling? Heskell felt his muscles tighten sharply, his body stiffening like a venomous snake ready to strike. Why? Instinct perceived the situation before reason could. Ragnar hadn't done anything, yet Heskell, with his endless experience in real battle, felt a jolt of terror. It was dangerous, threatening gore. A chill ran down his spine. In short, it was the sense of impending danger. When was the last time I felt something like this? He couldn't even remember. Heskell pursed his lips into a small circle and let out a long breath. Starting from his internal organs, his abdominal muscles relaxed slightly, and the tension coiled throughout his body feigned calmness. Long and slow breathing kneaded away the stiffness. Meanwhile, his eyes swept over Ragnar's entire body again. Both hands gripped the weapon, his arms lowered, with his left arm crossing his abdomen. Ragnar had swung the greatsword once, but now Heskell understood. Ragnar hadn't truly moved yet. That massive sword was the real threat. A two-handed sword. There were no other visible weapons. It was safe to assume his attack style would center everything on a single decisive strike. It felt similar to what he had taught Riley. What I taught Riley came from the Patriarch's sword style. Ragnar must have learned something similar when he was young. It would, naturally, resemble the sword style of Tempest I. Should I be grateful that I'm sensing the danger now? There was no need to ask. Of course he should. By recognizing the situation, he could start to predict the techniques or methods Ragnar might use. This raised his chances of winning. And now, he understood why he had felt that chill. You've trained quite a bit, Ragnar. The strike Ragnar was about to unleash would be no simple thing. But, Ragnar. The rain slashed sideways, forcing Heskell to narrow his eyes. Fine wrinkles formed at the corners. Heskell had survived as a swordsman for a long, long time, having brushed death countless times to get to where he was now. The instinct that triggered this sense of dread had been honed through all those years. It was the small fruit reaped after facing endless perils, and it would save him once more. Not everyone fights fair, you know. If Ragnar didn't understand that, he would die here. Qua run! A bolt of lightning tore a long gash through the sky above the ritual serpent. The light, hidden until now behind thick clouds, burst forth with the lightning. The white blaze momentarily expanded everyone's field of vision. Heskell waited for the afterimages left by the lightning to fade before he spoke. Even then, Ragnar stood silently in the exact same posture. You're going to hurt. The words he muttered were meant to shake his opponent's psyche. When fighting, one had to use everything available to win. The children trapped in the well called Waran didn't understand that. Neither did the so-called geniuses. They believed they had to win through sheer skill and merit alone. Fair and clean means? In a real fight, no such thing existed. Ragnar Jorn, would he understand such a truth? Probably not. To gain that understanding, one needed to experience fighting desperately against someone better. One had to crash headlong against the walls blocking their path. Sometimes, that kind of experience was more crucial than talent itself. Breaking through those limits, such experiences would become the force that pushed one forward when sinking into the swamp of despair. They would forge an unshakable will, the kind that could withstand anything. Expecting that from you might be asking too much. If anything, the only impressive things about him were the crude eloquence he had developed, and the concentration he showed now. There was no sign that Ragnar was shaken by Heskel's words. He simply stood there, calm and composed. It reminded Heskel of Enkrid, the knight commander of the border guard. Even in Heskel's eyes, Enkrid was no ordinary man. Regardless of his current skill level, the scars from the path he had walked were deeply etched into him. And he didn't mean literal scars. It was the habits ingrained in his body, the choices he made during training duels, that revealed it all. That one might have been a little different. Heskel spoke as he thought. Be careful. He thrust his sword in the same posture as before. Ragnar reacted even faster than he had earlier. If he moved at the same speed, he would be stabbed by the deformed sword, so it was only natural to move faster. Heskel twisted his wrist mid-thrust. The blade silently extended from the advancing sword. The blade shifted its direction in the air and thrust even further. Even if it was the same slash, when the blade grew longer, the reach naturally doubled. What Heskel aimed for was an upward swing using the greatsword, dangling low. Use what you prepared. At the moment of impact against the camouflage, a hidden blade would shoot out horizontally and sever the opponent's neck. He calculated the angle, gauged the force Ragnar's sword would exert, and drove him into a path with his own blade. Everything was meticulously calculated, and when he swung, Ragnar's cheek was grazed with a faint, sharp line. Instead of swinging his greatsword, Ragnar had instantaneously retreated, slipping just outside the attack range. Immediately after, Ragnar's foot slammed against the ground. His step was faster than when retreating. The ground cracked with a loud boom. Rushing forward, Ragnar raised his foot to shatter Heskel's knee. If nothing else, Heskel's defensive skills were second to none within one. He bent his knees to lower his center of gravity and dropped his left hand to shield his abdomen. With a clatter, the gauntlet covering his left hand expanded into a small shield to block the kick. Thunk! Heskel took the impact and lightly jumped backward, dispersing most of the shock. He had split the force through his ankle, knee, and waist, and by leaping, further deflected the remaining force. Ragnar, who had kicked Heskel's shield, retracted his extended left foot and stomped the ground, adding the momentum of his kick into it. Boom! His foot sank into the ground up to his ankle. It appeared to be an attacking posture, but the great sword remained still. It was a feint. Heskel, well seasoned in deception tactics, wasn't fooled. The muscle movements, the shift in momentum, the grip tightening on the sword. Moreover, if Ragnar swung now, it would be easy to dodge. No matter how foolish Ragnar might seem, he wouldn't waste a reserved strike like that. Heskel did not underestimate Ragnar. Crude. That was what he said. Ragnar did not reply. Heskel immediately launched a flurry of attacks. Sometimes Ragnar dodged. Sometimes shallow cuts appeared on his forearm or near his neck. Where Alexandra's duel had been a single decisive bout, this battle tested endurance. Heskel constantly calculated several moves ahead, pressing Ragnar further and further. Ragnar barely avoided the attacks, as if walking a tightrope. How much time had passed? A short time, if you looked at it one way. A long time, If you looked at it another. For a knight's duel, it was long. For an ordinary observer, it would have felt short. Time was always relative. It was the same for them. For one, this moment was short. For the other, it was long. Heskel stopped his swing mid-motion. A dead end. The refined sword techniques forged from experience, intuition, and talent served as his guide. And now the path his sword should open was blocked. Just 3 more swings, and he could have cornered Ragnar. It was frustrating. Yet if he forced the fight to continue like this, he would have to allow Ragnar a clean hit. A knight could transcend human limits in movement, but that didn't make them omnipotent. There were still limits. If you want the fight to drag on, I'll grant you that. As Heskel swung again, seeing through Ragnar's occasional clumsy feints, blocked again. Even the most precise blade work had flaws. When there was an error, he only needed to correct it. Heskel wasn't just seeing a step ahead. He was calculating several moves into the future. In terms of pure sword technique, he was convinced Ragnar couldn't surpass him. But then, something strange began happening. Dead ends kept blocking his way. The path isn't connecting. He was supposed to open a path with his sword and push the opponent. But that simple tactic was being obstructed from the start. Each swing of his sword, and the path ahead severed. If he tried to strike here, he could already foresee the result. His sword would break, or he would be forced into a compromised, evasive posture. What if he simply retreated far back? Was Ragnar fast enough to close the distance? He was. Heskel had already seen it during the earlier kick. The physical capabilities and movements Ragnar had shown naturally painted the next picture in Heskel's mind. Finally, Ragnar spoke. "You're the one who's crude, Heskel." Chapter 718. Talent and guarantee. Heskel's gaze turned to Ragnar's eyes. The eyes, once cast downward, rose like the sun lifting from the horizon and locked directly onto Heskel. The light flowing along the crimson pupils seemed to scatter the surrounding darkness. With golden hair and red eyes, his appearance evoked memories of a woman who had once been hailed among the finest swordsmen born and raised in York. You. Before Heskel could say anything more, Ragnar spoke with an astonishingly composed tone. "When I hold a sword, I can see the path. And walking along that path is really easy, remember?" It was something Ragnar had said when he was a child. Heskel searched his memory and realized those words had been spoken back when he had first begun to teach Ragnar the basics of swordsmanship. After just a single day of learning, Ragnar had refused to continue lessons with him. After that, Heskel concluded that Ragnar lacked something essential. Those without ambition cannot survive in Yuan. Ragnar Yuan fit that description perfectly. Eventually he left Yuan. He had been a flower that showed off his talent among the mediocre, but was destined to wither before ever reaching his limits. But what if that flower, despite the danger, had chosen to live fiercely? The answer was right here. Ragnar saw a path whenever he held a sword. Thus it was easy for him to drive an opponent into a dead end. And Heskel had been driven into just such a corner. Distance, position, posture, all had become walls that formed a path. Heskel believed it was a path he had opened himself, and had walked it without hesitation, only to find himself trapped in a maze. Now, the choice was no longer Heskel's, it was Ragnar's. One could say Heskel was trapped in a spiderweb where he dared not move recklessly. It wasn't due to lacking physical ability or being drawn into a psychological battle. Judging by his willingness to take risks, it was clear he had fought life-or-death battles before. Ragnar's sword was already fully prepared to strike. Was I wrong about him? Ragnar had cornered Heskel to such a degree. Deception was no longer an option. The only choice left was to strike directly downward with the sword. Move anywhere and I'll be cut. Dodging would be the worst choice. Not that the current situation was any better. If he parried head-on, the hidden blade of the camouflage technique would slash through the air. But there was no room left for such tricks. The only thing Heskell could do now was overpower his opponent with brute force. Thus, he had to add strength to his basic sword technique instead of relying on illusions. Ragnar slightly shifted the direction of his toes. With that, there wasn't even time left to catch a breath or exchange words. It may seem long when described, but the thought process after calling him clumsy was extremely brief. In real time, as Ragnar uttered the word and Heskell responded, Ragnar shifted his stance, and the great sword scraped against the ground. The sword launched forward, following the trajectory Ragnar intended. The rain-soaked ground opened up without so much as a scream. A wide-open, even path. No pebbles, no obstacles, solid ground easy to tread upon. That was the path visible to Ragnar's eyes. In the instant, the air was torn. Ragnar's sword reached right before Heskell's nose. Heskell reacted too. He struck down with all his strength. In that final moment, he made his best choice. Pouring all his will into the camouflage technique, he attempted a weapon cut. His weapon was engraved. Ragnar's was not. Using that advantage, he would cleave through Ragnar's sword and split his opponent from jaw to forehead. It was the best move he could make. At that moment, Heskell saw Ragnar's blade emit a soft, milky light, and he immediately realized it was over. Ah, Nurmashiri, Ashrada David, Three-Miora, Anai, Kardworm. A knight's insight reveals his own end. More precisely, it was a high-speed mental process recognizing his imminent death. At that moment, all that remained was the final choice. That final choice would define the knight's life. If survival was his desire, he would struggle fiercely against death. If he were fighting an enemy he must absolutely destroy, he might swing his sword until mutual destruction was achieved. Rarely, some made unique choices based on their will and convictions. Ragnar's greatsword struck Heskell's blade, pushing his arm back. Then, without pause, Ragnar's blade drove forward, slicing through Heskell's left thigh, probing through his body. The moment Heskell recognized death, he twisted his body with the last strength he had left. Chronologically, this was immediately after the greatsword struck his weapon. He gathered the strength he had intended for a final desperate strike and used it instead to twist away. In other words, he reacted before his body was completely split. Not the heart. Crack! Boom! Boom! The greatsword swung so fast that the sound lagged behind. It struck the space the blade had already passed through. Flesh tore apart and blood sprayed sideways. Heskell managed to hold onto his sword, but his arm was lifted high, and he collapsed backward, almost looking like he was bracing himself with the sword. A single word burst from Ragnar's mouth. Why? Heskell had been cut from his left thigh up to his shoulder. Survival was impossible. The reason Ragnar questioned why was because of Heskell's final action. There had been a clear opening to strike, but at the last moment, Heskell twisted his body away. Kack! With a cough, blood splattered from Heskell's mouth. Compared to the amount of blood pouring from his body, it was a tiny fraction. His body was already bleeding so profusely that even the rain couldn't dilute it, and his innards, exposed for the first time since birth, spilled out into the open. Get away from me. Heskell, gathering the last of his will, forced air into his lungs and spoke. Ragnar instinctively obeyed. The spot where they had been fighting was right next to a reserve group of monsters. Whether they had been spectating or waiting for an opening, hundreds of monsters had gathered. Ragnar yanked his greatsword free and leapt backward. After more than 20 strides, he finally stopped. The distance was enough to call it a retreat, and when Ragnar glanced back, he saw Heskell's body explode. Boom! It wasn't a particularly loud sound, but the aftermath, regardless of the volume, had a massive impact on everything nearby. Scree! The massive scalers let out a piercing wail. As Heskel died, blood droplets burst outward from his body, and every monster touched by that blood flipped their eyes back and died on the spot. It was as if Heskel had stored poison inside his body and detonated it at the end. Why had he given Ragnar the chance to escape? That was a mystery for later. Ragnar turned his head. He had killed Heskel. Was that enough to call his goal accomplished? No. He had never been lost in the first place. It was Heskel who had misunderstood. When the target was so clearly visible in the distance, how could one possibly get lost? From the beginning, Ragnar's goal had been the monster adorned with serpents for hair. So truly he had stayed the course. Heskel was merely an interruption. Nothing had changed. Ragnar continued forward. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind had eased, but the rain still poured down. The deluge washed away the viscera and brain matter of the monsters Enkrid had killed, thinning the black blood and soaking it into the ground. Right after Panito's death, a few scalers with psychic abilities tried something reckless. They stretched out their hands, manipulating psychokinesis, while shooting their hardened nails like arrows. The nail arrows, black as if dipped in ink, were obviously not literally dipped, but bore a similar appearance. 3 of them had attempted this. Each launched 4 to 6 nails, and each one was like a venomous snake packed with deadly poison. Accelerated by psychokinesis, the nails sliced through the rain and wind, curving and weaving like snakes. Enkrid sensed it all, not through sight, but through hearing. He twisted his head at the last second to dodge the first volley, then swung his triple-forged blade to shatter the ones that came slightly later. One nail that survived the blow arced around to strike at the back of his head, but Enkrid charged forward in the brief moment it reversed, slicing the heads of the monsters in half one by one. Once the monsters died, the nails lost power and fell to the ground, and there were more monsters pulling unusual tricks. They were elite selections, no less. Those who shot nails and controlled them with psychokinesis, those who burst their own skin to scatter blood droplets. Enkrid cut all their heads off without exception, dodging or destroying the nail arrows, retreating before the blood exploded. It wasn't anything extraordinary for him. His solid legs and reinforced frame increased his speed, while his trained balance allowed him to move freely in any direction. If he could confuse the scaler's eyesight with unpredictable movements, there was no way they could land their psychokinetic strikes. As he slaughtered the monsters, a thought intruded. Are they difficult to deal with? Sure. But they're not threatening. The ghoul Jerex came to mind. Was it Jerex? Or Jerus? Either way, back in the city of Orara, Enkrid had met that peculiar ghoul, one who had lived long enough to earn a name. Compared to that ghoul, these monsters felt clearly inferior. And it wasn't simply because the ghoul had survived longer. Jerex had been a creature that truly knew how to fight. Compared to that guy, these monsters were far easier to deal with. All I have to do is take care of their abnormal abilities. Even if they happened to catch him with its telekinesis, he could simply shake it off with brute force, and the poison-coated claws could be dodged. Looking back, Enkrid could now guess the nature of the monster horde. Rather than their true nature, it would be more accurate to say their purpose was obvious. Chimera meant to wear me down. They weren't natural anomalies, but creatures manufactured through someone's personal research. After reflecting briefly while standing over the monster's corpse, Enkrid swung his arms in circles to loosen them. It said that a knight can cut down 1,000 enemies. But to do that, certain conditions must be met. Time is essential, along with equipment designed to conserve stamina and prevent the wasteful use of will. After all, No one's going to just fall over dead because you swing your sword once. A knight's superhuman combat ability is constrained by time. Of course, if one is skilled at managing their stamina and controlling their will, they can fight for quite a long time. That's where it starts to vary from knight to knight. Some might wipe out enemies in a short burst and rest between battles, while others would pace themselves to steadily chip away at the enemy's numbers. At any rate, Enkrid could tell his body wasn't in perfect condition. It felt like impurities were clogging his muscles. Fighting soaked to the skin under the pouring rain didn't help either. The battle was still ongoing, and he had already exerted himself considerably. In short, it was only natural for his body to feel like this. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Enkrid opened his eyes. For a moment, the rain lightened. Given that the thickness of the clouds, what Alexandra had called black storm clouds, remained unchanged, it must have been a brief lull. Opening his eyes consumed some of his will due to Medusa's curse. But for a meeting like this, it was worth the small price. With that thought, Enkrid looked at the approaching figure and spoke. "You're late, Ragnar. You expected me to come." "I hoped you would." To be honest, he had expected that either he would join the main battle after it ended, or Ragnar would come to him. There were still too many enemies left for him to be satisfied just holding his ground. Besides, Ragnar was the type of man who would move to find someone to vent his anger on. As Ragnar drew closer, he continued. "Heskel tried to block my way. Did he block you? I cut him down. Did you now? Including the head of the house, Alexandra, Rhinox, and now Heskel. None of them probably knew Ragnar's true strength. But Enkrid had a good idea. A few monsters or even Heskel wouldn't have been enough to stop Ragnar. Heskel wasn't an easy opponent, was he? He left a hole in my shoulder, and the medicine Anne gave you? There was no poison, fortunately. Despite the nature of their conversation, their demeanor was so casual that it seemed like an ordinary chat. Around them, several monsters hovered cautiously, trying to form a formation. Enkrid could sense several new presences nearby as well. They were skilled at hiding both their bodies and their presence. He had heard that there were many like that in the Hunter's Village. The Hunter's Village had formed when people who had heard legends of Yuan gathered there, but lingered out of lingering regrets. It was a town of bounty hunters, mercenaries, and others who lived by the sword, surviving off the scraps of Yuan. It could fairly be called a place where outsiders who couldn't officially belong to Yuan had gathered. Given that, betrayal was always a possibility. Ching. Enkrid sheathed Samkjol back into its scabbard. "Let's suffer a little more, Samkjol." Samkjol was so outstanding that Enkrid sometimes wondered if Atri had lied about it being an ordinary sword. Maybe it was actually an engraved weapon, and Atri had pretended otherwise to avoid disappointing him. The true silver part of the blade seemed capable of cutting through anything, and the black gold blade felt like it could crush anything. The sensation of the sword speaking to him whenever he held it wasn't just due to Enkrid's madness. "Let's go," Enkrid said in a brisk tone. It would have been perfect if the rain had stopped and sunlight had broken through, but of course that wasn't going to happen. The storm would rage on for at least 3 more days. There would be lulls and intensifications, but the tempest currently blowing had not yet run its course. Hearing Enkrid's words, Ragnar realized the commander shared the same goal as him. Moved, he spoke up. "You saw the same thing I did?" "As expected, you have a guide's instinct as good as mine, Commander. I guarantee it. That's about as unpleasant as being compared to Rem." "Sorry, what?" Ragnar tilted his head in confusion. "Shut up and follow me. It's time we showed what just 2 sword fighters can do." Anyone overhearing them might call them petty. Would 2 sword fighters and a little girl really make any difference? The words spoken by Demule, the false god, still lingered in their minds. But Ragnar couldn't fault Enkrid for being petty about it. He remembered those words just as well. Of course. Ragnar and Enkrid walked side by side. Their target was the stunning beauty from the demon realm standing tall ahead, her uniquely styled hair catching the faint light. Chapter 719. Just two swordsmen. Enkrid had been controlling and restraining his will up until now, saving it, but it had taken a toll on his mind. His head felt as though it had been filled with impurities. Rather than using the overflowing will freely, controlling it through restraint consumed much more mental energy. After all, moving a heavy stone requires more force. This was how Enkrid found himself in this situation. Both his mind and body were filled with impurities. He fought while soaked in rain, forcibly controlling his will. Naturally, he wasn't in the best condition. But it didn't matter. It wasn't a problem. Yak! A few monsters blocked the path, so Enkrid swung his penna and split their skulls open. Beside him, Ragnar also swung his greatsword without hesitation. The sword, light despite its large size, pierced through the body of an owlbear with precision. It was a delicate thrust. That kid always surprises me, Enkrid thought. To Enkrid, Ragnar fought using instinct and intuition. But these instincts and intuition worked in his favor, producing the right results. He's a natural talent. Just moments ago, the owlbear had been aware of Ragnar's deadly strike. It was clear from observing its movements. Unlike Enkrid, who relied on his skills, Ragnar's strength lay in his combat instincts. There are exceptional individuals among both humans and monsters. The owlbear didn't conceal its presence. Instead, it revealed itself, preparing to counter Ragnar's strike. In a situation where there wasn't much time to think, people often relied on their habitual movements in a split second. Ragnar, however, didn't hesitate, thrusting his sword just as planned. The owlbear, having anticipated a slash, found itself trapped by Ragnar's precise thrust. Its battle instincts were pushed into a corner. Normally, it would have slashed Ragnar with its claws, even if it lost its body. Maybe it hoped to land a scratch on his eye if it got lucky. Instead, the owlbear was stabbed by Ragnar's sword, its arms stretched out dramatically. If Ragnar had slashed instead of thrusting, those outstretched claws would have likely struck him. Well, I suppose even if that happened, it wouldn't have been a problem. The current course was undoubtedly better, as the results showed. The owlbear, stabbed in the body, was pushed back and fell, its abdomen torn open and its head crushed under Ragnar's next strike. "Why did you thrust?" "I thrust because I wanted to." The answer that came out of Ragnar's mouth was absurd. Of course, Heskel was bound to lose, Enkrid thought. Heskel made a name for himself as a swordsman who focused on deception, but that was far from the truth. Watching him made Enkrid repeatedly marvel at the fact. Heskel's true strength lay in his swordsmanship, in his ability to outmaneuver opponents with his personal tactics. Heskel, with his vast experience and clever mind, wove layers of deception and used them as tools in combat. It was a double deception. Even his supposed trickster sword was a strategic weapon. When an opponent got caught in his tactical web, they would struggle like a butterfly trapped in a spider's web, ultimately dying. But what if the opponent was Ragnar? Ragnar pushed his enemies to a dead end, and only after that did he bring out his greatsword. His sword style reflected this principle. In hindsight, the wave-blocking technique originated from Ragnar's swordsmanship, even though the processes were different. Ragnar didn't calculate his moves. He relied on his innate talent. He knew where his sword needed to go, like finding a path he had never walked before. It was like a genius who understood instinctively where to step. "Akon." "Monster," Enkrid muttered. Despite the compliment, he didn't stop moving. Ragnar, with his head slightly bowed, knew that avoiding Medusa's gaze was the priority, as long as he didn't waste his will. But hearing Enkrid's words, Ragnar raised his head. Ragnar couldn't ignore the words. Wasting will aside, he couldn't tolerate hearing such a thing. I'll return what you just said. Hearing that I'm like Rem is as unpleasant as it gets, Captain. The lazy words were clearly spoken. But then Ragnar lowered his head again. Are you picking a fight? I'm serious. Enkrid let out a small chuckle and lowered his head while maintaining his awareness of the surroundings. Some guy, probably from a hunter's village or something, tried shooting a couple of arrows at him along the way, but then immediately bolted. Enkrid casually caught the arrows mid-air. They weren't particularly powerful. If they had been fired by transferring will into them, it would have been different, but ordinary arrows posed no threat to Enkrid now. When Leona Rockfried first came to the city, Enkrid had to exert pinpoint focus to dodge incoming throwing knives. But now, he could catch arrows in a state of complete calm. His dynamic vision, athleticism, strength, and reflexes were all on an entirely different level now. Step by step, he closed the distance toward the Medusa. The closer he got, the more he could feel the oppressive pressure weighing down on his body. The demon realm teemed with countless monsters. Among them, the ones so terrifying they were granted names, like the Beelrog, like the Medusa, were few. Sshish. Overhead, the cursed serpent released a piercing cry, identical to the one Scalar had made. This isn't good. They had fought well so far, but if time dragged on like this, Jorn would inevitably lose. The reason was simple. No matter how skillfully they fought, if the remaining monsters charged toward Jorn's base, they couldn't possibly stop them all. Even if the Master and those here survive, if the rest of Jorn's members die, can it still be called Jorn? If a kingdom had no citizens, could it still be called a country? Of course not. That's why anything that could affect the battlefield at large had to be eliminated. It wasn't just tactical instinct. Anyone with a grasp of the situation would reach the same conclusion. Enkrid roughly gauged the distance to the Medusa and recalled the demon he had cut down before. The one killer could end enemies with a mere graze, but the Medusa's way of fighting was entirely different. Even as two swordsmen approached, the monster, worthy of being named within the demon realm, only scattered curses of petrification. A battle that demands stamina. That's the form it would take. The scales covering her body looked hard even at a glance, and her cracked dark green lips seemed ready to spew venom. She also had a tail hidden behind her, moving as if to mask her presence. A sustaining type monster. One could even call her the natural enemy of knights. Her sheer presence crushed the battlefield, and it was impossible to gauge the extent of her stamina. If you tried to settle things quickly, you could end up being the one devoured. A knight, specialized in short, decisive battles, would find her an especially bad match. Of course, Enkrid had other ways of fighting. Thus, he didn't mind matching Medusa's war of attrition. Given time, victory is assured. If he steadily slashed and wore her down, he would likely win after 2 or 3 grueling days. Even if parts of her body, including her snake hair, regenerated after being cut, there had to be limits. He just had to endure the occasional petrification curse and dodge her tail and claws. When an opening presented itself, he would slash, stab, and gnaw away at her until death. He could already see the outcome even without fighting. Insight revealed tomorrow's victory. At most, 3 days. Of course, this was a tactic no one but Enkrid could even attempt. To fight this way required endless will, stamina to battle for 3 straight days, and mental strength to remain unbroken. But if he fought like that, they would lose. In the meantime, Riley, who was barely holding on behind them, and Anahera, whose strength was fading, would die. Kata would fall too. Then the side gates defending Yuan would collapse. Even if the main walls endured, if the enemy flooded in through the broken gates, all would be lost. Winning yet failing to protect, that would be the true defeat. Ragnar, yes, we end this in a single strike. There was no need for lengthy tactical explanations. They would respond to the situation moment by moment. But roles had to be clearly defined. You open the path. He couldn't entrust the final blow to Ragnar, whose shoulder was still wounded. Instead of answering, Ragnar lifted his greatsword. The tip of the blade pointed to the heavens. Quaboom! At that very moment, lightning flashed across the sky. A blinding white light tore above their heads. Johan sat atop a basin, in other words, the perfect spot to be struck by lightning if unlucky. But it was also a perfect place to boost one's fighting spirit. Seeing this, Enkrid sheathed his samkhjol and regulated his breathing, continuing to speak. This much he couldn't help but say. Just 2 swordsmen charging. Ragnar echoed the command, committing himself fully. Just 2 swordsmen charging. They were cutting through the demons of the devil's territory in a single strike. This was different from fighting a mere one-killer. If they failed, they would die. Was this a gamble? Perhaps. But if they didn't do it, many more would perish. This battle was not going to be easy. It was dangerous. Calling it a gamble was fitting. Perhaps that's why. How fun. A fierce joy welled up from deep inside Enkrid, burning away every impurity. The dregs that dulled his mind and weighed down his limbs were swept away in the fire. The filth was gone, replaced by blazing flames. Flames fierce enough to vaporize every raindrop falling now erupted from within him. The preparation was complete. Ragnar planted himself firmly in front of Enkrid and began to sprint. With every step forward, Ragnar could feel the oppressive force radiating from the devil's territory beasts. It felt like sinking into a swamp. And the Medusa wasn't alone either. The moment he advanced, 2 scalers darted in from the left and right like gusts of wind. Ragnar swung his greatsword in a wide arc, cleaving both scalers in half. Squelch! Black blood splattered across the ground. He pressed forward, speeding up. Thunk! Launching off the ground, he could sense Enkrid following right behind. Ragnar couldn't help but find it ridiculous when he recalled the captain calling him a monster. Who was calling who a monster? Really? Neither father nor mother knows. Back when they played in the bathhouse, Enkrid's cut hair ends were sharp and clean. There was a clear winner and loser in that spar. It had been a half-serious duel. Since coming to Urin, Enkrid hadn't sparred so earnestly with anyone else. The captain who approached battle seriously was completely different from the one who just trained. Ragnar understood that. When the captain fights at full strength, he would surpass Ragnar. Since the fairy forest, Ragnar had forced things to make it seem like they were equals, but if they fought properly now, he would lose. And Ragnar found that thrilling. Let the rain pour. Let lightning strike in the distance. Let Medusa stand before him. None of it mattered. A tremor ran through his entire body. Desire raised its head, and his fighting spirit soared. Adding it all up, there was only one thing he wanted: to see it. Come. What will you show me? The former squad leader, who used to stumble around, had now surpassed him. Genius. Talent? Laughable. Here stood someone who had overcome all of that. Moreover, even now, he continued to crave more, ceaselessly moving forward. Have you taken another step ahead? He asked inwardly. He didn't need an answer. If it was Enkrid, then of course he had. He was an artisan, crafting the clay called yesterday into pottery called tomorrow by firing it in the kiln of today. What kind of vessel had he shaped now? Ragnar was eager to find out. His sword was steady. As if he already knew the answers, he calmly struck down everything that came at him. Whoosh! Once they had advanced a certain distance, Medusa's tail swept across the ground and charged at them. Crash! The earth lifted and trembled. The scales wrapping the tail rose sharply like blades, forming a massive charging pillar of steel. Can't dodge. This wasn't a calculated decision made after seeing and recognizing the threat. It was pure instinct. Jumping up to evade would only invite the tail to follow. Thus, he couldn't dodge. He had to block. If he blocked once, he would be forced into an undesirable defensive position. Thinking through all of that was unnecessary for Ragnar. His instinct and intuition told him clearly he must not evade. He planted his greatsword firmly into the ground. Boom! It felt like an entire palace pillar had been hurled at him. And that wasn't the end. The blade-like scales pressing close scratched across the back of Ragnar's hand, gripping the sword. Crackle! The leather gauntlet tore, leaving a gash across the back of Ragnar's hand. Still, it wasn't so bad. At least his wrist hadn't been severed. Right after, the tip of the Medusa's tail curled upward, revealing at its end a sharp stinger, shy like a bashful bride meeting her groom after 3 long years. If he drew his great sword now, the stinger would strike and send him flying. Then he would have to expend will and stamina all over again just to close the distance. That was exactly what the Medusa wanted. But standing still would only invite that bashful stinger to land a surprise kiss, and that tongue looked sharp enough to leave a massive hole in his skull. If he didn't dodge, he'd be hit. If he didn't want to be hit, he had to evade. So where was the answer? Which path should he take? Once again, Ragnar instinctively understood the situation before he even thought it through. He reached back. His hand found the captain's secondary weapon, a sword called penna. Gripping it, he swung. In that simple motion, he condensed his will, just like when he had cut down Heskel. Conversion of will. Ragnar succeeded again. When training alone, he had only managed to pull it off 6 times out of 10 attempts. Now the will condensed within penna burst into a bright blue-white light. Pulgagagak! As Ragnar swung, the Medusa's tail tip was severed along the arc of his strike and sent flying through the air. It flopped mid-air like it was still alive. The bashful bride had been rejected. And then, now, the Medusa's head loomed far above, high enough that even 3 grown men standing on each other's shoulders might barely reach it. But because the tail had lunged and then halted, it had formed a stairway leading straight up to the head. A path revealed itself to Ragnar's eyes, and surely to the captain's as well. There was no need for words, just like how Ragnar had silently placed penna into Enkrid's hand a moment ago. Ragnar bent his knees halfway, lowering himself. From behind, Enkrid stepped onto Ragnar's shoulder and leapt upward. A light step. He hadn't even put his full strength into it, yet his body shot upward faster than an arrow, racing up along the Medusa's massive frame. Kwa-ang! A thoughtless bolt of lightning crashed down right beside them. For a brief moment, the deafening roar obliterated all sound. Chapter 720. Together we rise after coming to Vuron. Enkrid learned a few techniques, but the most unique among them was the ability to handle will. Of course, he had seen something similar, even within the Madmen unit. Didn't Rem do the same? Transference of will. That was the technique Rem used to wield will, severing pieces of it and embedding them into projectiles. It was a realm unattainable without reaching the level of a knight. Even as a junior knight, one could only barely manage to infuse a bit of will for single-use techniques. Thus, naturally, only knights could properly use it, and it was far harder than simply moving one's body. Ironically, though, for Enkrid, mastering this control of will was twice as easy as learning physical techniques. With an inexhaustible will, he was in perfect condition for repeated training. Of course, it wasn't something he could learn just by dozing off and half-heartedly going through the motions, but Enkrid was the kind of man who gave his all to anything he tried. And if he had even a fragment of talent for something, learning it became thrilling. Controlling will was certainly difficult, but he enjoyed it so much that he was completely absorbed. To be honest, even when practicing restraint and control, he poured out will without holding back. He repeatedly pushed himself until his seemingly bottomless will was drained dry, and he felt a sensation close to exhaustion. Along the way, he received quite a bit of help. You're not just using it, you have to be able to transform it at will. That was what Rhinox once told him about handling will, and Alexandra demonstrated something similar as well. The two were the most exceptional will users in all of Yuan. Rhinox's method was like a flawless performance on an instrument. Not a single mistake allowed when applying or retracting force. He would separate only the necessary amount of will with perfect precision, pure restraint. Enkrid modeled his own restraint after Rhinox's technique. However, restraint was relatively harder. It required constant, razor-sharp focus to control will. It was like carrying a bowl filled to the brim with water without spilling a single drop. If you walked carefully enough, you could manage it, but even the slightest misstep would spill water all over the floor. And in his case, he wasn't just walking carefully, he was fighting in that state. Naturally, Enkrid did spill a few drops. If he were being more honest, it would be fair to say he spilled enough to soak himself. Controlling will was that difficult for him. In contrast, Alexandra's method was entirely different. If restraint was relatively difficult, that relativity came from comparing it to Alexandra's way. Setting fire to a wild horse's tail. A wild horse with its tail on fire would sprint with terrifying speed. There would be no thought to conserve strength or plan ahead, only the urgent need to outrun the flames licking at its back. It was the same as sprinting at full speed down a steep slope, much faster than running on flat ground but far harder to control. Yet Alexandra embraced a style that threw control to the wind. While Rhinox focused on shaping will, Alexandra tampered with its speed. The faster will erupted from her, the faster the sword in her hand moved. And because of his inexhaustible will, it was far easier to let it flow freely than to try controlling it. The sheer volume of it practically forced that style. Hence, control was difficult. But that made restraint all the more entertaining. It was the joy of endurance, in a way. Enkrid knew how to suppress his immediate urges for the sake of a greater joy later on. And now, it was time for him to seize that greater joy. The fire burning inside him was no longer just consuming remnants. It had turned into a stampede, charging through his body. It was hot. His hands, his feet, even his head, everything burned. Explosion. Enkrid repeated just that single word. If Rhinox's will was restraint, Alexandra's was explosion. Detonate. As his will surged through him, Enkrid took off, his foot pressing against Ragnar's shoulder. He sprinted forward, lifting his head to meet the path ahead. Before the erupting will, Medusa's petrifying curse meant absolutely nothing. And it truly didn't. The curse of the Medusa was useless. Will of Denial formed a shield twice as large as usual, deflecting everything. His toes caught on a scale. Using the jagged blade-like scales as steps, he bent his knees and leapt upward. The stairway was rough, but wasn't it the rough paths he had always enjoyed most? And honestly, this wasn't even that rough. There was no room for stray thoughts. He couldn't even fully employ the enhanced perception he had acquired upon becoming a knight, the kind that made the world seem to slow down. Normally, the air around him felt as thick and heavy as a swamp, but now it felt perfectly normal. That's how light his body felt. He was on the verge of omnipotence. He stepped, pushed off, and soared higher, weightless. If a poet had seen him, they might have called it the ascent of an imugi, climbing against all odds. Kiak! Medusa threw her head down and opened her mouth. A green toxic mist sprayed out, scattering rain droplets as it spread into a thick rounded wall before him. Enkrid held his breath and gripped Samkiel tighter in his hand. Chird. Cheering, dining toy. It sounded like something heard underwater. The sound felt distant, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. Crack. Die-tune. The scabbards split apart. With brutal force, Samkiel's blade shattered the sheath as he drew the sword. Enkrid's blade shot toward the Medusa's neck. Even with his perception heightened to terrifying speeds, the blade was faster. You crazy bastard! Anahera, who had lost her balance but was getting back up, witnessed what Enkrid had done. It just so happened that she had advanced through the monster horde, giving her a clear view. Not just her. Everyone could see it. No one here was dull enough to miss the presence of the Medusa that had been spreading the petrification curse from up ahead. How could anyone miss it when he was dancing with a sword atop it? Medusa had focused her petrification curse solely on Enkrid, giving the others some breathing room. Everyone saw it. They saw the figure who had stepped on the Medusa's tail, soared upward, and, bursting through the scabbard, drew his sword and swung it like a bolt of lightning. Even as he rose, it looked like lightning defying gravity, surging skyward, and when he swung, it looked even more like that. Lightning had taken form through the sword, cleaving at the monster's neck. Boom! A thunderous boom exploded, like a boulder hurled from a catapult crashing into a fortress wall. Scales on the Medusa's neck stood erect like a shield, but Enkrid crushed through them with raw strength and tore into her neck. Black blood gushed from the mangled flesh. The light rain mixed with a black downpour. Even so, the Medusa endured. Was it because her neck hadn't been completely severed? With a half-severed neck, she still spewed venom from her mouth, and the snakes that adorned her head surged downward, proving they were not just for show. Anahera almost screamed out a warning without realizing it, but there was no time. Enkrid's sword moved like a madman's, drawing lines through the air. The blade that had burst from its scabbard moved without rest, slicing through all the snakes lunging at him, and then finishing the job by cutting through the Medusa's neck. Fuck! Another chilling sound rang out, and the Medusa's head fell cleanly through the air. A dying scream burst from the monster's mouth. Kia-ha! Thud! The head hit the ground. Sa! Immediately. The ritual serpent writhing in the sky above blurred and faded. Swoosh! Through the pouring rain, the Medusa's massive body toppled with a heavy crash. And atop it, standing with his sword driven into the neck stump, was a man. You son of a bitch! Anahera couldn't contain the shuddering thrill, and let out a shriek. Woo woo! The giants' throats roared out. Ooh-ah! Humans' cries joined them. It was the collective roar of all those who had witnessed the sight. It was natural. In a single instant, he had reversed a battle that had seemed on the verge of tipping into disaster. And then, behind the upright Enkrid, a large black mass flew toward him and exploded. Boom! His body was suddenly engulfed in black flames. It was so unexpected that everyone froze, mouths agape. What was that? Why wasn't the fire going out even in the rain? Questions crowded Anahera's mind. Watching from the side, Alexandra found herself in the same confusion. Odinkar. Yes, I see it too. At the last moment, Odinkar appeared behind her. He had fought in her place. The head of the family had ordered him to hide and wait for the next chance. It's because you spent too much time around Ragnar. That's why you've been infected by him. He had come to the battlefield saying just that. If words could stop me from coming to a fight, I wouldn't be a child of Yuan. Alexandra had nodded in response. After slicing and slashing through for a long while, they finally rescued Alexandra. While securing her safety and staying alert to the surroundings, Enkrid severed Medusa. Ragnar's overwhelming presence earlier was no small factor either. The disappearance of the spell serpent was a moment that gave hope to everyone. But the one who had accomplished all of it was now engulfed in black flames. Alexandra's body was already in an abnormal state. Unleashing will put a heavy burden on the body. It meant severing nerves and tearing muscles. Of course, if properly controlled, it could be used safely. But there was no time for that now. Guard this place, Odinkar. The family head who had approached during all this spoke. Tempest Yuan. He slaughtered 4 monsters that had drawn near. Each of them was strong enough to kill a knight individually, yet the family head endured. Rhinox was also severely wounded, and though his face was pale, he was still walking on his own. I'm coming too. There were people who would not listen even if told to rest. Odinkar wanted to tell them both to stay, but he knew it wasn't the kind of situation where that was possible. It seems only right that I should go, he said instead. But then came the response. This is an order. Guard this place. I'm going to look into the face of the man who tormented my family for 20 years. I won't yield. The family head spoke firmly and turned his body. Even then, Enkrid was still wrapped in black flames. No matter how relatively simple it was said to be to learn how to wield will, it was not something the body could master instantly. Restraint, explosion, both required discipline. It was something that needed to be researched and tempered over time, but Enkrid had forcibly drawn it out. It hurts. The pain had flooded his entire body ever since the moment he only managed to half-sever Medusa's neck with a single blow. Not yet. He could still endure. The raging will continued to run rampant inside him, like wild horses yearning for freedom. Enkrid granted them that freedom. He consumed will continuously, swinging his sword. Balancing in midair, he cut off the serpent's flying heads, then used the silver blade to finish severing Medusa's head. And for a brief instant, he lost consciousness. It was an incredibly short gap, but enough for the ferryman to push his face close. Before he could even feel the sway of the river, the ferryman standing at the edge of the boat spoke. If you do this one more time, do you think you'll do it better? Do you really believe luck will be on your side again? There was neither malice nor kindness in the ferryman's brief. Heavy words, only a flat tone that discussed reality. It was a warning that repeating today would not guarantee the same outcome. Before Enkrid could even answer, his mind snapped back to reality. The ferryman's figure at the boat's edge had vanished, almost instantly. It might have been less than the blink of an eye. Standing atop Medusa's corpse, Enkrid planted his blade near the severed neck. No matter how he tried, he couldn't move immediately. He needed at least a few moments to catch his breath, to rally his strength. And just at that moment, a sharp stench rushed into his nose. Spell. He sensed it, but too late. A black mass came flying from behind and exploded. Whoosh! Flames engulfed his entire body. Normally, it should have been scorching and agonizing, but it wasn't. Instead, Enkrid saw a soft green light wrapping around him. From that light came the fragrance of Shinar, the scent of dense forests, and the refreshing coolness of early morning dew. Crisp. Enkrid felt the fairy-forged underclothes he wore inside crumble away. The fabric dried and disintegrated like brittle autumn leaves, leaving a rough sensation directly against his skin. But in exchange he managed to escape the black flames. Throwing his body backward, he rolled across the ground, somehow keeping his balance. Even so, it felt as if screams erupted from every corner of his battered body. Blood streamed from the hand gripping Sampiol tightly. Even if you made a small mistake with restraint, you'd just spill a few drops. But once you unleashed an explosion and failed to control it properly, it was like shredding your muscles with a blade. At this point, maybe it was a miracle his bones weren't broken. This pain was insane. On top of that, he felt an overwhelming loss of strength. If you used it recklessly without regulation, it would practically be a suicidal technique. If one got drunk on the feeling of omnipotence and kept firing off will without thinking, their body would end up riddled with holes, bleeding out until they died. You didn't need any special insight to predict that fate. Is that a fairy's artifact? The voice belonged to an old man with an eye embedded in his forehead. Beside him stood a young woman with a horn protruding from her brow, and behind them was a grotesque monster, like someone had sloppily slapped flesh onto a skeleton under a heavy robe. Yes, monster was the right word. Calling that thing a human would be an insult to all intelligent beings. You really managed to bring down a Medusa, huh? Heskel was so confident. And look how that turned out. Only the old man spoke. The creature behind him merely shifted its bulging eyeball between Enkrid and Ragnar, as if judging them. No one needed to spell it out. It was obvious who he was. Nice to meet you, dear mule. Enkrid opened his mouth, ignoring the old man and addressing the monster directly. The rotten spirit lodged in the decaying flesh stirred and spoke. Yeah. Even the voice reeked of rot. Suppose I should introduce myself. Enkrid coughed up blood mid-sentence. His guts throbbed miserably. His body was wrecked. But this, he had to say. I'm just one swordsman. And the man influenced by Enkrid chimed in beside him. I'm just swordsman too. Holding back another cough, Ragnar completed the mockery for his enemy's benefit. Together, we make just two swordsmen. When the opportunity to mock your enemy came, how could you resist letting your tongue run free? You crazy bastards. Duel's voice was soaked with disbelief, and for a moment, a whiff of humanity clung to the rotting thing. Chapter 721, Interesting. Ragnar, who had played along with Enkrid's move, looked back on the current situation and concluded that he had accomplished his goal to some extent. If everyone's attention is focused here, no one can target Anne. This was one of the reasons he had gone after Medusa. Who would redirect their forces to kill some girl just crushing grass in the back, while a fierce sword dance is cutting down monsters and a giant beast like that is falling? He intended to make sure no one had even a moment to think of it. That was his intention. In the end, you could say this was also a way to protect Anne. Maybe only a madman would think like this, but it worked. Right now, those guys aren't even thinking about the girl. With just two swordsmen, a situation worthy of being told in future songs, their expressions had darkened. Well, since their skin tone is already somewhat dark, it might be hard for a human to notice the change in complexion. As long as I believe it, that's what it is. Ragnar concluded with a light heart. All that's left now is making it out alive and finishing the rest of the fight. Can you fight? Ragnar whispered. Enkrid clenched and then opened his hand before answering. I can fight, as well as gentle rem. It wasn't exactly a coded phrase, but it could easily sound like one. Of course, Ragnar understood immediately. There was no such thing as a gentle rem in this world, which meant Enkrid couldn't fight properly right now. He probably couldn't muster even half of his usual strength. Seeing how he'd gone a little out of it after beheading Medusa earlier, it made sense. That was quite a reckless tactic. That one's from your mother. I meant it was brave to the point of being reckless. No matter how much she was his stepmother, Ragnar never used his own mouth to insult his mother. He would never commit such disrespect. Quickly rephrasing, Ragnar just shrugged and stepped in front of Enkrid. When we get back to the unit, I'll have to say I stood in front of my commander to keep him from becoming a burden. And you'll just leave out the part about beheading Medusa? It's up to the storyteller to decide how the tale begins, isn't it? Demuel found the two bantering up ahead fascinating. Were they just fearless, or had they resigned themselves to death? If that was the case, there was something he needed to tell them. Even if you want to die, you can't. His tone was calm, but the person speaking was half a rotting corpse. You might expect it to sound eerie and chilling, but whether it did or not depended on the listener. Ah, I agree. I don't intend to die either, Enkrid replied without even taking a breath. That's not what I meant. We didn't gather here to have tea and chat, so why so many words? Tisk. He even curtly cut off Demuel's attempt to speak. Seeing that, you could say the nickname the Knight with a Sharp Tongue would suit him perfectly. The way he spoke, what he said, and his attitude, all three came together. Ragnar was impressed all over again. Anyone who could understand his words would have a hard time not getting riled up. And sure enough, kill them. Demuel burst out in anger. The rotting, ruined flesh above his eyes moved up and down. Where his eyebrow should have been, a lump of blackened, mashed flesh jutted out like a tumor and quivered. At his command, his top disciple raised his right hand. Judging by his actions, he must have been the one manipulating that black mass earlier. He was the guy with an extra eyeball on his forehead. Ragnar knows how to handle a mage. He had picked it up by watching over Enkrid's shoulder, but for him, that was enough. It's simple. Always strike before a mage can cast a spell. A straightforward proposition. So, all he had to do was put it into practice. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, raised his great sword, and brought it down. If you looked only at the speed of the swing, it didn't seem particularly fast. Of course, that was just by knightly standards. To the old man with three eyes, it would be extremely fast. Ragnar even mixed an extra step into the straightforward downward slash. He advanced as he brought the sword down, knowing perfectly well, even without any calculation, the exact reach of his blade. At the speed he was swinging, the tip of his greatsword would split the old man's head vertically, drawing out whatever hideous thing lurked within. As Ragnar swung, pushing off the ground, a heavy force slammed into his chest even faster than his strike. It happened just as the sword was halfway down toward its target. Wham! Ragnar's body was lifted about a span's length into the air and flung backward. He wasn't sent very far. He caught himself in midair, managing to steady his balance, and the moment he felt the pressure against his chest, he twisted his waist to absorb the force, so he didn't take much of a hit. My eyes see through even the laws that govern the natural world. Do you really think a mere swordsman could possibly evade my gaze? The old man with three eyes revealed his pride. Enkrid was secretly impressed. He's calling us mere swordsmen again. By now you'd expect him to be more cautious after all that taunting. In any case, the three-eyed old man cast spells incredibly quickly. There wasn't even an incantation, making it impossible to tell when he'd activate a spell. You people really know so little. Is that why you charge in swinging swords, without even understanding the ranks among those who use magic? As soon as he had a chance to boast, Demuel couldn't hold back and jumped in. At least, that's how it looked to Enkrid. He could only imagine how much Demuel must have shown off back when he was teaching alchemy. While Demuel was speaking, Ragnar thrust his greatsword forward. His opponent wasn't a knight. If he could just stab straight through, it seemed like he could finish it in one blow, but things didn't go as he hoped. Whoosh! This time a thick plume of black smoke exploded right in front of Ragnar. The smoke transformed into dozens of hands and feet, and into things like swords, spears, and hammers, all blocking his path. Ragnar quickly redirected his thrust, swinging his greatsword up, down, left, and right without hesitation. The blade moved so quickly that raindrops seemed to chase after it as it cut through the air. It looked as if he was conjuring a miniature tempest with his sword, and the hands, feet, and weapons formed from black smoke were swept up in the little storm, smashing apart against his greatsword, as though they were solid objects. Bang! Crash! Crack! When the noise finally stopped, Ragnar blocked something heavy, aimed at his knee with his greatsword. Screech! Something invisible became faintly visible in the rain. It was a blade made by compressing air. A long scratch appeared on Ragnar's greatsword, and part of the guard covering his knee was torn. If he hadn't been wearing greaves, shin guards made of iron, he might have suffered a serious wound, but Ragnar simply retracted his greatsword and aimed it forward again with his usual calm demeanor. "Not afraid at all, are you?" the three-eyed old man shouted angrily and thrust out his hand. This time, lightning struck. Light gathered in his hand, then shot toward Ragnar, forking like the jagged branches of a tree. Ragnar lifted his greatsword above eye level, almost tossing it upward as he retreated. Crack, boom! The lightning smashed into the greatsword, sending it flying far into the distance. Seeing this, Dimul spoke again. One who has only just glimpsed the world of spells is called an onlooker. That's the level of someone who's just begun to understand what a spell is. The next stage is one who speaks. That refers to those who borrow spells from beings of other worlds and recite incantations. Is he trying to say that nothing we do matters? That was the feeling he seemed to want to convey. Diul waved his decayed hand, his tone implying he was completely unconcerned with the chaos happening beside him. It wasn't a particularly intentional gesture, just something he did as he spoke. With that motion, a foul stench spread through the air. Enkrid reflexively raised his hand to cover his nose. Now that he thought about it, the source of that sickly sweet smell wasn't Dimul, but the old man with the eye embedded in his forehead, a bizarre look he clearly prioritized. Dimul turned to teach the two fools standing in front of him. Enkrid couldn't truly know what was on Dimul's mind, but going by his gestures and the tone of his voice, that's what he figured. Was that the kind of personality that made him teach alchemy on the continent? Did he do it just to show off rather than any noble intention? Half luck, but Enkrid felt he'd glimpsed Dimul's true nature. Dimul spoke again, still using his explanatory tone. If you've watched and then spoken, what comes next? Meanwhile, Ragnar had charged in bare-handed, only to leap back in retreat when he found himself facing a golem made of black stone. Naturally, the old man had summoned the golem. No matter what Dimul said, Ragnar didn't give any sign he was listening. Enkrid looked over at Dimul and protested. Unlike that delinquent over there, I'm an exemplary listener. Please continue, legendary alchemist Dimul. He even raised the level of politeness in his speech. The Luagarn-style tactical sword gleamed in his hand. When your body isn't in its best condition, lulling your opponent into complacency and buying time is a fine tactic too. Boom! An explosion erupted where he'd just been standing, tongues of fire flaring up, but the rain quickly snuffed them out. Huff, huff. Ragnar was breathing heavily, clearly exhausted to anyone watching. You're like an insect. Just an insect. The three-eyed old man repeated just several times. Whether he was pleased or not, Dimul's voice suddenly softened. When someone possesses power, they become intoxicated by the thrill of casting spells, growing indulgent. That stage is called immoderantia. Beyond that is Vilis, the manifester, someone who can bring their own world into existence. And if you transcend even that, do you know what it's called? Judging by the well-timed pause, he could have been a bard. Of course, there probably aren't many with nerves of steel who could sit in front of that face and listen to him like it's a friendly chat. Tacitus, it's Mukin. That's a rank that grants you the right to break free from the laws of the world. That's why you're no longer bound by incantations. Enkrid knew that even if Mule wasn't exactly virtuous, he had still been an excellent teacher. He might have resorted to underhanded tactics, but when it came to teaching, he did it properly. Even now, he took pains to start with basic concepts, gradually expanding, explaining each term one by one. He was considerate. Some humans from certain city night orders could stand to learn a thing or two from him. You just do it like this. Go ahead, give it a try. After a single demonstration, that was all the explanation he gave. My student is at Muck-in's stage, Mule added. Muck-in, he'd said, was the rank where you could cast spells without incantations. Ragnar, retreating, turned to Enkrid and asked, "Are you still so meek?" As soon as Ragnar moved back, invisible shockwaves repeatedly slammed into the ground where he'd been standing, tearing it up. "It's a bit irritating, but not enough," Enkrid replied. He knew that, at best, he could only manage a few sword strikes. Then shouldn't I do it properly? Would it be enough to cut down that monster? There was no way to know without trying. Finish it. At Mule's command, a three-eyed old man raised his hand. Immediately, a horn shot up from the woman's head beside him. Next, rough scales emerged up her arms, and her snout jutted forward. "Behold, when I become a god, this will be the new being that rules this land." She looked like a cross between a scalar and a human, as if the two had been merged halfway. "Breach, don't they see it won't be pain?" She let out a piercing shriek, then lowered her head, letting her arms hang limply. Huff, huff, huff. The monster was catching its breath. With every inhale, her shoulders and chest heaved, and just from that alone, the presence of this creature, whether beast or chamara, was overwhelming. The monster writhed, her eyes rolling upward as she cautiously lifted her head. Her gaze was like one peering up from below. The instant those eyes met his, an intangible pressure washed over him. It was telekinesis. It will feel as if 100 strong men are holding you down. That was the three-eyed old man speaking. If this was how strong it felt just by looking at it, then using it in earnest would be even more terrifying. Ragnar reached out to the side. "If things go wrong, both of us could die here. Then he'll go back and tell the story about you protecting me. You should, boss." Enkrid handed Penna back to him as he spoke. "If I'm the only one who makes it back alive, Anne will poison me. Well, there's nothing we can do then." They'd cracked a joke and tried to stall for time, but the danger was still very real. "If you die, today just repeats. So is it really fine?" "No, that wasn't it." Enkrid couldn't accept that. If he intended to glide through life complacently, he wouldn't have struggled this much in the first place. The words the boatman said when he passed out echoed in his mind. "You were lucky. Nobody died, and you made it this far. But do you really think that luck will hold out? If it doesn't work, you just keep going until it does, right?" He steeled himself. Enkrid pulled together the willpower rising from his battered body. If things went wrong, he'd have to dance his final blade dance too. Ragnar gripped Penna and took a few deep breaths. How many times in his life had he fought with someone at his back? This time there was someone behind him he absolutely had to protect. Ragnar held Penna tightly, fixing his gaze on the monster standing motionless and the old man behind it. "No one standing behind me is going to die." He was learning once more how to fight while protecting someone. He took what he'd learned from Enkrid and added his own touch. Ragnar was a genius. He had watched what Enkrid did, and he more or less knew his mother's techniques too. He'd only seen them once, but, as he confirmed by smashing the golem's head just moments ago, he could imperfectly imitate them. Now Ragnar mixed in his own style as well. If he failed, well, he'd die. But did dying really matter? No, achieving what he wanted was more important. Right now, Ragnar's wish was to protect those standing behind him. Given the circumstances, Was it a dream that was hard to achieve? Then he would just have to enjoy it. This is fun. Ragnar stole Enkrid's line. Hey, that's my line, Enkrid complained. Chapter 722. Only. If I can sense my will and move it, shouldn't I be able to change it as well? I can do that. He'd already felt it in his body, and even managed to pull it off. That milky sheen that appeared on the sword had been a phenomenon caused by channeling condensed will into the blade. If he could do it to the sword, he could do it to his body as well. He gathered up his remaining will, compressed it, and then let it burst forth. Ragnar swung Penna 4 times in that way. The spot where Ragnar was swinging his sword was just to the front left of Enkrid. Since Demule was also separated from the other two, in a way, it felt like Enkrid and Demule were one group, while Ragnar and the remaining 2 formed another. Even before Ragnar stepped forward, Enkrid was racking his brain, frantically pondering this and that. Loagarn-style tactical sword didn't instruct him to rely on instinct alone. Trusting his intuition was a skill unique to Enkrid. The foundation of the tactical sword lay in probability calculation. What's the way to survive? Or what choices lead to victory? On the surface, his expression and demeanor seemed nonchalant, but inside, he was running endless calculations. There were countless variables at play here, and one of those major variables caught Enkrid's eye. Enkrid, trying to save his strength, was sitting on the damp, muddy ground. Even putting weight on his legs felt wasteful. From where he sat, he could see the danger Ragnar was facing. The 3-eyed old man had swept his hand several times, raining down lightning. In front of Ragnar, a mutated scaler with horns reached out a hand and manipulated telekinesis. The falling raindrops were caught up in the telekinesis, shaping themselves into massive hands. 2 giant hands made of rainwater closed in from either side of Ragnar. Even the rain pouring from thin air could be trapped by this telekinesis. It was an ability far beyond any scaler they had seen so far. At the same time as it manipulated telekinesis, the scalar mutant maintained the telekinetic hands, and then raised its left hand skyward, before leaping forward and bringing it down toward Ragnar. Its speed as it pushed off the ground and closed the distance rivaled the keen instincts of a knight. To Enkrid, the moment that hand came down seemed to unfold in slow motion. The air around the hand's edge warped. For a moment, it seemed slow. Then the speed of the chopping motion accelerated. He couldn't devote his focus to his calculations. Part of it was because his attention had been snatched away, and part of it was simply that his body wasn't in a state to run 2 trains of thought at once. But an even greater reason was instinct. In that instant, something in his heart demanded that he take in the scene, even if he didn't know why. Just before the flash of lightning from the 3-eyed old man struck Ragnar's body, time seemed to stop. All of Enkrid's focus was fixed on Ragnar's sword. Light gathered at Ragnar's blade. Even the falling raindrops seemed to be sliced apart as the light touched them, scattering to either side. The condensed will had become a visible glow. Ragnar swung his sword. His first slash swept to the left. Bolts of lightning followed the arc left by Penna, darting sideways and crashing into the ground. Before anyone realized, the sword's edge extended straight forward, just as the mutated scaler was bringing its hand down. Ragnar's outstretched sword pierced through that hand and ran straight through the horned head. Bang! The noise from the lightning striking the ground drowned out the other sound. It had all happened almost at the same instant. That was how fast Ragnar's sword was. 1 slash to the left, 1 straight ahead. It felt as though 2 Ragnars had swung the swords at the same time, with no gap between the 2 strikes. And Ragnar didn't stop there. Retrieving his sword from the thrust, he charged at the 3-eyed old man, swinging again. Right then, an invisible veil, a protective spell, and countless other artifacts and spell objects all activated at once to shield the three-eyed old man's body. In the final moment, even the third eye embedded in his forehead glowed red. Yet none of those tricks managed to stop the swinging sword. The old man couldn't even open his mouth, and Ragnar's blade traced a clear, thin line across his neck. After just 3 strikes, Ragnar leapt forward once again. His body had surpassed its limits, much like Enkrid earlier. To anyone unaware, it would have looked like he'd cast some sort of teleportation spell. Without leaving even a trace behind, Ragnar closed the distance, and his final strike came down toward Dimul's head. But unfortunately, his sword didn't quite achieve its last objective. Clang! Crack, crack, crash! A barrier. Was it just bad luck? No, this was to be expected. Wizards are cunning. Enkrid recalled Esther's lesson. Cracks appeared around Dimul's body. In the empty air, something with the texture of shattered glass splintered and broke apart, falling away. The spell that had protected Dimul for 40 years was now broken. Astonishing, said Dimul, sweeping out his hand. Telekinesis slammed into Ragnar's torso. Thud! After 4 sword strikes, Ragnar had no strength left in his body. He was flung helplessly to the side, tumbling to the ground without even managing to regain his balance in the air. Thunk, thud. Right now he probably couldn't even handle a passing ghoul. And yet he still clung tightly to penna in his hand. Lying on the ground, Ragnar coughed up blood. He tried to stand, stabbing penna into the earth for support, but his body wobbled unsteadily. His face was a mess, tangled hair stuck to it after rolling around in the rain-soaked mud. The muddy puddle, now mixed with the blood he had coughed up, streaked down his face in a dark, murky red until it dripped from his chin. I've planted the seed of plague in your body. You can lie there if you wish. Even if you long for death, you still won't be able to die. Ragnar couldn't reply. Blood continued to pour from his mouth and nose. Judging by his unfocused gaze, it was a miracle he hadn't passed out. Or maybe he had, but still managed to hold on to his sword. Still, he stabbed his sword into the ground and braced himself, refusing to give up the fight. Enkrid couldn't hold back any longer as he watched Ragnar and spoke up. Did you see that? He's just a mere swordsman, yet look at what he managed to do. 2 of the people you brought are dead, so how do you feel? Out of the 3, only 1 is left, right? His words were taunting. These guys really are all lunatics, Dimul replied. He sounded annoyed but not at all flustered. Why? Because those 2 he brought along weren't that important. What mattered was sanctity, himself who had descended upon this land. Fine, then come at me. I still have some strength left, said Enkrid. Seeing Ragnar fight and endure that way, something hot welled up inside his chest. He wanted to cut down that rotten body right in front of him, didn't he? Alright, let's do that. He placed his hand on Samshio, but then Ragnar's voice echoed. Come on, bring it. I will. There was no need to try to guess what he meant. The determination behind those words was clear, and that was enough. Even though he was half unconscious, the will in his words was unmistakable. Just as he clenched his teeth, he didn't notice someone approaching. His body was in such bad shape, he couldn't even sense it. That's enough, my son. A large figure shielded Ragnar from the rain. The newcomer was Tempest Wan, Ragnar's father. He came forward and placed his hand on Ragnar's shoulder. It's over now. The house head's words were without emotion. They held only facts and sincerity. Renox hobbled over right beside the house head, groaning and complaining about his aching back. Enkrid almost asked them why they'd come so soon. Didn't they plan to arrive tomorrow morning? But he stopped himself. Wasn't that a variable I'd already accounted for in my calculations? Yet, they sure did arrive late. But he couldn't bring himself to speak up. The two of them weren't in good shape either, especially Rhinox. He had lost his left arm. When Enkrid met his eyes, the old swordsman who had protected Juan smiled and joked. "I guess I'll have to make do with just 3 swords now." He used to wield 6 swords with both arms, but now he only had 1 arm left. And still, he managed to joke around in that condition. Would he be able to regenerate his arm? Unless someone like Seiki was here, it was probably impossible. Ragnar just kept repeating the same words, unaware of whose hand was resting on his shoulder. Everyone had seen what he'd done. The old man, 3 Eyes, had been decapitated, and the chimera, who had sprouted horns and transformed, now had a hole about the size of a fist in her head. After stabbing with penna, he twisted his wrist and tore through, so the edge of the hole in her skull was terribly ragged, as if someone had hacked it open with a crude blade. In short, she was dead. He'd killed the 2 of them, and had tried to kill Diumul as well, but failed. Diul knew these 2 were approaching, but simply let them come because he no longer cared. "You survived against all odds. Truly impressive. Was it Heskel who didn't do his job properly? Or did you all simply exceed my expectations?" Diumul was not flustered. Instead, he was impressed. To think they could show such tenacity. After everything he'd prepared had ended up dead and sprawled across the ground. He had even prepared coffins for them, but never imagined it would turn out like this. Honestly, it was beyond what he'd expected. So, in a way, he was even a little pleased. This might be the last bit of amusement he'd get to enjoy before obtaining divinity. Diumul gazed down at everyone. Before they realized it, his body had begun to grow, and now his head was 2 heads higher than Enkrid. His rotten flesh bulged, and black bones jutted out, supporting his body like pillars. Flesh studded with bulging veins filled the gaps between the bones, adding strength to the supports. "All of you will be reborn. I'll infuse you with divinity and show you a new world." Anyone watching might have thought they'd actually ask for it. "It's you, then." The house head strode straight toward Diumul, undeterred by anything he said. The way his body was swelling in size was remarkable, but it seemed the house head didn't even notice. He too had cuts and scrapes all over his body. While it made sense that no blood was flowing, the wounds themselves were stained black, a clear sign of poisoning. Step by step, the house head approached and came to a halt. If he lunged forward now and swung his greatsword, he could cleave Diumul's neck in an instant. He was within 10 paces. In that brief moment, Diumul's neck had stretched out sleekly, and he cocked his chin high, looking down from above. The househead spoke in a level voice. "You're uglier than I imagined." Rhinox from behind nodded in agreement. "He really is." Diumul looked at those remaining before him, or, more precisely, down at them. "So that child was the one who enabled you to endure. I should have killed her much sooner." No one present could understand Diumul's words or actions, nor did he expect them to. After all, a god does not seek understanding from his creations. He continued speaking. "Why are you creations, trapped and flailing, so stubbornly rebellious? Even if he didn't seek understanding, shouldn't he at least make it known just how great, remarkable, and arduous his journey had been? This wasn't about understanding. This would become doctrine. There was a time when the Reaper came close and whispered to me. Yes, it was a very long time ago, far longer than now. Back then I created a most extraordinary potion. That potion allowed me to exist in a different flow of time from others. Listen well. Can you imagine what it would be like if a single day, for you, half twice as long as for everyone else? Originally, Diumul possessed remarkable talents, but he wanted to reach far greater heights. He delved into alchemy, ultimately gaining mastery over the world of spells. Along the way, he ventured into the demon realm, and even traveled to the Empire. He thus glimpsed the secrets of the continent. Only then did he come to understand what he truly desired. To become a god, that was his wish. That potion was just a minor benefit I gained while researching immortality and eternal life. As the corners of his rotting mouth twisted upward, a piece of flesh dropped and hit the floor. Just looking at him was enough to turn one's stomach. Now his skin gleamed, hard and lustrous like a gemstone. But it wasn't transparent. It was like a gemstone filled with filth. Listen. This is the proof of greatness I speak of for the first time, now that I have become a god. Demul's voice overlapped with itself. As Enkrid looked at him, he felt the same sensation he'd had when facing a demon. It wasn't just that Demul was different from humans. There was a stark, alien quality to his very purpose for living and his contemplative attitude toward life, unlike any other intelligent being. A dizzying sense of oppression pressed down on the air. It made even the falling rain easy to forget. Was it the sense of control, as if he'd seized everything around him? Or perhaps it was more like an overwhelming magnetism that drew everyone's attention inward. Only after he had completely dominated his surroundings did Demul, with his decaying tongue, recite the first line of his holy scripture. For others, a day was 10 days for me. I spent well over 100 such days. This is how one transcends the ordinary to become extraordinary. It is the beginning of one born human who surpassed demons and became a god. The layered voice reverberated through their hearts. Even the very air seemed to kneel and bow its head in submission to his words. At that moment, Enkrid, before he knew it, blurted out his honest feelings. Only 100? His murmur was quiet, but everyone heard it. Chapter 723. The explosion of the dot. His mouth dropped open in spite of himself, but he simply couldn't help it. He was trapped in a curse, forced to relive today over and over. By now he had repeated the same day hundreds of times. If he added it all up, it would be in the thousands, not the hundreds. So of course he ended up saying only. Anyone who knew the circumstances, someone like the ferryman for example, would have nodded in understanding. That makes sense. But to an outsider who knew nothing of his predicament, it would have sounded completely different. Provoking someone at a time like this? Wouldn't it look that way? To Enkrid, the single word only was only natural, but to everyone else, it sent out a different sort of ripple. Just a moment ago, Demul's overlapping voices were so commanding that even the falling rain itself seemed compelled to worship, making him seem like a being from another world, not this one. There had been an overwhelming sense of majesty, as if nothing could ever reach him. Hands outstretched would never touch him. But with that one word only, he was once again reduced to a wretched soul, bound by a decaying corpse, a monster sustained only by spells and potions. What's more, he revealed a kind of narrow-mindedness, showing that even mere words could get a rise out of him. I'll give you this, creature. You're talented at getting under someone's skin. He spoke to Enkrid. I'm just a mere swordsman, Enkrid replied, raising Samkiel. His arm lifted slowly, pointing to one side. He continued, and together with that guy, that makes just 2 swordsmen. Shh. Shh. No one spoke except for the sound of the wind and rain. The fact that he could make such a provocation in the midst of all this proved just how truly extraordinary he was. Crack! As if impressed by Enkrid, the sky spat out a bolt of lightning. The white flash lit up the surroundings before fading away. The shadows stretching out from his body in 4 directions returned to their original form, absorbed once more as darkness filled the space left by the departing light. Throughout it all, Enkrid's posture did not waver in the slightest. No wonder they called them the madmen, Renox murmured in admiration. Enkrid wanted to protest. That wasn't something you said as a man who'd just lost an arm, but was joking about now only wielding 3 swords. But before he could, the house head spoke up first. Now it's my turn, Enkrid of the Border Guard. The house head stood face to face with the monster who, through a bizarre cosmetic technique, now had skin like black rock. Though his entire body was covered in wounds, he still radiated an overwhelming presence. He looked less like a human and more like a sword forged into the shape of a man. A great sword brought to life, brimming with the will to fight, blade sharpened and ready. You didn't need to ask where the tip of that blade was pointing. Don't worry. We've got Rhinox the meat shield right here. Rhinox chimed in. Didn't that guy once say that one day for others is like 10 days for him, Cecil? Enkrid interjected, asking the question, but continued before the other could answer, firing off another in rapid succession. Is that why you look so old for your age? Risking your life just to taunt someone. At this point, that was hardly an exaggeration. He was speaking as if reciting some epic poem, but the words themselves were pure mockery. His talent for provocation was impressive enough to inspire admiration. Did he really just comment on his old appearance right now? I, for one, am blessed with a youthful look. With every quip from Enkrid, Rhinox couldn't help but click his tongue. What an insufferable bastard. You make me want to tear you apart. In the tone of the monster demule, his anger was palpable. In all his decades of life, there probably hadn't been a complete lack of people who looked down on him. Still, it had been a very long time since he'd heard such words. Or was this the first time? He wouldn't go on and on about his history, but for decades he had lived as if in slumber. Even before he fell asleep, and after he awoke, he'd been surrounded only by those who praised him. Oh my God, oh Master, who will become the new god of the demonic realm. Heskel was the sole one who showed not a trace of fear. Heskel hadn't approached out of fear, but out of self-interest. Yet even Heskel chose not Juan, but rather stayed near Demule, trying to gather a new group around himself. That twisted something inside Demule. Just because you aspire to godhood doesn't mean you're open-hearted. That was Demule's nature. He had never spared anyone who had fallen out of his favor. He couldn't fully trust Heskel either, so he'd placed a restriction on his heart. But in the end, Heskel made a choice Demule simply couldn't understand. Words like trust and faith had never existed in his life. He was a narrow-minded man who had never offered trust to anyone. Now, he had become a narrow-minded monster. I'll kill you, no matter what. Demule pointed a finger at Enkrid as he spoke. The patches of skin, rotting in places and elsewhere hardened into black stone, looked hideous. What did I ever do to you? Enkrid denied Demule's accusation. Well, it wasn't like it was unusual for someone to show murderous intent toward him, so he wasn't genuinely offended. That calm tone he used, even while protesting his innocence, was especially grating. Let's make sure we never meet as enemies, Rhinox remarked, sounding genuinely impressed. The house head drew his sword, his expression void of any trace of a smile. It hadn't always been this way over the last 20 years, but Juan had been forced to split his loyalties within. For a long time, he had needed to doubt, to cast out, to put people to the test. The househead was furious about that fact. And now, the very bastard who had made everyone within his family turn against each other was standing right before him. The real source of all these manipulations wasn't Heskel, but the monster before his eyes. The househead knew that. I should have found you and killed you long ago, he murmured quietly, and Demule's gaze shifted to the househead as he heard it. How arrogant! You bastard! After all these years searching for the one who had spread curses and disease, they finally stood face to face. Demule's actual period of activity had been extremely short. During that time, his disciples had acted in his stead. If Heskel hadn't helped him, he would probably still be hiding somewhere, stuck in a vegetative state. I woke up 100 years earlier than originally planned. Of course, it didn't really matter. A little earlier didn't make a difference. After all, he was glimpsing divinity now. No matter how big the fish swimming in this lake called Yuan got, they were never going to be a real match for him. That's why, even knowing things weren't perfect, he'd chosen to set everything in motion. There was no need for Demule to teach anymore. It was time for punishment. As he moved his hand, black smoke billowed forth, and worms began to swarm across the ground. Each one was the size of a palm. To call their bite just a sting would be an understatement. Enkrid readied his sword. Renok stood too, supporting himself with his one good arm. Then from behind everyone, they started to sense someone approaching. No one needed to turn around. It wasn't the presence of a beast, and right away, a voice rang out. Anahera is here. It was the most beautiful woman of Yuan, limping toward them, her helmet missing. I tempered my blade for moments like this. Let me help too. Behind her, a man with a limp joined in as well. It was Anahera of the Giants, and limping Riley. Is that the guy? Heskel was cut down. Is Ragnar dead? He can't die yet. He needs to wait until I surpass him. Then the other swords of Yuan gathered as well. If you lose, I'll be next up. Alexandra appeared too, half leaning on Odinkar's shoulder as she placed her arm around him. Don't worry. I'm here, Alex. Odinkar managed to calm the rage that had surged all the way to the top of his head. It had been a brief time, but he'd grown too. He used to cross the line during sparring matches. That was his bad habit. But after his time with the border guard, he'd lost that tendency. The swords of Yuan gathered. It was to defend the place where they all lived. Their strength had also far exceeded Demule's expectations. Even though Medusa and the cursed serpent were gone, he never imagined that not a single one of Yuan's people would die, and that they'd stubbornly stand in his way like this. But Demule believed that even this didn't matter. He was alone now, but that wasn't a problem. Heskel, his so-called disciples, they were all just expendable pieces. He would become a god, the one to open a new demonic realm here. All the creatures living across the continent and the Empire would praise him for it. As a god, he would establish new laws. Protect the house head, Enkrid spoke, following his instincts, and then, without even pausing for breath, gave more commands. Move to Anahera's side. Carl, cover the rear. Riley, lead your group. Kill every last one of those bugs. With just a few flicks of Demule's hand, insects rained down from the air, and on the ground, golems made of black soil rose up. Each black mud golem's fist was as large as a human head. Would they be in for another long, drawn-out fight? No, it wouldn't be like that this time. The house head grabbed a vial, poured the medicine into his mouth, swallowed it, then gripped his sword loosely as he steadied his breathing. He's taking the medicine now. It was the medicine Anne had given him. He'd heard that the medicine would reduce his pain, even if only for a moment. The house head had just taken it. That meant he'd been fighting all this time with his body in shambles. Why? But for this very moment, all for this one instant, the house head, gifted in strategy, had been waiting for this opportunity. Enkrid could sense a different energy in him now, something that went beyond logical understanding. Meanwhile, Demule summoned insects, golems, and evil spirits flying through the sky, then unleashed disease. The black smoke he spread was itself both a deadly toxin and a plague. Inhaling that smoke would cause tumors to form inside the body, or even blindness. All of Yuan's swordsmen fell back slightly, starting a battle of attrition. They dodged the black smoke, cut down the insects and circled the golems, slicing off their legs to disable them. And if the legs grew back, they cut them off again. So the fight began, and the house head stood as still as if dead, his sword hanging loose, until he suddenly raised it alongside his face. Seeing this, Dimiel swept both hands through the air and hurled clumps of black liquid. Each was the size of a human head, and no one wanted to imagine what might happen if those things burst. Block them. The househead spoke. Enkrid had no idea what knowledge backed that order, but he obeyed without hesitation. Enkrid could sense the shapes of the spells themselves. That was how he had been able to cut through the walking fire. He'd continued to refine that sense through training with Esther. Spells. Watching the flow, he gripped his sword and swung. As Sampiel stepped forward, pulling his left foot back, he slashed through one of the black clumps with a sharp thwack, splitting it into a gulp. Splut. Dart. The two halves hit the ground, and instantly blended into the dirt, leaving no trace. The power was borrowed from the Master of Sulphur, who could dissolve anything it touched. But it was useless now. The core of the spell, the transformation of mana, was disrupted. You cut through a spell? Dimiel was shocked. Anyone would be. The cords of mana were being sliced right through. Was it really possible for a mere swordsman to do something like this? How dare you? Dimiel hurled 5 more black clumps at him, one after another, and then black smoke gathered behind him, forming into chains that shot out in every direction. Those chains slithered across the ground like nimble, silent snakes wrapping around Enkrid's ankles. Enkrid cut through all 5 clumps in order. Aside from the fact that they were spells, cutting them itself wasn't all that difficult. They were rent fast, and their trajectories never changed. Honestly, they were even easier to cut than the pumpkins rammed through barehanded. The chains were much the same. He could see all the key points where force was concentrated, so he kept moving and sliced through them. He lifted his feet, kicked to buy time, then pulled Sampiel and slashed along the ground. All his muscles ached, and his head throbbed, keep it light and long. After trying out an explosion once, he realized he could now draw out will as thin as threads by restraining himself. Controlling his will had become twice as easy as before. Watching what Ragnar did made him want to try those techniques too, but right now, all that mattered was managing to keep swinging his sword. Hop! Dimiel glared at Enkrid. Nothing was going right because of this bastard. Enkrid mouthed something, as if he was trying to speak. Was he finally saying he couldn't hold out anymore? That he'd reached his limit? Blood was streaming steadily from his nose. There was no way he was in normal condition. As he fired off spells, Dimiel kept his eyes fixed on Enkrid's mouth. Enkrid swallowed the blood that kept welling up and spoke. A good speaker always makes sure their words are heard clearly by their audience. In that regard, Enkrid was excellent. He spoke just loudly enough for Dimiel to hear. What do you think of the fact that it was just 2 mere swordsmen and a single girl who managed all this? He's saying that here? Kia! Dimiel let out a furious scream. Rage surged through him. As a result, the variety of spells flying his way increased. Black masses, chains, shadowy hands suddenly shooting up from below. Some of the raindrops even turned black and morphed into dog-like creatures. Lightning crackled here and there, but Enkrid dodged deftly and sliced through every spell that could threaten the househead. Amidst it all, he was sometimes forced to roll on the ground, soaking his entire body in muddy water. From the fierce movements, shards of fractured fairy tribe underwear within him slipped out. Drenched, caked in mud from tumbling, he looked like a half-drowned rat, but even then, Enkrid's blue eyes never lost their brightness in the darkness. Just when it seemed he'd reached his limit, the house head leapt out in front of Dimiel. In that moment, what was Dimiel relying on? The protective spell wrapped around his body. But one of the universal truths is that faith can betray you at any time. Isn't that written in the Holy Scripture too? There's a saying in the Holy Scripture, take on hundreds of disciples, and sure enough, one will end up betraying you and selling out their master. For reference, stories about disciples betraying their masters appear in every Holy Scripture. They're frequent in old fables passed down by word of mouth, too. Shut down. At some point, Ragnar came to his senses and let out a short gasp. Enkrid focused on what lay ahead as well. He had no strength left to move, his samkjol planted firmly in the ground. Rainwater pelted his eyelids, but he couldn't afford even a single blink. The house head, Tempest Yuan, charged forward and swung his sword. Just once. He staked everything on that single swing, his past experiences, all his training, even his future. Light burst from his sword. Unlike Odin's holy power, this was a pure embodiment of will. The light that wrapped around his blade warped and severed the world itself. This was a sword that could cut through anything. You could tell the instant you saw it. And so, the house head's sword smashed through every protective spell and struck Demule, slicing down from his shoulder on a slant, cleaving his body in two. To the eye, it looked simply as if the flash of light had split apart a hideous monster. Throughout it all, Enkrid could feel the will within the house, head surging and exploding. It wasn't because his senses were anything special. Anyone at least at a knight candidate's level could have felt it. Will is formless, invisible, yet palpable. But just now, they could literally see it. Beyond simply making his will visible, the house head projected its effects outward. Like an invisible wind that suddenly tosses your hair, everyone nearby could feel the shift as it swept through. Explosion. He had detonated his will too. The method was just different from Alexandra's, that's all. Experience, instinct, and all the theory honed through training blended together, allowing him to grasp exactly what the house head had done. Point explosion. Alexandra, when fighting, always paces herself to some degree, what you might call a lion explosion. In contrast, the house head risked everything on a single sword strike. In other words, it was a style of swordsmanship designed to pour all his strength into one blow. That must have been his secret technique. And with it, the house head slashed apart Juan's long-standing nightmare. Black blood soaked the ground. The rain fell thinner and thinner, and now even the wind had died down. Demule looked down at his own body, half-severed. Half-rotted organs spilled out onto the ground. Why? He voiced his question. The madman who had called himself a god was nowhere to be seen. Only an ugly human being in denial of death remained. At the same time, Enkrid recalled the sword strike the house head had just delivered, and a shiver ran through his entire body. To be honest, he'd thought he could win if he fought with everything he had. I can't stop that. Watching that sword technique just now, a flash of fear slammed into his mind. The continent is vast, and that made it exciting. Enkrid grinned as he watched the house head's will and sword, and by chance, Demule turned and saw Enkrid smiling like that. Hatred surged up within Demule's heart. Chapter 724. Even if I die, you must keep fighting to snap a tightly stretched string. All it takes is one snip of the scissors. There's a saying that all it takes to tip a balance scale is the right single stone. Enkrid thought that Demule might have predicted this situation before him. Maybe Heskel had advised him, or maybe he just had a bad feeling. If not, then just two swordsmen and one girl. Why would he say something like that and desperately try to kill Anne? If he didn't know, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to pick a fight. That was the thought coming to mind. If Heskel had really decided to take action, saving Anne would have been extremely difficult. Reflecting back after time had passed, that was the conclusion. No matter how much Ragnar guarded her day and night, Heskel would have found an opening and stabbed her. But that never happened. Such small stones gathered on one side of the scale, and the pebbles that were just 2 swordsmen and 1 girl were enough to tip the balance. After the shiver ran through Enkrid's body caused by seeing the house head's sword, he lacked the skill to predict the outcome of the fight, but it wasn't difficult to review the situation after seeing the result. Alexandra accelerated will, using her strengthened muscles, heightened senses, and motion vision better than usual. That's how she created an explosion of goodwill. To put it more simply, it was like a fight where you light a single candle and have to hold on until it completely burns out. Then Tempest changed his form and struck Will. It was an explosion of a single point, a single slash putting everything on the line. This wasn't a candle flame but a spark from flint. It burst only at the moment it struck. However, the intensity was several times stronger than that of a candle. It was like releasing all the power needed to burn a candle at once. This isn't a sword strike that a sick body could make. The reality that Enkrid had momentarily forgotten out of joy crept back into his mind. Despite having half his body cut off, Demule still reeked of rot. Thick black fluid oozed through his half-crushed organs, and rainwater was flooding inside his severed torso. Yet he was still not dead. It was as if he was proving it. Demule's left hand, attached to the only somewhat intact side of his body, rose. At the same time, the words he muttered were filled with resolute will and magical power, turning into a spell. Black mist gathered in front of his hand, transforming into a long rod that shot forward. It was no different from the shape held in the hands of other scalers until now. It was obvious without anyone saying it that the weapon was filled with poison. Whoosh! As the rod formed by the spell took on a solid shape, the sound of it tearing through the air was sharp and clear. Would the house head be killed by just a simple rod like this? No way. Under normal circumstances, maybe. But the house head's eyes were already bursting with blood vessels with each slash, blood seeping out. Everyone looking back at him could see his eyes turning bright red. It wasn't just his eyes either. Blood began to flow from his nose, mouth, ears, every hole in his face. Amid all this, the spell came flying at him. Even watching, Ragnar couldn't stop it. He himself was barely conscious. Any violent movement was impossible. Still, his body honestly responded, and he managed to sit up halfway. But someone else acted first. It was Enkrid. The moment he recognized reality after his moment of joy, he sprang into action immediately. They all knew from experience that such a demon always prepared something for the very last moment. He had nearly lost Shinar, even after killing the one killer. How could anyone forget the monstrous act of trying to shove everything, including souls, inside Shinar's body with the final outward slash of the blade? Yes, he hadn't forgotten that moment. Despite his whole body creaking in pain, Enkrid was able to stand in front of the house head. It was just a series of simple movements. He squeezed his muscles, lifted his foot, and reached the house head just before Demule moved the spell. Once he secured that position, he twisted his wrist and swung Samkiol in a sharp arc, striking the middle of the black rod. It shattered with a sharp ringing sound, scattering fragments across the floor. He didn't have the strength for a full swing, so he only turned his wrist, using the weight and centrifugal force of the blade, but it was lucky he managed to block it at all. If he hadn't hit the spell's flow precisely, he might have ended up with a hole in his own chest instead of the house head. My body's really something. There was no denying his physical condition was a mess. Just barely managing to block the spell that had been flying at him non-stop until now was nothing short of miraculous. To be honest, if he hadn't dared to let some of the weaker spells pass through his defense halfway, he would probably have several holes in his body by now. As Enkrid caught his breath and looked ahead, the barely alive Dimule glared at him with terrifying intensity. Even without moving his tongue, it was as if his voice could be heard. Actually, Dimule did speak. "I hate you. I really hate you. What's got you so mad?" Enkrid asked back. His tone softened. Was he willing, even at death's door, to humor the monster's rage? While everyone was thinking that way, Enkrid spoke up again. "You think I look young?" "No, that wasn't it." Enkrid kept picking at Dimule's attire until the very end. It wasn't that he found it amusing to tease him. There was some calculation behind it. To be precise, it was a conclusion reached by combining the Luagarn-style tactical sword technique with Krya's cunning tactics. Dimule still has the strength to pull a trick. To use that fully, he'd need to clear his mind. If that's the case, then overturning his composure would be advantageous. He couldn't let him stay calm. He would take advantage of even the smallest edge. Enkrid was confident. If it weren't for the Luagarn-style tactical sword, there would be no reason to act like this. He owed it all to the lessons he had learned from the frog. Well, if the opponent fought honorably, he wouldn't go this far himself. At the very least, he was just a ghost hiding in the back, scheming to take down Anne. So wasn't it fair to tease him a little? Dimule couldn't bring himself to continue. This. If he were to remain enlightened, even when being mocked like this, he might have experienced a miracle. To be that enlightened, one could say he'd have become a god. He didn't become a god, but fury surged through him because everything he wanted had been completely shattered. Crossing some line, Dimule's reason and emotions merged into a single purpose. No matter what happened to the house head who cut his own body, that guy, he would definitely kill him. Kill him by any means necessary. No exceptions. And Dimule was no fool. No, it won't end with just killing him. There was no way he would leave Johan behind and walk away just to kill that one guy. Was it only the guy who was speaking out who was the problem? No. Johan, the house head, everyone wielding swords, they were all targets of resentment. And there was something he realized, only now. Heskel, you bastard. He had been deceived. Looking back, it was obvious. That guy's goal wasn't to seize divinity. His aim must have been the life after taking it. In other words, he survived for a reason. He had things left to accomplish. The dead Heskel couldn't have had things end the way he wanted. I'm going to die. Was it because he had struggled so long to avoid death? Dimule knew he was going to die, and he clearly understood the limits of what he could do before that happened. Death was a foregone conclusion. Johan will go with me. Once he dies, the seeds of the disease he spread would instantly sprout and grow. Then the majority of Johan's faction would perish. 8 out of 10 from Hunter's village, village of the intermediary, and Retiree's village would die. This was a secret he hadn't even shared with Heskel. If Heskel found out, he'd probably be cursing even in death. That bastard Heskel. He had established himself here decades ago. Most of those seeds were dormant, but not in recent years. He was prepared at this level. But that was all there was. And then it's over. That bastard barking up ahead will be the one to survive, and that will be the end. Will they spread the news that they killed me and praise themselves? Since he was young, people had always accused him of having a snake's heart. Dimule was extremely jealous. He was often told he was like a snake that had become human. Enkrid's damn praise made him resentful. More than that, the very fact that bastard would survive filled him with hatred. On the brink of death, Dimule weighed everything he had. How could he kill both Johan and that bastard? Even though things had gone wrong and he had ended up like this, Dimule was no fool. He thought of a way to kill that detestable guy quickly. "I'm going to die." Yule's mouth opened. Even a passing human-faced dog could tell that. Enkrid tried to cut in, but Demule didn't get riled up. "Listen, Yuan's househead." His voice overlapped once more. Enkrid saw this as Duel's last move. No matter what spell flew his way, he could block it once more. His body creaked a little, but his sword skills to cut through spells had improved, thanks to Esther's training and the recent real combat. There was even something he had learned from letting a spell slip through at the end. Even if 50 of those same black rods came flying at me again, I could somehow block them all. He might end up with a few holes in his body, but if they pierced skillfully, it wouldn't cripple him. "You won't be left to do this alone." Rhinox approached and said. Behind him, Enkrid saw multiple swords pointed at Demule, including those wielded by Anahera and Riley. Their determination was surely no less than his own. This fight belonged entirely to Juan. They had drawn their swords to protect themselves. The house head, with his vision fading into a blur, only saw Enkrid's back before his sight went completely dark. Had he gone blind? Maybe. The swings he had unleashed earlier were moves he wouldn't have dared make even at his prime. It was fair to say those strikes were made with everything he had left. In truth, he had swung his sword with the willingness to die immediately afterward. Despite the exhaustion gnawing at his entire body from pushing will too hard, and his desperate urge to sink down and rest, the one who had just been cut still hadn't stopped taunting him. Blood trickled from his ear canal. His ear felt muffled, but he could still hear. "I'm listening," the househead answered, and Demule began cursing in an unbelievably calm tone. "I let you decide. There are only two options." At first, the househead wondered what kind of choice this was, but as he listened, the surprisingly resilient Rotten Body's owner continued to flicker vile words with his filthy tongue. "If I gather my remaining strength and unleash it, everyone in Juan who caught the plague I spread will die. The seeds of this disease usually take time to grow, but if I die, they'll sprout all at once and take their lives immediately. It was planted in that form from the beginning. But—" He suddenly stopped speaking, his tone thick with intensity. Ragnar, who was listening, felt a throbbing pain in his head. The man's voice sounded layered, as if overlapping several times. It was the voice of a monster who had wished to become a god, squeezing out his last strength to explode one final time. "In its place, I will give all the curses I possess to that one. Then the curse that will cause the plague I spread throughout Juan to sprout all at once will disappear." Demule raised his remaining fingers and pointed at Enkrid. Was he saying that killing only Enkrid, out of pure hatred, would be enough? No, why? Nishernos? Demule knew people. More than that, he could manipulate human hearts. Wasn't that how he had even used Heskel as a tool with his own sword? Looking back, it seemed like a deception, but the reason he first wrapped around and brought him was precisely because he touched upon human desires and hearts. "I understand humans." Demule was confident. Enkrid would refuse this offer. No one in this world wants to die. That much was a truth. Moreover, there is no one who would die for someone else. Parents might die for their children, but a person who would die for a complete stranger, is there such a person? Because of the words he spoke, the house head had to weigh Yuan against an outsider, and it was clear which way the scales would tip. Enkrid would resist, and the house head would try to capture and suppress that defiant man. "Even if I die, you must keep fighting." That is the first part of his plan. But there is a hidden strategy beneath that. What the house head and Yuan capture Enkrid? He said the seed of the disease wouldn't sprout all at once, but he never said the illness would disappear. Even if everything goes wrong, it's only a matter of whether they die sooner or later. Are you expecting us to believe that? Rhinox cut in. Now watch closely, Demule said as he waved his hand, and a golden square frame appeared in the air behind him, followed by golden letters rising within it. You've probably heard of it before, the Oath Proverb Scroll. I will inscribe my will into this proverb scroll. A rare relic had appeared. The words written in the proverb scroll must come true, and the price for that is the soul of the deceased. Rumor had it that the owner of that golden radiant proverb scroll was one of the demon gods who ruled the demonic domain. They said he even carried the nickname Master of the Proverb spell. Rhinox also knew about the proverb scroll. That was an unavoidable death sentence. No, it was a matter of having one's soul held hostage. It's real. That proverb scroll. Schmidt, who had confidently taken his place as a fighter during the battle, suddenly stepped forward and spoke. He had trained in both magic and swordsmanship simultaneously. Based on his knowledge of magic, he believed what Demule had said was the truth. He bore a scar on one side of his cheek, torn and darkened, proof that he had fought fiercely. Schmidt spoke again, reasoning out loud now that he understood the situation. It doesn't make sense to say this was all prepared to deceive someone. There's no one here in Yuan with a magical aptitude, and the fact that I'm even here isn't exactly something that was planned. If Tempest or others refused to believe it, truly terrible things would happen. Schmidt did not want that to happen. I can't just lose my half-brother and close friend all at once. There's no lie in what I'm saying. Believe it or not, do as you please, but all of this is the truth. A sense of calm confidence came through in Demule's tone. For someone who was about to die, it was surprisingly bold. Those standing behind him started clamoring, asking what the proverb scroll was, whether it was real, and if they could trust it, but they quickly fell silent. No matter how you looked at it, the atmosphere suggested that everything he said was true. Chapter 725. The chance to choose cold. Sharp rain drenched the ground as dark storm clouds rumbled with consecutive thunderclaps. But. A bright flash lit up the distance, followed by the sound of an explosion. Even the lightning seemed to momentarily hold back. The thunder only echoed in the distance. It didn't draw closer. Amid the rain, silence mingled and drifted through the air. After a brief pause, the house head spoke. I will take that curse upon myself. Ridiculous. What use is that to me? You're a man who's already going to die anyway. Demule was no fool. Tempest Yuan pushed himself beyond his limits, swinging his sword with fierce determination. If only Heskel had left behind one of the guards he sent to kill the house head, this wouldn't have happened. Cunning Heskel, the fox Heskel. Was this why his final tactic, so poorly executed, was the way it was? Did he want this outcome? Was this what he hoped for all along? There was no answer. The dead could not reply. And at this point, blaming the dead was utterly meaningless. The sword Demule drew was incredibly sharp. Did he have to sacrifice his entire family to save Enkrid, an outsider? His wife, children, family, friends, and comrades? All of them? The choices were predetermined from the start. Demule had never just talked about the curse. If the house had caught Enkrid here and forced him down, he would spread the curse onto him. But would that guy submit quietly? If they tried to capture him by force, several others in Yuan would have to team up with and meet their ends at his hands. In the end, they would kill and be killed by each other. If Enkrid died, musicians and instruments to play his requiem would head outwards Yuan once again, and retribution will come. Ultimately, Yuan would collapse. This scheme, crafted to kill both that detestable guy here and Yuan itself, showed just how clever Demule was. Given such a cunning move in such a short time, Demule was indeed an extraordinary man. Decide. Will you let him escape? Demule spoke, and although this time his voice wasn't layered, it struck like lightning to some of Yuan's swords. Everyone's resolve wavered. Even though the wind and rain had subsided, and the raging storm disappeared. Anahera and Riley spread out, widening the distance between them and forming something like a siege perimeter. These were quick actors. No matter what choice they made, no matter what happened, they first had to avoid the worst-case scenario. If Enkrid ran off, it would be over. No choices left at all. Even Rhinox couldn't find words and stepped back. At the very least, he had some conscience. He didn't attack Enkrid, who had his back turned. They were fighting for Yuan, and had to respect his honor. There was no option. Everything seemed to be playing out exactly as Demule had wished. Then someone dragged their leg, walking slowly up to block Enkrid's path. The greatsword was cracked in the middle, and looked like it would break at any moment. He plunged the sword deep into the ground. The pouring rain soaked everything around. Amidst the dripping blonde hair, the red eyes shone sharply with a fierce light, contrasting with the battered body. His will and resolve burned strong. Go. Oh! It was Ragnar. The house head's cold, emotionless eyes met Ragnar's. What do you think you're doing? The house head asked. I defend my commander. The son's answer was immediate. Would Ragnar have no doubts? But if he had to choose, this was the only option. In return, I will spend all my remaining time for those left in Yuan. Ragnar would save the captain and take on the consequences himself. That was the path he chose. Not everyone must have fallen ill. Those who survived, those in the retirees' village, he would pass on the sword of Yuan to them. This sacrifice now, this fault of the captain's, isn't it none of his doing? Yet in the world, beyond right and wrong, sacrifices were often forced upon people. The house head understood this. How many will truly survive? Duel chuckled darkly. Only then did everyone see him as a demon. At this point he was no longer just a hideous monster, but the embodiment of evil itself. Could Ragnar protect Enkrid by standing in his way? Aside from the house head and Alexandra, these two had the worst injuries here. The house head's emotionless eyes turned to Enkrid, and his lips moved several times. Though no emotion showed on his face, a brief hesitation was glimpsed in his actions. But was it right to force such a choice on someone who had lived for Yuan? Moreover, Enkrid seemed to already know the answer the house head would give. Enkrid brushed back his rain-soaked hair and turned his body. Don't run away. You can resent us your whole life, and torment me as a wicked spirit. But Riley stopped speaking mid-sentence, tears streaming down his face. It wasn't because someone intervened. He simply couldn't continue. The gentle rain hid his tears. What kind of cruelty was this, inflicted upon someone who fought for us? But then, what about those left behind? If you asked Riley what one was to him, there was only one answer. Family. Life. Everything. I'm not going anywhere. Enkrid said this to the tearful Riley. Turning his back, he faced the owner of the foul stench of decay, who emitted a harsh odor even as he was dying. Is that a curse or a disease? If it were a curse, it wouldn't matter. There's the ferryman. His tone was calm, his gaze unwavering. Those clear, upright blue eyes, like a steadfast, righteous pillar, locked onto the rotting, decayed eye. Even without using will, an overwhelming force radiated from him. Without any intimidation, a human can inspire and command respect through their actions alone, just like Enkrid was doing now. This was before the house head said anything, before Yuan's swords were raised against yesterday's friend. You asked whether it was curse, but It's a disease. Duel struggled to speak under the force pressing down on him. It was as when the legendary monster who claimed to be a god was diminished by the single word only earlier. And this was a similar situation again. Without a trace of hesitation, Enkrid spoke. Unlucky. I'll do as you say. Saying unlucky meant it wasn't a curse but a disease, though he wasn't saying it expecting anyone to understand. What do you intend to do? Demule asked again, the question coming out naturally in his disbelief. Transfer that disease all to me. In exchange, the disease lodged in the bodies of everyone in Wan won't break out. If it's not a lie, I'll gather my last breath to make the exchange. It's not magic, but a wish that makes it happen. It's also a betrothal of my soul. That's what the proverb scroll says. So there's no deception involved. Demule was once a legendary alchemist and magician who spoke of legends. His words carried conviction. Enkrid recognized that the other might attempt some petty trick, but he also believed that Demule wouldn't have prepared for this far-fetched scenario, and seeing his current attitude, Enkrid judged his words to be truthful. Did Demule expect defeat? Probably not. He cared about himself, Ragna, and Anne, but still likely predicted victory. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to step in personally. In whatever way Demule trusted he would win and took action. It just didn't work out that way. What if, even though everything seems real, this is a deception? Would you live the same day and try again? The ferryman asks in the illusion. Enkrid answers silently that he would keep trying until he succeeds. Are you serious? Will you save everyone instead of yourself? Although Enkrid felt like he could see the ferryman, this figure was definitely on a lower level than the real ferryman. The ferryman wouldn't stoop to such cheap manipulation. Besides, he had faced these choices countless times before. When he was powerless, he didn't even have the chance to choose, so he made those decisions in his heart. And even when he stepped forward somehow, he was always pushed back. But now, here was an opportunity to choose. The power to enforce his will was in his hands and filled his body. That was Samkhel and the unyielding will. So he would do it, just as he always believed and hoped. I will protect everyone behind me. That is my conviction. The knight strengthens his resolve through his vow. Enkrid, who possessed the unyielding will, didn't need to risk his life on this vow. Yet Enkrid always kept his promises, no matter what. So be it. There was no hesitation in his words. No one had expected the one chosen as the scapegoat to act like this. Neither Demule nor the househead. You're really crazy. Demule was so stunned that he was at a loss for words. All he could say was that he was crazy. Crazy. Completely crazy. Grida muttered this quietly, just as Enkrid was about to urge Demule to start. This is insane. It was a voice from behind. Anne had somehow left the manor and come all the way here, startled as she looked at Demule and shouted. Her wet hair clung closely to her head, making her small face stand out even more, while her usual leather pouch hung at her side. Standing next to Anne, Grida placed a hand on her hip and shrugged. You're not listening to me, are you, healer? You followed right away because you said that treating the wounded from behind might just save someone who would otherwise die. Anne scolded Grida for this, though her eyes never left Demule. Is that right? You are Demule? She asked. There was no point in asking why she had come out. Anne had already come out, seen the situation with her own eyes, and heard what had happened up until now. Still alive, huh? Even looking like that. In a way, he was almost a direct enemy to Anne. Demule glared at Anne like that. You miserable little brat. Demule couldn't do anything now. He couldn't even lift a finger. All that remained were fragments of will. Enough strength only to say a few words. There was no point in mocking him. No need to scatter his already fragile spirit. Yoran, just as the house head tried to speak, Enkrid recalled a scene the ferryman had shown him before. That was now. Before coming here, he had been shown something like a vision. There was Anne, dying, and Ragnar, furious. But none of what the ferryman had shown actually came to pass. Enkrid already knew the house head's choice before stepping in. You won't transfer the illness or the curse to someone else. That's what he would have said. But in the scenario the ferryman showed, would he have given a different answer? Perhaps his conviction would have faltered, and he might have chosen the family instead. There is always that possibility. That was why Ragnar questioned him, and the house head insisted it was his best option. Nonsense. Ragnar in the vision had said that, but the current Ragnar silently guarded his own position. Are you serious? Then he turned to Enkrid and asked, Do you really think some illness could kill me? Enkrid responded in a light tone. Ragnar didn't answer. So, what else has changed? Damn bastards. The situation between Anne and Demule reversed. Demule blinked his eyes and continued chanting his final spell. You'll wither away and die a slow death. I am the father of all diseases. I am the God who will create a new order on this land. The proverb scroll scattered as it shed light. Enkrid felt something invisible penetrate his body. That was the end. Then, as he exhaled once, that breath carried a burning heat. It felt as if his insides were on fire. Ugh. With a groan, his legs gave out. With a thud, he planted his knees on the ground, using Sampiol as support to steady himself on the floor. The Sampiol placed on the ground looked like 3. Ugh. He opened his mouth in nausea, and a rush of red blood poured out. Damn it! Anne shouted. At the worst possible timing, Ragnar, who also coughed up blood simultaneously, wiped the corner of his mouth and said, I said I'd never back down from any fight, so don't back down from this one either. Don't lose to some disease, Captain. It's the same. Even in the vision. Ragnar had said something like that. Enkrid focused on the sounds he heard and endured. It felt as if someone were branding his neck and internal organs with a red-hot iron rod. Just die already. As Demule drew his last breath and spoke, Anne suddenly rushed forward, gathered strength in her abdomen, and shouted, Do you think he'll just let you? I am elixir, panax, and remedy omnia all at once. The light in Demule's eyes faded. Did he hear Anne's words? Maybe he did. In fact, wasn't it because he was afraid of this very moment that he tried to kill her? Enkrid thought that far and closed his eyes. Now, when he opens them, will it be the same day repeating? Or something else? That was something he couldn't know until he opened his eyes.